wellness retreat. But they are mushrooming all over the United States of America and a few other select countries where this model of psychedelic wellness resort is legal. Corporates taking stressed out workers on these fad retreats.
BJP's Mission Alliance ahead of 2024. Massive NDA realignment on cards. From Andhra to Punjab, we get you the inside track. All new NDA to counter opposition unity. BJP's alliance game plan. Top focus on 6 p.m. Prime.
Good evening. You're watching 6 p.m. Prime here on India Today. I'm Akshita Nandagopal. And over the next 1 hour, the big political news break on the NDA coming your way. From what's playing out in Andhra Pradesh, the buzz over Andhra Chief Minister Jagan Mohan Reddy's meeting with Prime Minister Modi, to the BJP's attempts to stitch more alliances in states in the run-up to 2024. We've got you covered with all that and much more. The headlines first. Sharad Pawar faction axes Ajit Pawar, Praful Patel among other rebels. Ajit faction dubs Uncle Sharad's meet illegal. Karnataka speaker in damage control mode after outrage over VIP lane demand for lawmakers. BJP hits out, calls it Congress elitism and VVIP culture. BJP ally AIADMK opposes centre's uniform civil code. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Stalin hits out at centre, says UCC brought as revenge against those opposing the BJP. Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister Shivraj in damage control mode after urination horror. Day after bulldozer raced down accused's home, Chief Minister Shivraj washes victim's feet. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau fails to condemn repeated Khalistani threats. India lashes out, says Trudeau, legitimizing terror.
Let me make the larger point that the issue is not about freedom of expression, but its misuse for advocating violence, for propagating separatism, and for legitimizing terrorism.
And the countdown officially begins to the launch of Chandrayaan-3. ISRO schedules mega launch for the moon mission for 14th July. And let's begin with the breaking news that's coming in. The official announcement from the ISRO about the launch of Chandrayaan-3, our moon mission. All eyes will be to our skies on July 14th at 2:45 p.m. we're hearing is when the launch is scheduled to take place. ISRO Chief S. Somnath has just confirmed the same. Remember earlier they were giving it a window of July 13th to July 19th. Now they've confirmed it will happen on July 14th.
About the launch of Chandrayaan-3, 14th at 2:35 p.m. is the launch liftoff time, and if the launch takes place on that day, then we will be ready for landing on moon possibly by the last week of August. So that the date is decided by when is the sunrise on moon. We will have to land on the first day of the 15th day slot of the day. Then we will have live for at least 15 days. So this is the date on which we have to land. If everything goes well, then it becomes 23rd of August. Okay, it can be 24th of August also, depending upon the calculations which will happen. But it cannot be 25, 26, because if it gets delayed, then what we'll do is we'll not land.
Okay, so that is the statement that came in from the ISRO chief confirming the time. The Chandrayaan-3 launch is something everyone's looking forward to, considering Chandrayaan-2 was a partial failure. ISRO will be looking to make amends this time around, where they're looking to, in fact, once again make a successful landing on the surface of the moon. Nagarjun Dwarkanath is joining us with more details on this. Nagarjun, an event, of course, that the whole nation will be looking forward to with our fingers crossed. July 14th is the date that's now been announced by ISRO.
Nation will be looking towards the sky on July 14th, 2:45 p.m. in the afternoon, when ISRO will be launching Chandrayaan-3. I'm extremely excited, as well as you are, that we'll get to see something spectacular in our lifetime. This will be in Sriharikota. The mission will have 3 modules, right? The lunar module, the propulsion module, as well as the rover. On August 23rd or 24th is when this rover will land on the surface of the moon. It will be carrying scientific payloads which will carry out experiments on the lunar surface, as we are told. So just a few days from now, on July 14th or 15th, when the weather permits, but as of now it's July 14th, 2:45 p.m. fixed, that Chandrayaan-3 will take off from Sriharikota using a Mach 3 vehicle, that is a propulsion vehicle that we are using. Mach is the heaviest that we have, and it would take around just over a 30-day period to reach the surface of the moon. And what is crucial is the landing time, right? The sunrise on the moon surface will be crucial, so that enough light will be there, and also the operation time also it's quite critical. That will be the main point, more than the takeoff. It will be the landing time, where we'll all be looking at towards our screen and hoping that ISRO lands the rover right on the moon surface, and it will be a big success.
Very true. And like you said, we're all supremely excited for this event. All our prayers, all our thoughts with the team at ISRO, who've been working so hard on this particular mission. Thanks very much, Nagarjun, for joining us with all of those details. All right, let's move on to the top story in this edition of 6 p.m. Prime. What's brewing in Andhra Pradesh? Yesterday, the Prime Minister's meeting with Andhra Chief Minister Jagan Mohan Reddy has set off tongues wagging. And here on India Today, we got you that news break about how the Andhra Chief Minister is mulling the possibility of preponing the election. Slated to happen in 2024 along with the Lok Sabha elections, could Andhra Pradesh go to polls at the end of this year? Is Jagan following in KCR's footsteps? Let's get you more details on that India Today news break.
Will it be Jagan Mohan Reddy or Chandrababu Naidu for BJP? Andhra CM Jagan Mohan Reddy's sudden visit to Delhi has set off tongues wagging. And on the agenda was a meeting with Prime Minister Modi. Besides questions over whether a possible BJP-YSR-CP alliance was in the works. Sources have told India Today that Jagan has sought Prime Minister Modi's opinion on preponing elections in Andhra to 2023. India Today's newsbreak has sent ripples through the state of Andhra and sparked speculation on whether Jagan was looking to ride on the current political momentum to seal another term. But YSRCP is tight-lipped on the possibility of state elections being moved from 2024 to 2023.
They're supposed to give a special status for Andhra Pradesh, and also along with this special status, they have to give the special package for the backward districts in Andhra Pradesh, like Bundelkhand. So we are hoping that Centre and PM Narendra Modi ji will sanction all these pending payments and organizations and institutions and payment, whatever the pending promises they made.
But why will Jagan mull preponing the elections in the state? How could he benefit? Seeing the national opposition unity attempts, Jagan may be counting on giving no time to the likes of TDP to form alliances. He could also be hoping to ride the current political momentum in Andhra and also may be taking lessons from neighbouring Telangana where CM KCR preponed polls in 2018. If this does happen, pressure will mount on TDP to seal the deal with BJP, something that's reportedly hit one hurdle after another. Sources have told India Today that BJP's alliance talks with TDP haven't progressed, reportedly because Naidu's unhappy with BJP's closeness to Jagan. But the party has for now countered all talks of a BJP-YSRCP alliance.
We don't find any possibility where Jagan Reddy will either be inducted into the NDA or the BJP aligning with Jagan Reddy for the next forthcoming elections. In one scenario, we can say that Jagan Reddy is kind of a most untouchable person in Indian politics today because he is the most corrupt politician.
With the BJP eyeing more allies to join the NDA ahead of 2024, speculation is peaking on who could join the alliance. Will it be Naidu's TDP or Jagan's YSRCP? With Abdul Bashir in Hyderabad and Himanshu Mishra in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
And joining us here on India Today is our National Affairs Editor Rahul Srivastava. We also have with us Abdul Bashir, who's joining us from Hyderabad. Abdul, if I can come across to you first on the news break that you got to us yesterday about Jagan Mohan Reddy contemplating actually preponing the election. What's that about? Why is he actually considering this move? Is it going to actually happen?
See, considering the previous performance of YSRCP in the previous elections that have bagged more than 150 seats, among 175 seats. Now, YS Jagan Mohan Reddy is pretty confident that he's going to bag all the 175 assembly seats in the election. So this has been making rounds that YS Jagan Mohan Reddy can call for early polls, and there are speculations that he will contemplating a dissolution of the assembly, Andhra Assembly, and the alliance that we are speaking about, the alliance with the BJP NDA. Where YSRCP had time and again been supporting BJP in all the bills that have been passed in the parliament and other issues. Now YSRCP recent visit of JP Nadda to Andhra Pradesh and attacking YSRCP had made confusion among the party, and now YSRCP's chief Jagan Mohan Reddy had visited yesterday, where he had spoke about the funds, and also they had been, sources had informed that YS Jagan Mohan Reddy had been consulting Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Union Home Minister Amit Shah regarding, preponing the elections in the state of Andhra Pradesh. Now it is to be seen, will, Jagan Mohan Reddy, dissolve the assembly and go for early elections with Telangana and the 4 other states that is set to be held in 4 months from now, or
it could happen in 2023, as Abdul said. At the same time, the Telangana goes to polls. I want to bring in Rahul Srivastava also on this. Rahul, focusing on this particular aspect, I also want to focus on the BJP-TDP alliance and what's happening there. But before that, this preponing alliance talk, why do you think Jagan is actually contemplating this move? Do you think he's taking a leaf out of KCR's book, out of what KCR did previously?
Actually, if you prepone the elections, you give the opposition lesser time. Anybody who does it, since everybody would be guessing, a lot of things on the ground don't work out. And if you go for early elections, you're giving your opponents less preparatory time. But if it becomes very well known that it's going to happen, then of course the picture changes. But also, perhaps the idea is not having early polls. The idea could well be having assembly and state elections separately. That could well be the issue in which Mr. Jagan Mohan Reddy, if you look at the outcomes of the assembly elections in Andhra Pradesh, last time around he walked away with 151 seats. But what is significant is 49.5% vote share as far as Andhra Pradesh is concerned. Whereas Mr. Chandrababu Naidu, the TDP, won only 23 seats and 39.1% vote. Whereas in the Lok Sabha, the picture was different. YSRCP swept 22 odd seats and the TDP got 3. So it is perhaps to ensure that there is no impact of one on the other. In a state, you usually have a lot of issues. Also, it gives you opportunity to swing alliances. That if you are fighting assembly and state together, then you can't have strategic alliances. But if you're fighting them separately, then you can definitely have alliances, or somebody else can have an alliance. Because right now, I think the picture in Andhra Pradesh, as far as the 3 key players are concerned, is extremely muddy. TDP, YSRCP, and the BJP.
Speaking of alliances, what's happening with the BJP-TDP alliance? There's been a lot of talk, a lot of murmurs about that, but it doesn't seem to be going through for some reason. It looks like it's almost hit a roadblock. Is that really the case?
Yes, I think definitely. One is that in this current BJP, it's very difficult to really know what happens. But in July early, there was a meeting between Chandrababu Naidu. He arrived at Amit Shah's house. Amit Shah called up Mr. JP Nadda. He also came in. And from then were born the news about the buzz about the TDP and the BJP tie-up. But I think little over a month later, it seems that there are trouble. Now, there are certain national leaders of the TDP and the BJP who seem to be in favor of an alliance because they think that both stand to benefit if there is an alliance. Otherwise, the BJP hardly has any presence. BJP contested 25 seats in Lok Sabha, and the vote share was 0.96%. So BJP is not a great player. It does want to make inroads through alliances. But the problem here is that the state level leaders of the BJP are objecting to an alliance. They say that let's grow alone because TDP is a very unreliable player. And that's true. He has been switching sides. The second very important factor is that Jagan Mohan Reddy is a very steady ally for the BJP in Rajya Sabha, where the BJP needs the numbers. Now, in that scenario, say, for example, the Delhi ordinance, the BJP needs the support of YSRCP when it comes to that ordinance to beat Arvind Kejriwal's intent.
Yeah.
In that, will the BJP tie up? And in the last few days, the BJP has cleared funds for Andhra Pradesh, debts have been cleared by banks, loans are being cleared. In that scenario, the TDP is now feeling that the BJP is riding two boats in Andhra Pradesh. It wants to play with YSRCP as well as the TP. And that is why I think there is now a great amount of problem for the TDP to justify it to the cadres. And then the BJP leaders are saying that the hearts of the national leaders can meet, but the cadres' hearts will not.
Interesting play here. Let's see how it really pans out. But you're right in saying that the BJP is kind of trying to keep both camps happy, TDP and YSRCP. Any formal alliance with TDP will mean that they have a bit of a problem with YSRCP and they need those numbers on their side. There's also the factor of Purandeshwari being named now as the Andhra BJP chief, the sister-in-law of Chandrababu Naidu. And we all know the bad blood between the NTR clan and Chandrababu Naidu right now. So we'll see what really plays out in Andhra Pradesh in the coming days and weeks. I'm slipping into a very short break here on 6 p.m. Prime. Coming up on the other side, we're going to be getting you all the latest reactions coming in on Uniform Civil Code. The debate refuses to die down. Chief Minister M.K. Stalin has stepped in. BJP's ally in Tamil Nadu, AIADMK, is also now opposing UCC. What do they have to say? We'll tell you in just a bit.
I was just having a conversation with a very old-timer fund manager, mutual fund manager, and he said that the macro story for India is great, but valuations are still not compelling and not challenging and quite challenging. Would you agree with that, or would you say that it's a good entry point for India now?
Yeah, thank you, Dan. Thanks for having me here. Yeah, you actually are absolutely right. I would kind of echo the sentiments. I do believe that the macro story is looking very compelling for sure. Quite confident about 15% plus earnings growth, which is like one of the highest that we've seen, that we will be seeing in any of the major markets globally. So yeah, all that is looking quite well. But yeah, but valuations is definitely sticking out. When the markets corrected earlier in February or so, when the Nifty was at around 17,000, it was looking pretty interesting, but the markets have moved up pretty quickly, up about 10% or so from there. And yes, many stocks and sectors are looking expensive at this point in time. Yeah.
You know, there is a fear in certain quarters in the market that during the course of this year, we'll get another spike in volatility. And you may even get the market back to the kind of levels which you found interesting. Do you expect something like that? I know it cannot be predicted, events cannot be predicted, but is it a likelihood in your eyes?
I think the event that will probably create volatility in the Indian markets will probably have to be a global event or an international event. I do not foresee too many negative or let's say big negative events for the Indian markets, which will be domestically caused. My sense is that you will probably see, or you could probably see some volatility created by either some unexpected change, say in the Fed policy, or some other kind of dislocation that might happen in the capital markets globally, or something like that. But as far as the developments domestically go, to me it looks unlikely.
Traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the bigger stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Welcome back. You're watching 6 p.m. Prime. Let's take a look at how the BJP is preparing for 2024. With what's happened in Maharashtra, the stage is set now for the party to get more like-minded parties to join them, particularly in Punjab, where there's a lot of talk that the Shiromani Akali Dal could just be back in the NDA fold. Let's get you all the details in our next report.
It started as a mission to unite the opposition against Narendra Modi ahead of 2024. A mission that has been jolted by a Mahaquake. After the NCP split, it is the NDA that seems more united than the opposition.
देश के विकास के लिए बहुत सारे राजनीतिक दल एनडीए का हिस्सा बनना चाहते हैं और एनसीपी ने उसकी शुरुआत की है। मुझे पूर्ण विश्वास है एनसीपी का एनडीए में आना और महाराष्ट्र की सरकार का हिस्सा बनना, जहां एक और महाराष्ट्र में विकास को नई गति देगा, वहीं पर 2024 की दृष्टि से भी इन दलों का साथ में जुड़ना और कई और दलों का भारत के विकास के लिए एक मजबूत, निरंतर और स्थिर सरकार भारत के हित में देखते हैं, तो लोगों का जुड़ना स्वाभाविक है।
In Uttar Pradesh, Suheldev Bharatiya Samaj Party President Om Prakash Rajbhar, who won on an SP seat last year, is set to return to the BJP.
अरे अभी 27 में चुनाव होगा महाराज, विधानसभा का चुनाव 27 में होगा, लोकसभा का चुनाव आ रहा है, तो हमारी कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी पड़ती है बलिया में, तो बलिया लड़ लेवे के चाहिए जाके ना। नहीं, रास्ता तो सबके लिए खुला, दरवाजा देख रहे कहाँ बंद है, खुला रहना जाए जे आवे जा। हमारे यहाँ दरवाजा सबके लिए खुला रहता है, आइए जाइए बात करिए, कोई दिक्कत नहीं।
A realignment is on the cards in Punjab too. Sources tell India Today that the Akali Dal may also return to the NDA fold. This will happen as soon as the party gets a seat share assurance from the BJP. A reunion before Lok Sabha can pay dividends for both. The Prime Minister paid homage to late Prakash Badal in April this year. And last month, at a rally in Chandigarh, Defence Minister referred to the Akali BJP relationship.
आज जब मैं यहां पर खड़ा हूं तो सचमुच मुझे प्रकाश सिंह बादल जी की याद आती है। लंबे समय से बहुत ही पुराना रिश्ता रहा है बहनों भाई। किंचित कारणों से वो हमारे एनडीए में भी अब उनकी पार्टी नहीं है, लेकिन मैं कहना चाहता हूं हम एनडीए में जिन लोगों को लाते हैं उनका भरपूर सम्मान करते हैं।
In the south too, BJP leader B.S. Yediyurappa declared the JDS will back them on key issues.
Whatever Kumaraswamy is telling is the truth, and I am going to support Kumaraswamy's statement. And Kumaraswamy and we together will fight in future.
This a day after Kumaraswamy had predicted an Ajit Pawar-like coup in Karnataka.
2018, 19. Anybody dreamt that my government will go collapse? Same thing in Madhya Pradesh. Same thing in Maharashtra is going on. Here also, Ajit Pawar type of person may emerge in future days. For that, actually, we have to wait and watch.
The united opposition is already divided, with several parties not seeing eye to eye on key issues and battling each other in several states. Is this advantage NDA then? Bureau Report, India Today.
So who are the parties that the BJP is eyeing right now? Some of them are done deals, some they're still talking with. In Maharashtra, of course, with all that's happened in the last few days, they've now got allies in Eknath Shinde as well as in Ajit Pawar, a faction of the NCP at least. What about in a state like Karnataka? Well, the H.D. Kumaraswamy and in fact the BJP, that's the JDS and the BJP, have been essentially flirting with each other, putting out very public statements saying we're looking to work with each other. Will that happen in 2024 is the question. In Andhra Pradesh, as we told you some time ago, there have been talks between the BJP and the TDP, but that seems to have hit a roadblock as of now. We'll have to see if it progresses going forward. In Tamil Nadu, there is a tie-up with, in fact, the AIADMK, but remember that EPS has said that they do not back UCC. Is that going to be a hurdle? We'll have to wait and watch. In Bihar, two parties, the Hindustani Avam Morcha as well as the LJP with the BJP. There could be more parties because of all of the talk of defections as well as other parties ditching the JDU, RJD combined. Then you have Punjab, where there is a lot of talk of the Shiromani Akali Dal returning to the NDA fold. There are talks reportedly happening right now, and this is, in all likelihood, going to happen. Let's take a look at the other states as well. In Haryana, the Jananayak Janata Party, Dushyant Chautala's party, could also be joining hands. And besides that, let's also talk about Uttar Pradesh, where there are two parties right now where there's endless speculation over. SBSP as well as RLD. RLD, of course, has said so far there's no question of us joining hands with the BJP, but there's a lot of talk about the SBSP actually becoming a part of the NDA. Let's in fact talk now and switch focus to what's happening on the Uniform Civil Code, because while the BJP is stitching its alliance, the NDA in 2024, the biggest worry and concern is that many of their allies also are opposing UCC, and will that turn out to be a sticking point? Will that turn out to be a problem in the alliance? The AIADMK, for example, has made it clear that they stick to their stand of opposing Uniform Civil Code. In Tamil Nadu, this issue has become a big talking point, with MK Stalin once again reiterating that they're dead against, the DMK is dead against Uniform Civil Code being implemented.
आजकल हम देख रहे हैं कि यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड के नाम पर ऐसे लोगों को भड़काने का काम हो रहा है। आप मुझे बताइए, एक घर में परिवार के एक सदस्य के लिए एक कानून हो, परिवार के दूसरे सदस्य के लिए दूसरा कानून हो, तो क्या वो घर चल पाएगा? क्या कभी भी चल पाएगा? क्या
Ever since Prime Minister Modi has made his big UCC pitch, politics over it has only snowballed. With opposition already divided over implementation of Uniform Civil Code, latest to dissent is BJP's own ally, AIADMK.
ஏற்கனவே 2019 நாடாளுமன்ற தேர்தலில் எங்களுடைய அனைத்து இந்திய அண்ணா திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகத்தினுடைய தேர்தல் அறிக்கையில படிச்சு பாருங்க, அதுல தெளிவா கொடுத்திருக்கிறோம்.
Tamil Nadu CM lashed out at the centre, calling UCC proposal yet another example of his dictator rule.
மதத்தை, சனாதனத்தை இன்றைக்கு மக்களிடத்திலே திணித்து ஒரு சர்வாதிகார ஆட்சியை இன்றைக்கு அவர்கள் நடத்தி கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள். அந்த பொது சிவில் சட்டம் என்பது நாட்டிலே ஏற்கனவே சிவில் சட்டம், கிரிமினல் சட்டம் என்ற சட்டங்கள் இருக்கிறது.
BJP, however, calls Uniform Civil Code Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas.
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने सभी का आह्वान किया है और हम सब भी चाहते हैं लागू हो, और सबका साथ सबका विकास सबके विश्वास के साथ लागू हो, और इसमें कहीं कोई मानसिक रूप से अपने आप को दिक्कत में न समझे, हम सबको साथ लेकर के चलेंगे.
The All India Muslim Personal Law Board has been relentlessly opposing UCC since the day it gathered steam, claiming that the Muslim personal law was an inalienable part of Muslim identity and Muslims would never lose their identity.
ऑलरेडी कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ने हर हिंदुस्तानी को रिलीजियस फ्रीडम एज अ फंडामेंटल राइट गारंटी किया है, तो वो राइट हर हिंदुस्तानी के पास बरकरार रखना चाहिए, उसको छीनने का किसी को हक और इख्तियार नहीं है.
An unofficial group of senior ministers has been formed that will deliberate upon the various issues related to UCC. This group will be chaired by Union Minister Kiran Rijiju. Battle lines drawn over UCC amid speculations that the Modi government is readying to table the One Nation, One Law bill in the monsoon session. Bureau Report, India Today.
And with that report, I'm slipping into a short break here on 6 p.m. Prime. On the other side, we get to our monsoon tracker with the focus particularly on Kerala. The red alert has now been downgraded, but the heavy downpour in the last few days has resulted in homes being completely inundated. Shivimul's reports coming your way in just a bit.
Tell us how you feel and the few reasons that came into your mind to shift this most important futures instrument from Singapore to India.
Any IFSC, the fulcrum always is a stock exchange where a lot of trading happens, and that's what India's main asset class, which is the index. Nifty index is the largest traded index in the world, and it also is the largest traded instruments in the world today. Some portion of it for offshore part was getting traded in SGX, that is Singapore Exchange, for over 20 years now, and that's where it was decided between two exchanges and two governments in around 2017-18 that the orders being placed on Singapore Exchange would come to the GIFT City, and they will be matched here along with the orders coming out of GIFT City itself. And that's where the project started in around 2017-18, and today it has culminated into complete transfer of all the orders coming out of Singapore from wherever in the world. When people place orders on Nifty index onto Singapore Exchange, they get transferred onto GIFT City transparently without even the user coming to know of it, and they get matched against the orders coming from GIFT City or other orders from SGX itself. And that is a first time in the world collaboration between two countries trying to compete but also collaborate, and the settlement will continue to take place with the Singapore customers as if they are trading in Singapore, but actually the trading is happening in GIFT City.
How, according to you, Will traders in India, this is an increasing demographic profile. We've seen young people come into trading, and all of us without fail start our day in the morning by looking at the SGX Nifty quote, which gives an indicator of how the Indian markets open. About 21 hours will be available for Indian traders to hedge their positions after the main markets close at 3:30 p.m. Apart from that, what all will change for Indian traders since SGX now starts trading out of Ahmedabad and not Singapore? Let's take it for traders first.
Traders who are trading in India usually would not be coming into the GIFT City because GIFT IFSC is actually an offshore jurisdiction as far as India is concerned. It trades in dollars, and normal Indian entities are not allowed to trade here except when they transfer using a liberalized remittance scheme of RBI up to $250,000 per year. So in a way, this is for the high-end traders or high-end investors across the world who have interest in the Indian markets. But naturally that flow which is available to trade on the GIFT Nifty would also somewhere through other means, when the FPIs have the registration in both Singapore as well as the domestic Indian markets, then they may be able to arbitrage between the two markets, and that's where the Indian markets will also become more deeper. But the other side, there are around 60 brokers of Indian origin who have now set up shops in GIFT City, which is actually a separate jurisdiction, and 40 more are in pipeline. So those people will be getting their customers from across the world to come here and place more orders, and that's where I believe it's going to be a more intense competition for liquidity, and also it will create a much larger pool of liquidity into the GIFT IFSC.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Every year this time around during the monsoon, several states struggling to cope with the situation, including Kerala now, where a red alert was issued by the Met Department for several districts. Let's round up for you all the images currently coming in. The monsoon has started finally gaining strength in Kerala, but along with it, endless woes for residents. Many districts in the state has received intense heavy rainfall. Waterlogging was witnessed particularly in Alappuzha district, where people are seen struggling to commute through inundated streets. These are images that we're showing you from Una district in Himachal Pradesh, where a flash flood was seen, in fact, pushing vehicles aside. The region has received heavy rainfall, leading to inundated roads and flooded homes in some villages. These are images that we're getting to you from Ernakulam, where people living in coastal areas and low-lying areas were seen bearing the brunt of the extreme monsoon. A government hospital in Bihar was completely flooded, leaving patients at the risk of infection. Rainwater entered the emergency ward of the DMCH government hospital. This is the largest hospital in North Bihar. Heavy rains were also reported in the national capital region. Waterlogging was reported in several parts of Delhi, Noida and Ghaziabad. There's a yellow alert currently from the Met Department. Let's focus on the situation, particularly the state of Kerala, because since Tuesday night, it's been raining literally cats and dogs across the state in several districts, particularly in central and northern parts of Kerala. Right now, the Met Department, fortunately, has downgraded the red alert. In some parts, it's orange alert. In some parts, it's a yellow alert. But the rains for the last few days has left behind, as always, inundation in several parts, leading to rescue workers also pulling out people from low-lying areas. Here's a report by Shibimol.
Uprooted trees, inundated streets and flooded houses. These are images of monsoon mayhem in Kerala. Incessant rainfall across the state since the night of July 4th has caused flash floods in several parts of the state.
Right now, the situation, of course, the rain has been a little low since today morning. But in the last few days, the monsoon was gaining a lot of strength and was raining heavily in many parts of the state. Today, the red alert has been withdrawn. And right now, the state authorities, the government is saying that we are not going into a flood-like situation like 2018 or 2019. Because in the next few days, there will be, the rainfall will be low. The rainfall will weaken is what the rains will weaken is what the IMD has predicted. But right now, many places, especially in central Kerala, are experiencing waterlogging, and you can see here we are in Ambalappuzha. This is a very important road that connects between Ambalappuzha and Alappuzha and Pathanamthitta, and the entire road is filled with water. The houses on both the sides are also filled with water. People, the commuters, are actually finding it very difficult to move from one location to another. The house is filled with water. You can see in the visuals here, all the things have been put on top or kept on top of this bed here, because the entire house, the rooms, the hall, everything is filled with water. Even in the kitchen, the entire room has been vacated, and all the things have been shifted to this side, the important things. And ചേച്ചി ഇവിടെ വെള്ളം എല്ലാ കൊല്ലവും കയറുന്നതാണോ?
എല്ലാ കൊല്ലവും കയറുന്നത്. ഞങ്ങൾ ഇവിടെ ആദ്യമായിട്ടാണ് വാടകയ്ക്ക് താമസിക്കുന്നത്. കൊച്ചു കുഞ്ഞുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. ഞങ്ങളെ അവിടെ രാത്രിയിൽ അപ്പുറത്തോട്ടാക്കി. പ്രസവിച്ച് 10 ദിവസമായുള്ളൂ. രാവിലെ ആഹാരമൊക്കെ വെക്കാൻ ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടുണ്ടായിരുന്നു.
People are forced to use boats as a means to commute in Pathanamthitta after heavy waterlogging. The government has issued a warning asking people to stay alert and avoid venturing into the sea.
Both the sides, you can see houses waterlogged, and people using boat services to commute. Both the sides, the houses are filled with water, and people have moved out of this place to camps and nearby other locations as part of their safety. Now, what the government, this time around, the monsoon has been delayed in Kerala, and also there's been a deficit in rainfall that the state received this time around. 67% deficit in the rainfall that the state received. But since the last 2 days, the monsoon has gained strength, and a lot of heavy rainfall has lashed parts of Kerala.
Rain alert is in place for many states, including the national capital. Heavy rains led to waterlogging in parts of Delhi NCR on Thursday. The Met Department has predicted heavy to very heavy rainfall in Gujarat and light to moderate rainfall in UP, Rajasthan, Haryana and Himachal Pradesh for the next 5 days. With Shibimol KG, Bureau Report, India Today.
And with that, I'm slipping into a short break here on India Today. Coming up on the other side, we're going to be talking about Threads. I'm referring to the app that's a direct rival to Twitter. We'll get you more details, so on that in just a bit.
So So that was Federal Reserve Chairperson Jerome Powell talking about further rate hikes will be appropriate going forward from here. But now joining in to discuss what can one expect on gold prices going forward. With me I have Sugandha Sachdeva, Executive Director and Chief Strategist at Acme Investment Advisors, joining right in. Welcome Sugandha, and so glad to have you on India Today with us. First up, gold prices really hit 3-month low on the MCX after US Fed decision last night. Do share with us, first of all, how do the gold prices really get impacted with the US Fed's move on the rates, and what does the current pause really mean for the prices going forward?
Yeah, hi, good evening, Sakshi. It's a pleasure to be a part of your show. In terms of the gold prices, we have seen that prices have inched lower after the Fed's decision to pause interest rates after almost 10 consecutive rate hikes. But yes, it's a hawkish stance which the Fed has maintained, even though the market was expecting that Fed would actually pause its year-long tightening spree. But then Fed has already hinted that they are likely to hike interest rates 2 more times this year. So now they're expecting the terminal rate to be around 5.6% this year, which is currently around 5.1%. So this is certainly negative for gold prices, because rise in interest rates increases the opportunity cost of holding gold, because gold is a non-interest yielding asset. So that is the reason we have seen some pressure coming in on gold prices. Apart from that, we have also seen that the Indian rupee has also been strengthening. So that has actually accentuated the pressure that we have seen on domestic gold prices.
Okay.
In terms of other key levels also, gold prices have reached the crucial support of $19.35 per ounce mark, which was acting as a very strong support area for a long time now. Since prices have pierced that level, the trajectory has been slightly lower only, but then the broader outlook I still feel is very positive, because pause is certainly there after 10 consecutive rate hikes. So that is likely to give some breather to gold prices going forward. And I think the shifting expectations regarding the rate hike going forward also will continue to dictate the direction of gold prices.
Right. So Sugandha, you did say that, the softening of prices could perhaps continue. Gold has already rallied quite sharply this year. It has also reached all-time high levels in India as well. What is your outlook on the gold prices for the rest of the calendar year? Are they likely to remain elevated at the current levels or cool off substantially, both internationally and domestically?
I think, Sakshi, prices are in an uptrend, and I think this uptrend is likely to persist at least for this year and next year as well, probably. But this year looks very promising, and gold is likely to remain the favored asset this year. So we have a lot of concerns about a global economic slowdown, which is likely to be engineered by these high interest rates. And we are also in a high inflationary environment. So that is another trigger which is likely to support gold prices. Apart from that, after 9 consecutive months of outflows from gold ETFs, for the last 3 months, we have seen inflows coming back into gold ETFs globally, and that has been majorly led by American funds. Another major reason which has been supporting gold prices is continued buying spree by central banks. In fact, last year, central banks bought a record 1,130 tons of gold. And this year also, this trend is continuing. In the first quarter of this year, we've seen gold purchases of almost 228 tons.
All right. Thanks a lot, Sugandha, for giving us all those insights on what to expect as far as gold prices and the outlook on gold is concerned going forward, and whether these dips could be an opportunity for investors to buy into the yellow metal.
Quality today. In Delhi, 25. In Mumbai, 34. In Kolkata, 23. In Bangalore, 35. In Chennai, 46. In Hyderabad, 65.
As Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg are all set to get into a cage fight, they're also fighting it out in the digital space. And that's because Threads has been launched by Facebook and Instagram to take on Twitter. So how different is Threads and what's the response been like? We tell you in our next report.
The much-anticipated battle between tech billionaires Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg has started. Zuckerberg has made the first move by launching a Twitter rival app called Threads. Instagram's text-based conversation app called Threads is now available for download for both Android and Apple users globally. Threads, just like Twitter, will allow users to post threads on the app and reply to others, all of which will be visible on your timeline. Threads also allows text up to 500 characters, links, pictures and videos up to 5 minutes in length. Meta has made it easy for Instagram users to join the new app by linking the two and allowing them to just port over. They do not have to change their handles and will be able to follow the same people as they do on Instagram. After just a couple of hours of the official rollout, Mark Zuckerberg announced on the app that the Threads app has passed 2 million signups in its first 2 hours live in the App Store. After the launch of Threads, Twitter is now surrounded by several rivals, including Jack Dorsey's Blue Sky and Mastodon. This battle is not just about platforms. For many, it's now become a battle of ideologies and money. Just recently, Twitter announced a rate limit restricting how many tweets users can see per day, which has upset many. Such tweaks can push users away from Twitter, making it easy for Zuckerberg's Threads to bring more subscribers on board. Although the rumored physical cage fight between Musk and Zuckerberg is still uncertain, the virtual battle has clearly begun. Bureau Report, India Today.
That's all we have time for in this edition of 6 p.m. Prime. Thanks for tuning in. Coming up on the other side of a very short break is Mission 2024 with Preeti Chaudhary. She's going to be running you through all the latest twists and turns coming in from Maharashtra, as Sharad Pawar has declared that he remains the chief of NCP.
This woman from Kazakhstan has made it her life's mission to help underprivileged children. Anna started an NGO during COVID-19 to educate children in Jaipur who can't afford going to school. Anna's NGO, called Indian Women Impact, has been at it for 3 years now, changing the lives of so many children for the better. Acting as a bridge for children from less privileged families, she offers quality coaching alongside her team of committed teachers.
The children, those who live in Basti, they go to a government school and they come here for study. To get extra knowledge, my parents live in a Basti and they cannot afford expensive course and school for me and my brother and sister. So sir, we come here and study all of those subjects.
Recently, some of the NGO students from disadvantaged backgrounds also performed a French play at the famed National School of Drama in Delhi. Anna and her husband, who is a doctor, use all of their earnings to try to maintain the NGO.
It's been 3 years as we have been running this NGO, Indian Women Impact, and the entire concept is to provide the quality, world-class education to the children from underprivileged backgrounds. And the dream we have is to create the school that can accommodate 5,000 students from such backgrounds, where we can compete with the world-class education. That's the dream.
At this Jaipur-based NGO, students from different backgrounds come together to get an opportunity to achieve all these dreams.
At the NGO, Anna and her group of dedicated teachers try to provide wings to dreams of underprivileged students who earlier had little or no avenues to fulfill their aspirations. Once they come over here, they leave their less than perfect backgrounds behind to get submerged into a world of creativity, of learning and of dreaming big. With camera person Manish Devankur Vadhavan in Jaipur for India Today.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 36 and minimum 26 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 28 and minimum 24 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 34 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 25 and minimum 19 degrees. Chennai, maximum 33 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 29 and minimum 23 degrees.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mode.
Pokerbazi, you hold the cards.
Very good evening. You're watching Mission 2024 and we're going to take you through all the tumultuous developments that have taken place over the course of the last 8 to 9 hours in the national capital, where Sharad Pawar was here. He's on his way out after addressing his own national executive, which his nephew Ajit Pawar has said is illegal. All of that coming up. First up, the headlines. Sharad Pawar faction axes Ajit Pawar, Praful Patel amongst all other rebels. Ajit faction dubs Uncle Sharad's meet illegal. Karnataka speaker in damage control mode after outrage over VIP lane demand for lawmakers. BJP hits out, calls Congress elitist. BJP ally AIDMK opposes centre's uniform civil code. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Stalin hits out at centre, says UCC bought as revenge against those opposing the BJP. Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister Shivraj in damage control mode after urination horror. Day after bulldozer razed accused's home, Chief Minister Shivraj washes victim's feet. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau fails to condemn repeated Khalistani threats. India slams Canada, says Trudeau legitimizing terror.
Let me make the larger point that the issue is not about freedom of expression, but its misuse for advocating violence, for propagating separatism, and for legitimizing terrorism.
Countdown to launch of Chandrayaan 3's moon mission. ISRO schedules mega launch for the 14th of July.
All right, viewers, let's get you up to speed with the latest news break that is coming in, and there's another escalation in the Pawar Parivar party fight. The latest coming in, Sharad Pawar states, I am the NCP president. No truth in Ajit Pawar's claims. Will approach EC and rebuild party. Sharad Pawar faction has disqualified, sacked all rebels. Ajit Pawar Tatkare, Praful Patel expelled. Rahul Gandhi now has met Sharad Pawar as well in midst of this ongoing fight for the claim of which is the real NCP, Ajit Pawar faction or the Sharad Pawar faction. Those visuals that are coming to you on your television screen after the National Executive, Sharad Pawar, Supriya Sule meeting Rahul Gandhi. Sitting next to them is Jitendra Awad. He is, of course, by the Sharad Pawar faction designated as the leader of opposition. Lots going down. Sharad Pawar is now leaving for Mumbai again. He says he's going to go to the people. He says he doesn't care about Chief Minister's aspirations or who is Deputy Chief Minister. Wishes Ajit Pawar the best, but makes it very clear that the party, the symbol belongs to him, which is Ajit Pawar. While Ajit Pawar has the numbers where arithmetic is concerned, where the numbers stand at 32. At 32, where the Sharad Pawar faction is concerned, the numbers right now at 14, where at least the Assembly, Vidhan Sabha Assembly in Maharashtra is concerned. On the national scale, if you look at in terms of the MPs and the MLAs, 5 each, both in Rajya Sabha and in Lok Sabha. Out of the 5 in Rajya Sabha, 1, Praful Patel has gone to the Ajit Pawar faction, 4 still with Sharad Pawar. Lok Sabha 1, Mr. Tatkare, Sunil Tatkare has gone to the Ajit Pawar faction, 4 still with Sharad Pawar. So in that sense, Sharad Pawar has majority, but deeply depleted when it comes down to the numbers in the Vidhan Sabha Assembly now. Listen in to all reactions.
आपको मुझे एक बात पता है कि राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस पार्टी का मैं प्रेसिडेंट हूँ। दूसरा किसी ने अपने नाम पर स्टेटमेंट दे दिया, कुछ बात कही, वो बात कह सकते हैं, इसमें कोई इम्पोर्टेंस नहीं, कोई सच्चाई नहीं है। पार्टी को ठेस पहुँचाने का काम कुछ साथियों ने किया, इससे फिर मजबूती से पार्टी को खड़ा करना, आगे ले जाना और अच्छी स्थिति पर लाना, ये मानसिकता हमारे सभी साथियों की थी। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि 2024 में महाराष्ट्र में हुकूमत बदलेगी। आज जिनके हाथ में हुकूमत है उनको लोग दूर करेंगे और जो कुछ अपोजिशन में काम करने वाले हमारे जैसे लोग हैं, इनके खिलाफ जिस तरह के कदम उठाए गए, इसकी कीमत उनको देनी पड़ेगी।
All right, let's take you through the developments with my colleague Sahil Joshi, Mumbai Bureau Chief, joining us right outside Pawar residence, where the National Executive is just about concluded. And Moshmi Singh, because Sharad Pawar also went to meet Rahul Gandhi. Rahul Gandhi expressing solidarity with his ally Sharad Pawar. Party now in a sense of deep turmoil. Sahil Joshi, take us through on what was discussed where the National Executive is concerned. Of course, everything been contested and deemed illegal by the Ajit Pawar faction.
Well, this is to assert that Sharad Pawar is still the president, because yesterday Ajit Pawar camp released their press release claiming that on 30th of June, they conducted a meeting in which elected MLAs, many office bearers, the people from the organizations were present, and they passed a resolution saying that the party is not being run by the democratic principles, and that's why it's not even running on the path formed in the constitution of the Nationalist Congress Party, and that is the reason why they are appointing Ajit Pawar as the national president. So obviously there has to be a counter to it, and to reiterate that Sharad Pawar still is the president of the party. Not only that, the party's working committee and extended working committee met today and sacked Praful Patel, Sunil Tatkare and 9 members of Maharashtra Legislative Assembly, including Ajit Pawar, who took oath on Sunday. with the BJP Shiv Sena government. Now, interestingly, Sharad Pawar has made it very clear that he knows that the fight is now going to be in the election commission. Right now, the party is saying that they are not going to go approach the court because they believe in the election commission. What we saw in the fight within the Shiv Sena, that the court did not interfere any matter till the time election commission took the decision with respect to symbol and the party and the name of the party. It's very clear now to Sharad Pawar that Ajit Pawar is out to take over the party's name and the symbol the way Eknath Shinde took over Shiv Sena's name and symbol from Uddhav Thackeray, and that is what the fight is going on at this point of time. Another important aspect of this press conference was that Pawar wanted to take this press meeting in Delhi to reiterate that the party's national president is still Sharad Pawar, not Ajit Pawar, the way it happened in Mumbai, and suddenly somebody is claiming that this happened. He also made an important claim about if the meeting happened on 30th of June, why the letter to the election commission reached on the 5th of July, to which the Ajit Pawar group is countering, saying that they had sent a letter on 30th June itself. So there is no question of delay of any sort. They have taken all the legal precautions and the fight is going to be till finish. It's very clear now that the fight is there going to be in the election commission, and only after that Sharad Pawar will get down on the road, as he keeps claiming again and again that the people who have gone with the BJP will face the consequences when the polls, they will face the polls in Maharashtra.
But you know that that time gap between when the election commission actually comes back can be very ambiguous because there is no immediate election in order. But Sahil, just coming right back to you, I just want to quickly pull in Maushmi also, who is joining us. And Maushmi, right after his national executive, he went to meet Rahul Gandhi. Visuals of that also coming in. What was discussed? Because of course Rahul Gandhi must be expressing in person solidarity of Sharad Pawar's party, completely in a mess right now, a vertical split there.
You know, Preeti, 10 Janpath and 6 Janpath are not just a stone throw away, the difference of just 4. But whether 2 and 2 is going to be 4 for the opposition is the big question. And that's one reason that, pictures of Rahul Gandhi, actually, he came in. Rahul Gandhi coming in right here behind me to meet Sharad Pawar was very, very symbolic, because there is a meeting of the opposition on the cards on the 17th and 18th in Bengaluru. And the big question now is whether the opposition is really a weakened opposition, whether Sharad Pawar will be able to make it, who was considered the Chanakya of the entire opposition unity. And there you are, minutes after Sharad Pawar concluded that entire presser, Rahul Gandhi just came here to meet Sharad Pawar for a 10-minute chat they had. Surely he would have said that the Congress is backing Sharad Pawar to the hilt, even as, it's interesting that how the politics is playing out in Delhi and in the state of Maharashtra with, very scathing remarks coming from Prithviraj Chavan on Pawar's ambition and his partiality to Supriya Sule. So all those factors are playing out, but besides that, Pawar also responded to opposition unity, mentioning the Congress, mentioning the Uddhav Sena, saying that we are going to win finally. So thereby underlining the fact that he is, still forced to reckon with, not only in the opposition but against the BJP.
All right, Sahil, pulling you in for one final question. Like you said, that Sharad Pawar wants the EC to make clear on which side who gets the symbol, who gets the party, and then he's going to take to the people and, go amongst the people. But that can take any amount of time. Fastest, I would reckon, it's happened in the case of the Shiv Sena, where it was given to Eknath Shinde. You have other political parties like the LJP, they've still been fighting for that symbol. The symbol is frozen, so, is the party. But having said that, what can be expected now? What's the next course of action?
Well, right now the Maharashtra Assembly session will begin in the second week of July, and in that session we will see some flares inside the assembly, because the speaker, it looks like, will ask the NCP section to sit in the treasury benches, and I think that the people who are with Sharad Pawar are going to oppose it. NCP is also going to lose the leader of opposition's positions because the speaker will have to take a call about who is going to be the leader of opposition. That is also going to be very crucial because once NCP gives up on the leader of opposition position, that also becomes very clear that they don't have the numbers. I mean, Sharad Pawar faction doesn't have the numbers. Most importantly, now what we will have to wait and see is that whether this opposition bloc remains together. Because, one of the resolution in today's meeting was that Sharad Pawar has made it very clear that they are going to remain with the opposition unity and they are going to continue to fight the war against the BJP and the NDA in Maharashtra as well as during the Lok Sabha elections. But whether the opposition partners are there with him. Today's, as Maushmi was mentioning, Rahul Gandhi is coming to express the solidarity. Even today in Mumbai, there was a meeting of the Congress party and they also came out and mentioned it very clearly that they are going to stand with Sharad Pawar the way they had taken a press conference even during when the problem in the Shiv Sena happened. So the course for the opposition is very difficult. The only option for the opposition parties, specifically the Shiv Sena, UBT, Sharad Pawar's NCP and the Congress, to stick together. If they try to dip into their own problems like the Congress, some of the people from the Congress were very jubilant the way NCP was going. That the breaking of NCP, they were looking out as an opportunity for them. That is going to spoil the opposition game. And that's what it looks like, that even Rahul Gandhi wanted to send a message to the state cadre that do not try these tactics at this point of time. This is a time that the opposition parties to stay united, and that's what the message they are trying to say.
Especially after we heard Prithviraj Chavan practically taking on Sharad Pawar for favouring his daughter over what possibly the insinuation was a better, more reliable and more capable prospect in Ajit Pawar. With that, appreciate both of you for joining us. Maushmi there, as well as Sahil Joshi. We're going to quickly shift focus to the developments that are coming in from Karnataka right now. Well, Karnataka's capital, Bengaluru, has been marred with infra crisis, but Speaker UT Khader has made a VIP appeal, asking the government to have the National Highways Authority of India to provide a separate VIP lane for smooth passage of lawmakers through toll gates. Many of us are stuck on those same very toll gates for hours at end. But this was mooted by the Speaker, saying that lawmakers, even the MLAs that have retired and no longer are MLAs, ex-MLAs, should get safe and clear passage through these toll gates.
India's Silicon Valley and Karnataka's capital, Bengaluru, is a crumbling mess. The IT city is plagued by traffic jams, frequent waterlogging, potholed roads. The list of woes is long and has been begging attention for years now. But Karnataka's politicians have bigger concerns to address, like how to get through a highway toll plaza in comfort. Assembly Speaker UT Khader on Thursday suggested that the National Highways Authority of India should create a VIP lane for MLAs and former MLAs.
Seniors ex-MLA told in the NHA guidelines policy, where they have got already emergency and representative lane is there. In that, MLAs and other names are specified. Ex-MLAs are not specified. We are also respected and dignified and aged also. So for us also, you should consider the request.
Demand for a VIP lane for MLAs and former MLAs came after Congress MLA PM Narendra Swamy claimed harassment at a toll plaza.
Pass is issued. It is not for everyone. Pass is issued to the elected representatives only. When the treatment of those toll guys are like this, can you ask us to behave gently with them?
The Speaker's demand for a separate lane triggered sharp reactions. The BJP pointed out that a VIP lane for lawmakers already exists.
Already there is a VIP lane. Already there is a VIP line. Who should be allowed in that VIP line is important. Probably in this direction, the ambulance and the VIP line has been already created. So only thing is who has to be included, has to be looked into it. Probably let us see what Honorable Speaker has been suggesting.
BJP MP Tejasvi Surya called the Congress elitist for seeking a VIP lane. Karnataka PWD minister has denied any plan to add more VIP lanes.
ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ನಾವು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪರ್ಟ್ನ ಕೇಳಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ನಾವು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪರ್ಟ್ ನೇಮಿಸ್ತೀವಿ. ಮತ್ತೆ ಯಾವ್ದು ಸೇರಿಸಬೇಕು ಯಾವುದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪರ್ಟ್ ಕಮಿಟಿ ಮೇಲೆ ನಿರ್ಧಾರ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ನಾವು ಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ.
The Karnataka Speaker's demand for separate lane for MLAs at toll plazas has reignited the debate on the VVIP racism that pervades the system. Pure Report, India Today.
All right, and the news that we are breaking is a U-turn by the Karnataka Speaker UT Khadar. He's tried to get into some damage control finally after suggesting a VVIP lane at toll plazas for MLAs. Khadar now says that he only articulated a suggestion made by ex-MLAs. Khadar's suggestion has come in for massive criticism, especially from the BJP and also from the regular citizenry that has called it entitlement, VVIP racism of sorts, where they want a separate lane for themselves.
Ex-MLAs, many of them, they were arrested. They said, please give us a pass also. And this is the issue is there. And seniors, ex-MLA told in the NHA guidelines policy, where they have got already emergency and representative lane is there. In that MLAs and other names are specified. Ex-MLAs are not specified. We are also respected and dignified and and aged also. So for us also you should consider the request was the.
All right, I'm going to cut across right now to my colleague Naga, who's joining us with the very latest. You know, it's very interesting, Naga, if you look at it, because the Congress's entire campaign was built on the people, of what their demands were against the VVIP culture at an extent, and now completely the opposite playing out in the state.
Well, it's the speaker who made the comment sitting in the chair yesterday while addressing the House. He did an observation that why not a separate lane for MLAs and ministers, because one of the MLAs stood up in the House and said the toll operators are harsh to him and use abusive language to check the sticker that every MLA car has. It's not just Congress, Preeti, but many BJP MLAs too had the same opinion that yes, maybe we need a separate lane as well. But the government has come on record that they have no plans. The present ambulance and VV lane that is sufficient, and they don't have to construct a new one, is what the government has come on record and said that PWD minister has said that they have no such plans. And the speaker also has gone on record to say that it was just a suggestion that and he doesn't support this VVIP culture, neither has he asked the government to take a look at it. It was just an observation made, he said, while the toll operators are trying to harass the MLAs and VVIPs while passing through the lane, is what he said. So it is not just Congress versus BJP here in Karnataka. We spoke to all three parties. It is more of a mentality issue for the politicians and the attitude problem that they have. They have a sense of entitlement, both Congress and BJP and JDS here.
Well, appreciate you joining us, Nagarjun, and clearing it out. Not just the Congress, it's also the BJP MLAs all together. At least that's where political boundaries and ideologies blur when it comes down to entitlement. Well, at least the Congress government has now come out and said it's not happening. And the Speaker has also clarified, albeit under pressure, that there is no suggestion in terms of action. He was just articulating some MLAs' sentiments, which included the likes of BJP MLAs as well. With that, a quick break. On the other side, a fact check segment.
This, ladies and gentlemen, is a dystopic reality. and it is by any yardstick a growing epidemic. We are all hooked. Admit it, deny it, and this means serious trouble. We are slaves to our gadgets. The addiction has not even spared the young ones.
During this pandemic, there was a shift in the routine life of everyone, and even for my child, when the online classes started, in this 2 years, the first year he was fine, but as and when the screen time got increased, so he started shifting the screens during the classes to see some gaming videos during the classes. I could see that like his craving for that, like asking for mobile, it became more. He used to become arrogant, sometimes aggressive, and later it started being physical. Maybe like screaming, it may be screaming or hitting the walls, something like that, behavioral changes.
Is this how people around you behave all the time? Their heads down into their phones, the relationship with the gadget not broken even during meal times. Well, does this happen to you often? Lost in the real world, only present in the virtual? Are you one of those people who can't do without your phones? You have a relationship only with your gadgets and your screens and not with your friends and family members. Therapy and de-addiction to recover from technology addiction is fast catching up in India, given the situation we found ourselves in. But what exactly is addiction to gadgets?
A lot of this watching screen all the single time is just illuminating our brains quite a lot. You've seen a Christmas tree all lit up. Our brain has a lot of these neuropaths. So every time you see a stimulus, some neuropath gets lit up. And when we are watching screens, it's so stimulating. These games, these video games, these vlogs and these reels that are going on for every 1 minute, something keeps getting stimulated for you all. So a lot of neuropaths are getting lit. So if you see a brain scan of a child, it looks like a Christmas tree all lit up. So it becomes very difficult for someone with such an excited brain to cool themselves down, to calm themselves down. So yes, this is an epidemic.
You are watching Fact Check segment where we bust fake news. On 28th June, a copy of the Quran was set ablaze outside the Stockholm Central Mosque in Sweden, sparking massive outrage by Muslim-dominated nations. This sparked viral claims on social media that the governments of Qatar and Kuwait have called for the expulsion of all people of Swedish origin from their countries. However, India Today's investigation found that though Qatar and Kuwait have condemned the Quran burning incident, neither of them has said that they will expel all Swedish people. This fact check on viral fake news is done by India Today's team Afwa.
Expert, and I'm going to show you all the different ways to achieve your fitness goals. If you see, I'm hanging by a harness over here. Very interesting because I'm about to do aerial bungee jumping. Anushka is an expert at that. She's going to teach me and Nitika how to do this. It combines dance, acrobatics, and helps you achieve your overall fitness goals.
These workouts help you defy gravity and make you use body weights to propel movements.
You are strapped to a harness, a bungee cord that is secured to the ceiling. This form of workout has been around for many years, but only just recently picking momentum in India, quite literally. Here you can see Nitika and me having a lot of fun. A dance-like routine, lunges, jumps, and Peter Pan-like movement. How does this even help?
You burn your beautiful calories in a beautiful way.
Yeah.
Second, you sweat because you sweat, your pores get open and activated.
Yeah.
Because of your heart pumping, there's so much of blood rush, your blockages get open.
Yeah.
Then you have knees functioning.
Yeah.
So the function of your knee, because the format in such a way that it's a low impact.
These exercises are extremely nice. They are basically taking off the weight from your joints. There are certain injuries that you're still predisposed to, especially if you are a person who has low back pain involvement of any kind. So if you're an osteoporotic person, bungee jumping may not be, or the bungee exercises may not be the best workout for you.
Aerial bungee fitness has a lot of benefits. Not only is it a full body workout, it's also low impact exercise, making it suitable for anyone susceptible to injuries. It will give you core strength and stability and enhanced flexibility. It also helps with stress relief and mood enhancement, which is a given with any workout.
They're jumping up in the air and giving each other high five, and guess what? They're burning a lot of calories while doing it. Why would you not go in for an exercise which is so much fun? Now, just to give you a download, one session can cost you anything between 800 to 1000 rupees, and you should ideally do it thrice a week to maintain that continuity. I've had a great session with you doing this workout. Tell me a little bit about who should not do this, because it involves a lot of movement.
Okay, so talking about who should not do this, because it's definitely very hard on your heart. So anybody with heart diseases will not perform bungee. Second, pregnant ladies, anybody with knee injuries, any fracture which has not been healed cannot perform this.
Co-powered by The world comes together at Sharda University. SBI Mutual Fund, a partner for life. UBI, अच्छे लोग अच्छा बैंक.
Good evening, you're watching To The Point. I'm Preeti Chaudhary. While all eyes are trained on the ongoing political saga in Maharashtra on which is the real NCP, belongs to whom? Ajit Pawar faction, Sharad Pawar faction. In midst of that, there was also some heavy politicking that went down in the capital, and that was the Congress meet on Rajasthan. With assembly elections in Rajasthan now just less than 6 months away, the Congress party facing a make or break leadership tussle between current Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot and Sachin Pilot. The senior Congress leaders met today to discuss potential strategy for the upcoming election. The visuals that you see are of the Congress senior leadership alongside of Sachin Pilot, and virtually joining was the Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot. There was an attempt to resolve the ongoing leadership dispute. The meeting, which was held at the party's headquarters, saw the participation of Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge, former party chief Rahul Gandhi, Congress General Secretary K.C. Venugopal, State in charge Sukhjinder Randhawa. Also present was State Unit Chief Govind Singh Dottasara and other senior Rajasthan Congress leaders. Mr. Gehlot joined in virtually, as he says he's fractured both his toes, but Sachin Pilot was sitting right next to Rahul Gandhi. Sources say Congress might accommodate Pilot now in the role of party's Rajasthan unit chief or the campaign committee in charge. The Congress believes that the BJP is extremely divided in Rajasthan, which is an opportunity for the party to retain the state and break the norm of an alternate government every 5 years. Now, over the past month, Mr. Pilot has been publicly critical of Mr. Gehlot's administration over alleged inaction against corruption charges levied against the previous Vasundhara Raje-led BJP government. Mr. Pilot has also called for the disbanding of the Rajasthan Public Service Commission and demanded action for victims of job exam paper leak. Congress says the party will fight unitedly in the upcoming polls and that the party is fully confident of winning it. Remember, this meet comes on the heels of Congress clearing the mess in Chhattisgarh. Can it assure a truce like Chhattisgarh in the desert state of Rajasthan as well?
29 leaders from Rajasthan have participated in this meeting, including Chief Minister, PCC President and other senior leaders. Everybody unanimously decided that we have to win Rajasthan and we can win Rajasthan easily, provided there should be total unity. Therefore, everybody unanimously resolved that there will be a unity among the Rajasthan Congress.
राजस्थान के विधानसभा को लेकर कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष खड़गे जी, हमारे नेता राहुल गांधी जी, सब लोगों ने, रंधावा जी ने एक मीटिंग कॉल करी थी और सभी राजस्थान के प्रमुख नेताओं को यहाँ पर आमंत्रित किया गया था। लगभग 4 घंटे हमारी ये चर्चा हुई। आने वाले कुछ महीनों के बाद राजस्थान के विधानसभा के चुनाव हैं, उन चुनावों के लिए क्या स्ट्रेटेजी होनी चाहिए, कैसे पिछले 25 सालों में लगातार यहाँ पर एक बार भाजपा एक बार कांग्रेस का जो प्रकरण चल रहा है उसको खत्म कर पुनः दोबारा सरकार कांग्रेस की कैसे बने, इस पर बहुत सार्थक, व्यापक और महत्वपूर्ण चर्चा हुई। सभी मुद्दों पर हम लोगों ने डिस्कशन किया, बड़े खुले दिमाग से किया और मुझे बताते हुए खुशी है कि सभी लोगों ने ये कॉन्फिडेंस व्यक्त किया है कि हम अगले कुछ महीनों में मेहनत कर अपनी सरकार को रिपीट कर सकते हैं।
All right, so how was the peace brokered? Number one, it seems an assurance has been given that the Chief Minister face of elections will not be announced. Will Pilot once again get the state chief post? That's a big question. All 3 demands of Pilot have been partially accepted, is what we are being given to understand. Now, Congress's leadership issues as well in the recent past, they've been settled. Will the Congress be able to set in Rajasthan is the question. In Karnataka, Dr. D.K. Shiv Kumar versus Siddaramaiah resolved. Where Chhattisgarh is concerned, Bhupesh Baghel versus T.S. Singh Deo temporarily resolved. T.S. Singh Deo now Deputy Chief Minister. Madhya Pradesh, Kamal Nath versus Digvijay Singh resolved. Clearly, Kamal Nath coming in, possibly being the chief ministerial face and under whom the election would be fought in the state of Madhya Pradesh. But in Rajasthan, Ashok Gehlot versus Sachin Pilot, unresolved. Let's cut across to our guest this evening, Sanjay Jha, political analyst, someone who's batted for Sachin Pilot quite fiercely in the past. Rashid Kidwai, senior journalist. Sharad Kumar, senior editor, Jaipur Bureau. I want to cut across to our Jaipur Bureau chief before we go to Rashid Kidwai and Sanjay Jha. Sharad, क्या हलचल है? कुछ सेटलमेंट दिखाई दे रही है अब? क्योंकि एक बात तो तय है, जो चीफ मिनिस्टर की मांग थी वो अब नहीं रही है। एक स्टेप पीछे सचिन पायलट ने भी लिया है, एक क्या कह रहे हैं, काफी स्टेप पीछे सचिन पायलट गए हैं। क्या प्रॉमिस हुआ है? कुछ आंकड़े निकल के आ रहे हैं?
देखिए, साथ तो थे, भले ही जयपुर और दिल्ली में थे, मगर साथ थे। दिल भी मिल रहे हैं क्या, ये बड़ा सवाल है। हम लोग कर्नाटक की बात करते हैं, छत्तीसगढ़ मॉडल की बात करते हैं, मगर मुख्यमंत्री अशोक गहलोत क्या सचिन पायलट को किसी भी भूमिका में स्वीकार करने के लिए तैयार हैं क्या? क्योंकि जो अंदर रुख रहा, जो हमारे विधायकों से, मंत्रियों से बातचीत हो रही है, मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जो थे वो थोड़ा सा कड़े तेवर में थे। जैसे मुख्यमंत्री अशोक गहलोत अपना काम गिना रहे थे तो उन्होंने कहा कि आप बोल लिए हैं तो मैं बोलूं, और फिर उन्होंने कहा कबीर के दोहे सुनाए, काल करे सो आज करे, आज करे सो अब, पल में प्रलय होगी बहुरी करेगा कब। तो ये कहने का मतलब था कि अब कब करोगे, बहुत लेट हो चुका है। ये जो कबीर के दोहे उन्होंने मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे ने मुख्यमंत्री अशोक गहलोत को सुनाए हैं, मुझे लग रहा है कि कहीं ना कहीं अभी तक ये हम साथ हाथ हैं पिक्चर रिलीज कर दी कांग्रेस के डायरेक्टर के.सी. वेणुगोपाल ने, लेकिन द एंड अभी बाकी है। एंड में क्या होगा, क्या सचिन पायलट किस रोल में होंगे, क्या एआईसीसी के महासचिव बनकर उन्हें यहाँ से हटाया जाएगा, अगर कैंपेन कमेटी के चेयरमैन बनते हैं तो क्या मुख्यमंत्री अशोक गहलोत एक कदम आगे बढ़ा के गले लगाएंगे, क्योंकि आप भी बता रहे हैं प्रीति, हम लोग भी देख रहे हैं कि सचिन पायलट अब पूरी तरह से गांधी परिवार को खुद को सौंप चुके हैं और गांधी परिवार को लगता है कि हमें इनकी भूमिका तलाशनी होगी। अब लोग कह रहे हैं कि ऐसी क्या इमरजेंसी थी, पैर में चोट लगी थी, 7 दिन का बेड रेस्ट था, 7 दिन पूरा होने वाला था कल, बहुत होता तो 7 दिन और हो जाता, ये मीटिंग ठीक होने के बाद सशरीर उपस्थित हो जाते अशोक गहलोत। मगर कांग्रेस ने दिखाने की कोशिश की है कि चुनाव आ गया है, अब आला भी हम हैं और कमान भी मेरे पास है, तो हम आपके बिना भी मीटिंग कर सकते हैं, आप चोटिल हैं तो वीसी से जुड़ जाइए। और जिन नेताओं को बुलाया गया था वो सारे वो नेता थे जो रिकॉन्सिलेटरी बात करते हैं, जो किसी धड़े के नहीं हैं और जो तेवर नहीं दिखाते हैं। तो कहीं ना कहीं एक संदेश दिया है कांग्रेस ने कि जो कांग्रेस पार्टी के बारे में सोचते हैं वो हमारी पार्टी, हम उनको दिल्ली बुलाकर मीटिंग कर सकते हैं, आप लोग लड़ोगे तो लड़ते रहो। एक और बात कही है राहुल गांधी ने कि लॉयल्टी जो है, लॉयल्टी कांग्रेस में रॉयल्टी देगा, हम लॉयल्टी को आगे रखते हैं और कभी न कभी आप लोगों को मिलेगा। वो सचिन पायलट की बगावत का जिक्र था और 25 सितंबर को जो कुछ मुख्यमंत्री अशोक गहलोत के लोगों ने या इनके कहने पर किया गया, उन दोनों का वो सीधे सीधे जिक्र न करके दोनों नेताओं को एक संदेश देना चाह रहे थे। लेकिन देखिए सचिन पायलट जिस बात पे अड़े हुए थे प्रीति कि आरपीएससी का पुनर्गठन हो और दूसरा वसुंधरा राजे के शासन के दौरान जो भ्रष्टाचार उसकी जांच हो, तो उनका फेस सेविंग तो देखिए कांग्रेस ने कर दी है कि आपको हम तरजीह दे रहे हैं। अब आगे रोल को लेकर कहा जा रहा है कि हो सकता है कि आज रात तक डिसाइड हो जाए,
सचिन पायलट थे उन्होंने हर रैली में बहुत बोला था इन तीनों पे कि वो हिलेंगे नहीं जब तक ये 3 चीजें सरकार नहीं मानेगी। एक फेस सेवर दे दिया है उनको। अगर आप देखें तीनों में गहलोत जी ने वो एक्सेप्ट कर लिया है या उनको एक्सेप्ट करने के लिए बोल दिया गया है?
देखिए एक्सेप्ट कर लेते तो शायद के.सी. वेणुगोपाल को प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस पे बात नहीं कहनी पड़ती। उन्होंने कल ट्वीट किया, लेकिन ट्वीट में पुनर्गठन की बात जो है वो छुपा गए थे, जिसे के.सी. वेणुगोपाल को कहना पड़ा कि हम विधेयक लेकर आएंगे और कानून बनाएंगे कि कैसे सदस्य बन सकते हैं, क्योंकि अभी बाबूलाल कटारा पकड़े गए थे। अब राजस्थान में सही भी है कि जिसको जो मन चाहे मुख्यमंत्री बना सकता है आरपीएससी का सदस्य, और फिर पेपर लीक में पकड़े जाते हैं। तो फेस सेविंग तो दे दिया है, लेकिन वही मसला अटका हुआ है। बहुत सारे मंत्रियों और विधायकों ने, 4 मंत्री और विधायक ने कहा कि आप यहाँ पर बीजेपी से जीतने की बात तो कर रहे हो, राहुल गांधी मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे का, लेकिन जो हमारे 2 बड़े नेता हैं सचिन पायलट अशोक गहलोत, उनको साथ लाओ, क्योंकि बीजेपी इसी मुद्दे पर हमें घेरती है। उनको कैसे साथ लाओगे, आप इसकी बात करो। राहुल गांधी और मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे इस बात को सुन रहे थे, तो मुझे लग रहा है कि वो जो फीडबैक लिए हैं हो सकता है कुछ काम करें। प्रताप सिंह खाचरवास जैसे नेता हैं, उन्होंने कहा कि पावर का सेंट्रलाइजेशन हो गया है, एक ही आदमी के पास पावर है, पावर जो है बंटना चाहिए, 3 महीने का समय है, पावर शेयरिंग कीजिए आप। रघु शर्मा जैसे नेता, उन्होंने कहा कि अच्छे 98 के बाद हम कभी बहुमत में नहीं आए हैं। पिछली बार अशोक गहलोत सचिन पायलट साथ थे, तब भी हम बहुमत में नहीं आ पाए। तो स्थिति इतनी आसान नहीं है। और राहुल गांधी ने कहा कि योजनाएं जो है अच्छी हैं, मगर सिर्फ योजनाएं नहीं जिता सकती हैं। तो मुझे लगा कि घर संभालने की एक कवायद की शुरुआत है और आज बहुत अच्छा खुशनुमा माहौल में सारे कांग्रेसी खुश हैं वहां से, और सचिन पायलट भी खुश हैं, जो गए थे वो खुश हैं, कार्यकर्ता खुश हैं। मगर फिर कह रहा हूँ कि प्रीति अभी पिक्चर का तो एंड है,
देखिए पिक्चर हर जगह बाकी है। महाराष्ट्र में पिक्चर बाकी है, राजस्थान में पिक्चर बाकी है, हर जगह बाकी है। बने रहिएगा शरद आप हमारे साथ। I just want to bring in Rashid Kidwai, Sanjay Jha into this conversation. Rashid Kidwai, you know, what are your sources telling you? Earlier on, it seemed that the Congress was not in a mood to entertain Sachin Pilot. That has thawed right now. One by one, leadership issues or the crisis that has been faced is seemingly getting resolved in each state. We just saw what went down just 4 days ago, where Mr. Dio was given deputy CM-ship. This is a little more complicated than that. But Rashid Kidwai, what was offered? Because we are given to understand, number one, Sachin Pilot was very clear that he wanted to be the campaign committee in charge where Rajasthan is concerned. At least he'll have a say in ticket distribution. The other thing which seemingly was offered is the post of General Secretary, either Maharashtra or Kamal Nath saying, because close to Sachin Pilot, that you come to Madhya Pradesh. What really went down, Rashid Kidwai?
I think, Preeti, today's upshot is that assertive Kharge, it is a return of the high command culture. The Congress president is having a kind of, leverage and a kind of mandate that, he can resolve things independently. So it's a bad day for Ashok Gehlot for a variety of reasons, but I'm not sure whether it's the end game for Ashok Gehlot because, his camp can play some monkey trick. So we have to wait and watch. But I think in terms of optics, the fact of the matter is that Mr. Kharge is not only able to tame Ashok Gehlot, but he has also brought, Sachin Pilot on board. Now, Sachin Pilot is ready to take a Delhi assignment or assignment in Jaipur. So he is not, he is not blocking anything. So in that sense, all credit should go to Mr. Kharge that, as you cited example of Chhattisgarh, then we've seen in Karnataka, we've seen it in many places. So Kharge is doing it in a very decisive manner. I've covered Congress for many decades. I have not seen that, either Sitaram Kesri or PV Narasimha Rao, being able to do things in organization the way Mr. Kharge is doing it. And this goes to his credit. And recently he had a one-on-one meeting with Rahul Gandhi. So it seems that he and Gandhi family are not on the same page and he's able to do much more. So this is a positive signal for the Congress, big day for Congress, as I said. Now, how Mr. Gehlot reacts to all this, because just one last thing, Preeti, the fact that Congress saying that, no chief ministerial face will be projected is all right. When there is not an incumbent Congress chief minister, it's bizarre because you can't say this that Bhupesh Baghel will not be the chief ministerial face in Chhattisgarh. So the fact that they have said that Ashok Gehlot, in effect, what Venu Gopal has said, that Ashok Gehlot would not be a chief ministerial face in Rajasthan, I think this is very, very significant. And I don't know how
it is significant, and clearly it's you don't know how is Rashid Kidwai, the sheer fact that Mr. Gehlot, we wish him well, we wish his health well, but he was in the hospital at the right time where the meeting was to be called and then joined virtually because he says he's fractured both his toes. But Sanjay Jha, I want to bring you in. Do you also see that, Sachin Pilot also needed to, and he has now, clearly calmed down a bit, taken a step back, reassessed his position and then played his, hand, because earlier on he was also being very aggressive in terms of language outside and then the stand that he also has taken with the Congress High Command. There's been a climb down on his part as well.
Preeti, you look at the larger context of this current development in Rajasthan. Number one, the Congress has clearly got a tailwind after Karnataka. Now, we all know that there are 5 states going to the elections in November, December. 3 of them, if you include, are in the center and central India and the western India, Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh and Madhya Pradesh. And then you have Telangana in the south and Mizoram in the northeast. And I think the Congress is really at the moment believing, and I think correctly so, that they have a chance to actually come up with a phenomenal performance. The news so far, politics is extremely fluid, but the news so far is extremely encouraging for the Congress in Madhya Pradesh and in Chhattisgarh and in Mizoram. After what has happened in Manipur, I think you're going to find a significant ripple effect of that. And in Telangana, I also believe that once again, the Congress seems to be getting its edge back into play. So at the moment, and I agree with Rashid what he's saying here, that Mr. Kharge becoming the Congress president and, Rahul Gandhi being relieved of this executive decision making, that is not an easy job, I think is turning out to be a very formidable combination. So the only state where the Congress seemed to be concerned, and genuinely so, was Rajasthan, and because of a very, brazen public gridlock between the two leaders. And I think the Congress has recognized that they have now a distinct chance to, hopefully upset the BJP in Rajasthan, because it is a swing state that moves from one state to the one party to the other. But I can tell you this with confidence, that Sachin at no point, and I'm saying so here because I know him pretty well, at no point entertained the prospect which was being speculated by many that he will leave the Congress or start his own party. Sachin was always of the conviction that the party has to give him firstly recognize what he did 5 years ago and the way he's hung on despite the extremely awkward situation that happened a few years ago. But he never threw in the towel. And I do believe it's a win-win for the Congress to bring these two stalwarts. One is young, one is older.
You can try, but will it happen is the question. And Rashid Kidwai, the sheer fact right now, will Sachin Pilot, who has been adamant, at least with the fact that he wanted to stay in the state-level politics of Rajasthan and given a position in Rajasthan, will he now accept maybe a General Secretary, Madhya Pradesh or a Maharashtra, which possibly he was offered today?
Yes, I think from the after today's meeting, I think Sachin Pilot is very much open to the idea because he has put that ball in Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge's court. Mr. Kharge has won him over not with kind of confrontation, but with reason and with logic and rationale, etc. So I see in Madhya Pradesh there are over 25 assembly seats where there is a sizable Gujar vote. So Mr. Pilot is a quite effective person as a campaigner.
And he has a great working relationship with Mr. Kamal Nath as well.
Precisely. But Preeti, there's just one thing very quickly. See, the problem is if there is going to be election the same time in Rajasthan, and if Mr. Sachin Pilot is made in charge of Madhya Pradesh, another election bouncer, I think that doesn't gel very well. So I think Sachin is going to seek time till November, just 6 months, and till then he would want to be in Rajasthan, and after that, of course, he'll be free to take up a kind of General Secretary's post. But he's left it to Kharge.
All right, if he's open to it, because till now with our understanding was that he was very clear that, he's cut his teeth, earned his spurs in the state of Rajasthan, would want to continue with Rajasthan politics, especially at this time where, you're at a crossroads where leadership is concerned. Sanjay Jha, you wanted to make a point.
Yeah, Preeti, I agree with you completely. Sachin is invested in Rajasthan. That is the state that he actually helped bring back to the Congress at a time when the Narendra Modi wave was very strong. And I do think that his political career, frankly, has fructified from that state. So the question of him abandoning Rajasthan doesn't arise because if the Congress does well in Rajasthan, or even if it doesn't do as well in Rajasthan, I do see that the message being sent out is that Sachin is definitely the future. I don't think anybody will debate that. Even Mr. Gehlot will agree with it.
I'm going to quickly, well, you don't know if Mr. Gehlot will agree with it. I don't think Mr. Gehlot is going to agree with it. And Sharad,
I agree with you.
I want to bring in Sharad quickly on that. Sharad, जो दिल मिलने की आप बात कर रहे थे, अगर सचिन पायलट कहें कि देखिए हमें कैंपेन इंचार्ज तो आपको बनाना पड़ेगा, वो कैसे एक्सेप्ट होगा वहां पर? फिर वही बात आ जाएगी टिकट डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन की, और आप तो जानते ही हैं क्योंकि बहुत बार गहलोत साहब खुद जो जादूगर है उसको बार प्ले करते हैं.
मुझे लग रहा है कि मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी और राहुल गांधी दोनों की भूमिका यहाँ पर महत्वपूर्ण होगी. अगर वो समझाव परस्यू कर पाते हैं तो ठीक है, वरना डंडा चलाना पड़ेगा, तभी जाके मिल पाएंगे. वैसे आइडियल सिचुएशन में ये मिलने से रहे, और कांग्रेस के आम कार्यकर्ता का ऐसा मानना है कि जब तक ये दोनों मिलेंगे नहीं तब तक राजस्थान हम जीते नहीं. एक परसेप्शन बना हुआ है सचिन पायलट गुजर वोट बैंक, गुजर नेता, लेकिन आप चले जाओ जाटलैंड में, नागौर में, या फिर बाड़मेर में, या फिर हनुमानगढ़ में, पूर्वी राजस्थान से बड़ी बड़ी रैलियां उन्होंने की है. तो वो एक परसेप्शन पता नहीं दिल्ली में ऐसा बना हुआ है कि वो गुजर नेता है, मगर सचिन पायलट का जो अपील है अक्रॉस ऑल कास्ट है. तो इसीलिए कार्यकर्ता भी चाह रहे हैं कि अशोक गहलोत का अनुभव, उनका काम और सचिन पायलट का नाम साथ रहे. इसीलिए कार्यकर्ताओं में खुशी भी है. क्या पता कोई राह निकले यहाँ से, मगर फिर कह रहा हूँ कि दिल मिलना इतना आसान नहीं है. ये खाई इतनी गहरी है.
जी, खाई गहरी है पर पता नहीं हो जाए, अभी भर जाए, वही बात है. बहुत शुक्रिया all three of you. Thank you for joining us, especially with what Sharad was saying, where the Gujar vote is concerned. Well, Sachin Pilot is very clear that he is not just a Gujaron ka neta or a leader of the Gujars, and that possibly is one of the reasons he might not go to a state like Madhya Pradesh, where there are about 20 seats which have the impact, where the Gujar vote impacts. He wants to be a leader in Rajasthan. Like I said earlier, he's cut his teeth there, he's earned his spurs. His political career has been, rests on his laurels won in Rajasthan. Will he let it go so easily? Well, today it seemed that at least the High Command was concerned, was tilting maybe towards Sachin Pilot. What tomorrow brings, we'll keep you updated. A quick break. Up next, Rahul Gandhi.
tell us what the brand means for India, sir. The premium motorcycling, and of course for Hero MotoCorp, entering from a Aam Aadmi segment to a premium motorcycle, that to a super luxury premium motorcycling, sir. How does it feel as a brand, sir?
Well, the brand Harley Davidson, of course, is already present in India, now being distributed by Hero very successfully. There has been a very successful transition from Harley's earlier business model to the current business model of distribution. So the brand is very well known, very popular here. There is a large set of customers who were wanting the Harley Davidson brand, but it was out of reach for them. Now, with the introduction and the launch of the Harley Davidson X440 this evening, booking starting tomorrow, Harley Davidson brand is going to become in the reach and affordable for many, many more consumers who would want a Harley Davidson, which is exactly what we are wanting to do.
So how excited are you when it comes to, tying up with Hero MotoCorp, one of the largest motorcycling companies in the world? Harley Davidson also one of the biggest names in the super premium luxury segment of motorcycling. How does it feel to tie up with Hero and eventually trying to get a good market share in India?
Well, very excited. First of all, we never left India. Yeah. I changed the business model to be more successful than we have been in the past by truly partnering with one of the leaders in India in terms of manufacturing and engineering. It's a perfect 1+1=3 scenario. As you know, Hero took over our distribution for Harley Davidson when we in 2020 when we started our new hardwire strategy, which also included a key pillar to selectively expand into new business segments. And that was one segment that Dr. Munjal and I decided back then in 2020 could be a great opportunity. Ever since then, it's actually become a very fast-growing premium segment in India, and to be able to launch a bike that was originated in 2020, that is designed, that is engineered and has the look, sound and feel of a true Harley Davidson, manufactured in India is a very special day for us.
And how many motorcycles are you planning to get into India through Hero? And how much investment, Pavanji, also I'll take some numbers out there. How much investment is the company undertaking from either a Harley or your internal investments? How is the numbers matching up there, sir?
Well, Niranjan, in his earlier discussion interviews with you all, has already spoken about the investments that Hero is making now and going forward, both in the premium segment and electrification. Hero's focus is huge right now on electrification and the premium segment strategy. So he's already given those numbers to over 1,500 crores every year going forward. The rest of the question, I think, was...
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 36 and minimum 26 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 28 and minimum 24 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 34 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 25 and minimum 19 degrees. Chennai, maximum 33 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 29 and minimum 23 degrees.
Breathe.
A stronger core, a toned figure, classical yoga. Add some anti-gravity into the mix. and you have this fun, elegant and rather exciting aerial yoga practice going for you. Celebrities all over are obsessed with this Instagrammable yoga. They've been hanging upside down like owls of the aerial silks suspended from the ceiling. The acrobatic aspect makes it a lot of fun and rather very clickable. Shilpa Shetty, Alia Bhatt, Jackie Fernandez, Kareena Kapoor Khan, Ananya Pandey, Malaika Arora and so many more have shown us how they look after their bodies and tone those abs for a beautifully strong core that makes age look like just another number. Aerial yoga is a hybrid one. Developed by Michelle Dortignac in 2006, it involves dancing, Pilates, yoga poses and tons of acrobatic moves.
You have to add on to other ways of format as well if you want to see yourself into a progress to aerial. So either you do your body weight workouts, either you do yoga, either you do ashtanga, anything that has to be, alternate.
If you get bored going to the gym every day or running or walking does not cut it for you, give this a shot, this anti-gravity yoga as a lifestyle change. It will help you maintain great fitness, help with flexibility and balance. Just remember to check with your doctor first. Yes, doctor, because it is so dynamic that there are some who should not do it. Pregnant women, people with migraines, or anyone who is not allowed to hang upside down for medical reasons, people with blood pressure issues. Your doctor can decide if you are suited for it or not. With that clearance, get set and go.
Heart patients, people with cataract eyes, eye operations, people with high fluctuating BPs, definitely they cannot perform aerial yoga. Rest, everybody, depending on their strength, depending on the progression towards flexibility, can perform aerial yoga.
We get it if normal yoga is boring for you, and hence look at how the aerial one works.
Keep breathing, do not hold your breath.
One session can cost you approximately 800 rupees depending on where you go. You require a minimum of 2 to 3 sessions a week for 3 months to learn this properly. And while it looks far more exciting than regular yoga, it has benefits aplenty. It enhances flexibility, boosts your mental health. It can boost spiritual well-being. It could help strengthen your core, help tone the body, help you achieve overall fitness goals. Indeed, this practice is picturesque and looks too tough for beginners. But with the right instructor, it is super simple for most who are into fitness already, with an additional benefit of leaving you feeling super zen. In New Delhi with Nitika Gandhi, Lifestyle Bureau, India Today.
Presented by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, Growing Legacies. Co-presented by Century Ply Club Prime, Raho Befikar. Co-presented by Macho Hand, Bade Aaram Se. Powered by NECC, Sunday Hoya Monday, Rose Kha One Day. Co-powered by the new Kia Seltos, the badass reborn.
Good evening and welcome. You're watching the news track. I'm Rahul Gandhi. What can India do to pressurize the Justin Trudeau government into ensuring that Khalistani supporters do not have a free run in Canada. That's my top focus on the news track.
Kill India posters. Khalistani gatherings. Open threat to diplomats. But Trudeau deflects India's concerns. India puts Canada PM on notice.
We have seen some comments, at least the media reports about comments by Prime Minister Trudeau. But let me make the larger point that the issue is not about freedom of expression, but its misuse for advocating violence, for propagating separatism, and for legitimizing terrorism.
Is Trudeau a terror sympathizer?
Time for a change in this country.
Trudeau backing terror for votes? Big focus on Newstrack.
The Trudeau government depends on a party called the NDP, the New Democratic Party, to ensure it stays in majority in Canada. And the NDP is run by Jagmeet Singh, who's a separatist politician who has pro-Khalistan views. So how can India try and break this nexus so that Justin Trudeau and the government of Canada realizes that you can't give terrorists a free run? This is completely unacceptable. We'll get into that. Here's a look at the headlines today. The Pawar war continues. Uncle Sharad expels nephew Ajit, declares that he's the only NCP president. Ajit calls Sharad Pawar's meeting in Delhi illegal. Karnataka Speaker suggests a separate VVIP lane for lawmakers at toll plazas. Has to backtrack after outrage. Now says this was a suggestion made by ex-MLAs. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Stalin hits out of the centre over the UCC. Says it's being brought in as revenge against those opposing the BJP. NDA ally AIADMK also opposes one nation, one law. Days after a Dalit man was urinated on, Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister washes the victim's feet and apologizes for the incident. Congress snipe says Shivraj Chauhan and his government can't wash away their sins. India's moon mission Chandrayaan-3 to be launched on the 14th of July. It will attempt a soft landing on the moon by delivering a lander and a rover to the lunar surface. The Canadian government is under fire for a massive Khalistani surge in the country. But Prime Minister Justin Trudeau doesn't think he has a problem on his hands. While Khalistani armies have been holding major rallies in Canadian cities, Trudeau thinks India's claim that his government isn't doing enough to crack down on the extremists is wrong. He thinks this is about freedom of speech. The big question is, why is Trudeau soft on Khalistani supporters, especially since the government went after Iranian protesters in a big way? When the protests were happening in Iran, there were supporters in Canada who were protesting. The government then came down hard, and those were just protesters. Here are terrorists who are advocating violent causes. Why is Mr. Trudeau not acting against them?
Kill India rallies. Bid to set consulates on fire. Threats to diplomats. Unrestricted by any authorities, the Khalistani groups across the United States, Canada and the United Kingdom are having a free run. Just days after an attempt was made to set the Indian consulate in San Francisco ablaze, a new Khalistani rally is being planned in the United Kingdom. A poster promoting a Khalistan Kill India rally outside the Indian High Commission in London on July 8 has surfaced. The poster carries images of Indian High Commissioner to the UK, Vikram Doraiswamy, and the Consul General of India in Birmingham, Dr. Shashank Vikram. Similar posters targeting Indian diplomats were seen outside Indian missions in Canada, US and Australia. According to intelligence agency sources, Khalistanis like Gurpatwant Singh, Pannu and other K groups are openly getting help from Pakistani spy agency ISI. These acts have lit a major diplomatic and political fire. Notoriously soft on Khalistani terrorists, Canada has failed to take action against Khalistanis. On the contrary, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau has gone on to accuse India of false remarks and asserted that Canada takes every kind of threat very seriously. Trudeau is being accused of pandering to the Khalistani vote bank in that country.
They are wrong. Canada has always taken extremely seriously violence and threats of violence. We've always taken serious action against terrorism, and we always will. We have an extremely diverse country, and freedom of expression is something that we have, but we will always make sure that we are pushing back against violence and extremism in all its forms.
The media reports about comments by Prime Minister Trudeau, but let me make the larger point that the issue is not about freedom of expression, but its misuse for advocating violence, for propagating separatism, and for legitimizing terrorism.
The fine words and sentiments apart, it is a fact that Canada has tolerated Khalistani provocations against India for a long time. The United States, on the other hand, has assured that steps shall be taken to ensure the safety and security of Indian diplomats.
We take very seriously the safety and security of diplomats that are living in the United States. We have been in close contact with Indian authorities, with local law enforcement. We are trying to take the necessary steps to ensure that Indian diplomatic community feels safe and secure here, and we'll continue with that work going forward.
The Indian government is treating attacks on our missions as serious provocations.
हमने उनको रिक्वेस्ट की है कि वो उनको खालिस्तानियों को स्पेस न दे, क्योंकि उनकी सोच जो है ये रेडिकल एक्सट्रीमिस्ट विचारधारा जो है वो ना हमारे लिए अच्छा है, ना उनके लिए है, ना हमारे रिश्तों के लिए। तो ये जो पोस्टर का विषय जो है ये हम जरूर उन सरकारों से उठाएंगे।
But desperate for attention, Khalistani groups are adamant on pulling every kind of stunt possible. Bureau Report, India Today.
When asked why wasn't he doing enough against those terrorists in Canada who are espousing the Khalistani cause and advocating armed action in India, Justin Trudeau says, we are a diverse country and we have freedom of expression, but we will always make sure we are pushing back against violence and extremism in all its forms. But that is exactly what the Canadian Prime Minister isn't doing. And I want to tell you about what happened on the 8th day of October 2022. This is when in Canada there were protests in support of the protesters in Iran. So people of Iranian origin and those who supported the protests that were taking place in Iran. This is after a lady had been killed because of the hijab. There were massive protests in Iran. At that time, the Canadian Prime Minister issued a statement, and his government said that we will be taking stronger action against members of the Iranian regime, those who are protesting, including ensuring that we go after them for any assets or homes that they have in Canada. So action has been taken, as we mentioned the last time, even in the Freedom Convoy protests in February 2022, action taken even at that time where emergency powers were invoked to end protests. So it's not as if when it suits the Canadian government, they don't act against protesters. They acted against the anti-vaccine mandate protesters, where bank accounts were to be frozen, and therefore, and that happened again in February 2022. So therefore, when it suits his political agenda, and these are important issues, freezing bank accounts of those who are protesting against vaccines. But it could be dismissed as freedom of expression. It's their choice. Hey, they don't want a vaccine, Novak Djokovic didn't want a vaccine. Nobody froze his bank account. So then why do this? And why not follow similar principles? To talk about this, I'm joined on this broadcast by Vivek Kajju, former secretary in the Ministry of External Affairs. We have Sushant Sareen, one of India's best-known strategic affairs experts. Terry Milevsky is back with us, senior Canadian journalist who spent a lot of time looking at Khalistani terror. He's the author of the book Blood for Blood, 50 Years, the Global Khalistan Project. We have Jagmohan Singh, editor of the world's Sikh News and human rights activist, and Puneet Sahani, expert on the evolution of Sikh identity and Khalistani terrorism. I want to go across to Sushant Sareen first. On Justin Trudeau's response, saying that we are a diverse country, we have freedom of expression, we'll always make sure we are pushing back against violence and extremism in all its forms. There seems to be a big disconnect between the public mood in India, what the Indian government is saying, and the Canadian Prime Minister's interpretation, where Trudeau seems to be saying, it's all Changasi, sab Changasi, this is freedom of expression. Let the boys and girls say what they want.
Rahul, clearly Justin Trudeau is talking nonsense. Now, since when has violent speech, hate speech, threats to kill somebody, threats to assassinate diplomats become freedom of speech? Is that the standard of freedom of speech in Canada? Is that the standard to which the Canadians conform to when it involves, say, a life threat to a Canadian politician or a Canadian diplomat? Will it be kosher if tomorrow people in India start issuing death threats to Canadian diplomats in India? Will that come? And we are much more diverse than what the Canadians are, mind you, right? So that is one. Secondly, when he says that we have pushed back against terrorism, can he please tell us how they have pushed back against these terrorists? What have they done to bring these terrorists to book? And forget about what has happened recently. Please ask them to tell us what have they done against these Khalistani scum who have intimidated normal, ordinary people. They have vandalized temples. They have done all kinds of other things. What pushback has come from the Canadian side? Can he please let us know? Because we are clearly not aware of what exactly he has done. Number three, we keep talking about his political compulsions. Now, Jagmeet Singh might be part of the Khalistani scum brigade. That's pretty clear. But are you trying to tell me that the NDP is basically a Khalistani party? That he is so terrified of Jagmeet Singh and the NDP and Jagmeet Singh's hold over the NDP that Mr. Trudeau has lost all political savvy to try and, make sure that relations with India and Canada is not a Pakistan or a China, that it's a hostile country, it's supposedly a friendly country. For them to carry out or allow this kind of activity to take place in Canada, I don't see how this is acceptable. And finally, let us examine Mr. Trudeau's own record. Puneet, of course, is very qualified to talk on it. But Mr. Trudeau himself has sacked people from his own party who have stood up against the Khalistanis. And he has planted a whole lot of these Khalistanis in his cabinet. So for Trudeau to pretend that he is actually not hand in gloves, not sleeping with the Khalistani element, not holding a brief for them, I don't think it convinces anybody in India.
Terry Milevsky, you've studied the Khalistan problem. You've looked at the Canadian Prime Minister's response. He says, we are doing what we can. We take action against violence and threats of violence extremely seriously. However, those who are issuing these threats, taking out posters, wanting to kill our ambassador, our consul general in the United States, in Australia, in Canada, no action has been taken against them. Does the Canadian Prime Minister's response convince you in the least, sir?
Your audio is cut out.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
Try that again. Your audio is...
Okay, I'm going to ask you about the Canadian Prime Minister's response. He says that there is freedom of expression, but we are against violence and extremism. He also hasn't so far acted against those who are issuing threats to Indian ambassadors.
All right. I'm sorry, I didn't hear part of your question, but I get the drift, and you're quite right. First, there's no question that what has happened with these posters is quite simply that Seeks for Justice, the organization that is running the referendum on independence for Khalistan, is painting targets on the backs of Indian diplomats. It's impermissible. It's outrageous. And the Prime Minister's statement, it pains me to say as a Canadian, is not just clueless. I mean, it totally misses the moment, fails to understand how seriously this must be taken. And secondly, it's false. It's flat out false for any Prime Minister of Canada to look at Canada's record in dealing with terrorism. And I mean, in particular, the one that does involve Khalistanis, the bombing, the Kanishka bombing, the bombing of Flight 182 in 1985 with the deaths of 329 innocent civilians. Any Prime Minister who could look at the extensive record, the hundreds of pages of findings and evidence in that case, that any Prime Minister could say that we have been extremely serious about terrorism is utter nonsense. I'm amazed that the Prime Minister seems not even to have been briefed at all, let alone briefed properly. I mean, the Canadian officials, spies really, had the culprits in Air India under surveillance, and they were wiretapping their phones for 3 months before the bombing and did nothing about it. They tailed them to a test bombing 3 weeks before the real thing, did nothing about it when they heard the explosion in the woods. And, by the way, 3 weeks before the real thing, the government of India and the Air India bosses sent pleas to Canada saying, look, you've got to assure that absolutely tight baggage security on our flights leaving Canada, because we're getting a wave of threats and somebody's going to try to smuggle a bomb on board in either the checked baggage
what is so shocking,
which is exactly what happened.
Mr.
So
Terry
that's not
Milevsky,
extremely that's not serious.
why does Justin Trudeau have blinkers on? Why is he so soft on the issue of terrorism? If this was a rally in support of Osama bin Laden, or if this is a rally in support of some Taliban terrorist, I don't think Justin Trudeau would be soft in this fashion. Then he wouldn't say this is freedom of speech.
It's cowardice. It's cowardice. The conventional answer, as you well know, is, it's vote bank politics. They don't want to give up the votes of the Khalistanis. But, I mean, that's cowardice in the face of a very feeble threat. I mean, there are just as many Hindus in Canada as there are Sikhs in the Indian diaspora here. I mean, there's no real need, if you look at the voting figures, to be terrified that if I say a bad word about the Khalistan movement, that I won't get elected next time. Because it's very difficult to get elected, in fact, in Canada, if you are an openly Khalistani sympathizer. It's best to conceal that and to deny that, then you might get elected. I don't know why they are so chicken in the face of such a feeble threat. And now they're faced with an opportunity which they're failing to take, an opportunity to say, okay, now they've gone too far. You can't threaten diplomats. We're going to crack down and we're going to do something about it. And I heartily endorse Sushant's comments a moment ago about the feebleness of this alleged pushback. My question is, what pushback? The foreign minister has made a statement saying that these posters are unacceptable, I quote. Well, why are we accepting them then if they're unacceptable? What are we doing to stop it? Why do these people have a permit, if indeed they do have a permit, to have a march? Why is the municipal authority letting them have a march in the name of a rally to threaten diplomats with death? That's what this is. These are death threats. So the whole attitude of the government, as represented by Prime Minister Trudeau's statement, is totally lacking in seriousness.
Vivek Kajju, if this was a protest in support of the Taliban, Justin Trudeau would have come down hard. There is no question about it. Some of them are Khalistani terrorists, the others are supporters of the Khalistani cause, and yet, because of their dependence on a party which is run by a Khalistani sympathizer, and because of their perception, as Terry explains, that going against the Khalistan sentiment will hurt Trudeau in the next elections, he doesn't seem to be doing enough. What can and what should India do next beyond the press conference of the Ministry of External Affairs, beyond what Dr. Jaishankar has said?
Rahul, please permit me a couple of minutes because I think this is a very serious issue. The first point is that it is the responsibility of Canada to ensure the security of our diplomats, and we must hold Canada's feet to the fire on this. There is simply no way in which we can allow them to escape this responsibility. The second point is that it is absolutely nonsense, and I agree with Sushant completely and with Terry, to say that this promotion of Khalistan through what is suggested clearly as violent means is part of freedom of expression. But that, and I'm not, as a former diplomat, I'm not interested in what are Mr. Trudeau's domestic political compulsions. That is for him to work out. In international affairs, one doesn't look and provide alibis to a person like Mr. Trudeau for his political problems. But the third point, and that is what you asked me, what can India do? I think that is a serious issue that we must look at. I think we have evaded our responsibilities. Even in the clip of Arindam Bagchi that you mentioned, that you played out, he suddenly, instead of calling out Canada straight away, he went to a larger issue. I recollect that when the Brampton parade was out, which showed Indira, obviously there was a depiction of Indira Gandhi being shot at by her two security personnel. I regret to say that the foreign minister, external affairs minister, did not even name Indira Gandhi. He went again to the larger issue of terrorism being bad for Canada, being bad for us, etc. We must call out Canada straight away and not get involved in our own domestic politics in this process. And my third point, we've been too indulgent with the Canadians. For instance, the Canadians, do you know, ask visa seekers who belong to and are former members of Indian Defence Forces to list out their service records. And very often, they deny visas to those of our service personnel who have served in Jammu and Kashmir. This is a fact. You can check it out.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And yet, Rahul, what have we done about it? It is not only Mr. Modi's government. It is the previous government too. I recollect, and permit me to say this, as secretary, when I was serving as a secretary in the Ministry of External Affairs, there was a case which came out in the papers of a BSF person belonging to the BSF, and I recollect calling in the Canadian High Commissioner and telling him in no uncertain terms that he had no business to ask for the service record of our personnel. These were confidential documents, and these confidences are to be maintained. And
no, so but what can we do? That's the question, remember?
No, please.
Can we do anything extra, sir, beyond what's been said?
That is what I'm saying. It is preposterous to allow our people to give service records, and we must tell the Canadians this. Now, it is difficult politically.
They'll tell you we won't give you a visa.
Pardon?
They'll say we won't give you a visa. Forget it. We reject your application.
No, then we must accept that our relations with Canada will be downgraded. We should have no reluctance. Now, there is a large Indian diaspora in Canada, and all political parties in India have connections with diasporas. We must accept, all as a political class as a whole must accept that despite the diaspora, despite these connections, if the Canadians are persisting in this behavior, then the diaspora's interests are one, but India's interests are supreme. And
okay, Sushant Sareen, specific ideas on what should India do? Vivek Kajju says downgrade relations with Canada.
Rahul, there have been people in the Indian Ministry of External Affairs who have actually retaliated against the steps that the Canadians have been taking on this visa issue. So for every visa they have blocked, we've blocked 20 of theirs, including of their officials, including of their relatives, family members, all kinds of other things. The relations between India and Canada are pretty strained right now, and for justifiable reasons as far as we are concerned. The Canadians, do a lot of grandstanding and moralizing, much like the Brits and the others have done. And now they are all having to pay a price, just as the Canadians will pay a price. Number one. Number two, I think we need to crack down very hard on this particular action, what Mr. Kajju is talking about. Number two, I think we need to, the government doesn't need to do it, but there are Canadian diplomats out here. If you are allowing people to paint target on the backs of my diplomats, I think a quid pro quo is called for. As simple as that.
No, but that would be a very low-level tactic. Why, if others are going low, why should we go lower?
Yeah, look, it's all a very... Are you trying to tell me that what the Canadians are doing is very high-level diplomacy?
Of course
not. Is that
not.
what your argument is?
Not at all.
So,
no, but I'm saying you don't have to go down the same path.
Pakistanis, one second, Rahul, when the Pakistanis would assault Indian diplomats, do you think a démarche or something like that would work with the Pakistanis? You caught hold of their guys out here and you beat the hell out of them. And that the message sinks in real fast at that point of time. So, it has to be a quid pro quo. If you are going to mistreat my diplomats, you are going to mistreat my people, I'm going to do the same thing to your guys. It's as simple as that. And if this is not acceptable, then start downgrading relations. Frankly speaking, I don't think there's much to gain from Canada if they continue along this path. What is the difference between what the Canadians are doing and what the Pakistanis do? The Pakistanis tell us that please remain engaged with us, otherwise the terrorists will win. The Canadians are saying the same damn thing, that you continue doing business with us, we'll continue doing all sorts of things with you, but we will not stop the terrorists. How does that work for me?
Puneet Sahni, do you have any specific ideas on how India can try and break the current situation where Canada claims completely wrongly that it's doing enough, but chooses not to act against those who put up posters advocating violence? What can and should India do?
So, Jai Ma Bharati Rahul, thank you for letting me speak. So, I would just make, what Mr. Trudeau is saying is a bunch of lies. And if I had more time, I would have actually explained. But anyway, so his father, Pierre Trudeau, this guy, Talvinder Parmar, there was an extradition request in 1982. And he did not extradite the terrorists to India because he said India did not respect the sovereignty of the Queen or something like that, some ridiculous reason. And that guy went on to bomb the Air India airliner. So much for Canada doesn't support terrorism. Now, the other thing actually is what is very important is Trudeau himself, part out of ideology. It's not that he can't do. He has gone out of his way to destroy political career of Sikhs who took the courage to speak out against the Khalistanis. So on the west coast of Vancouver, there was Braj Dahan and, Terry had actually done this report and I put also on my tweet. It's on the top of my tweet. Anybody can read it. He foisted this Khalistani on top of them, Harjeet Sajjan. And these people, they are Amritdhari Sikhs. They left the party in disgust that we can't be part of this Khalistan thing. Then the other side, and this is like the most shocking thing, the Brampton, this area where this, this is the Punjab of Canada. The MP was a Jat Sikh Ramesh Sangha. There was an intelligence report that this Khalistan terrorism is an upswing. He basically said, I'm a proud Sikh. But, Khalistan terrorism, so I am against terrorism. Why are you conflating these two? For that, would you believe, Rahul, what they did to him? They called Ramesh Sangha, who is an MP, who has votes of Punjabis. He's a Jat Sikh himself. This Trudeau and his henchmen, they called him a racist. A Sikh is standing up and who represents the most number of Punjabis and he's speaking out against Khalistan terrorism. He was called a racist and he was kicked out of the caucus or the party. And now that person, his political career is destroyed and he runs a law practice now. So this Trudeau has not just not done anything. He has gone out of his way and taken vengeance on and nobody speaks it. People are terrified because of this. If they can do this to an MP, imagine about the average person. So now with Twitter, it's like Terry and me and a few other people. We make a noise about it, that this is coming out. So if you see this Mrs. Gandhi tableau, that they have completely normalized this terrorism and Rahul, I will say, please come. I was just in Canada. I'm not just talking about you as a journalist. I'm talking to you as a Sikh. You are also a Sikh. You know, you grew up in India like me, and we always got so much honor, and you know, we were so proud to be Sikhs. You just come to Canada and go to any Gurdwara. You will land on Toronto on this Pearson airport, and next to it is the Martin Gurdwara. You go and you will feel ashamed, and you will say, I will never send my kids or anybody near a Gurdwara. Do you know what there is? There is a photo of a big photo of Kulwinder Malli. What is Kulwinder Malli? What had he done? He had stopped a bus in Ladru and taken the Hindus out and, you know, roasted with bullets 35 Hindus. And then he went to Fatehabad, the same gang. So in 24 hours, and again they roasted Hindus. So they killed 70 Hindus. This is what they are teaching, this hatred in Gurdwara. But nobody has the courage to say something because, you know, they can destroy an MP. So what are ordinary people like this? So it's not, you know, this was saying, you know, there is a diaspora there, we don't care. Oh, diaspora is the biggest impacted community here. They have been terror. If they can paint a target on the back of a council general. So what is an average Indian?
So what's your suggestion? What should India do? What can India do? What must India do?
This is what the only person they ever listened to was the person who set them straight, who was also a Jat Sikh and who had seen terrorism, was Captain Amrinder Singh. And he said Canada should be taken to United Nations for promoting terrorism. And he did not meet the Khalistanis, and then they immediately behaved, no, we are against Khalistan, and they did it. You should degrade the diplomatic relations from High Commissioner level to Charge d'Affaires level. And this is the first thing. And you should ban WSO, which has infiltrated all the Canadian institutions like Muslim Brotherhood, and they bully everybody. So this is what they are doing. So if you cannot do these two steps, then you can't do anything, and you know, you have left these people to the wolves.
Jagmohan Singh, there really is no justification, no matter what your ideological point of view, to put out a target on ambassadors, to suggest violence against them, to put them in the crosshairs. This is completely unacceptable action. And yet there are many who simply aren't willing to speak up against supporting terrorism.
This is
the panelists before me have been talking about history of 1985 without talking about the fact that you must understand whether it is the protagonists of self-determination, whether in India or in Canada. There is a problem. The problem is that India views everything as a law and order issue. And it is from this it flows that senior panelists would say that, you know, we will have a tit for tat policy. Now, it doesn't work like this. India and Canada must sit down together and understand that this is a conflict between the Sikhs and the Indian state, and therefore we need to see as to how we can ensure that
to come be on the show. I mean, this is absolutely atrocious stuff, unacceptable totally to me, and I'm sure to the other panelists. As an Indian,
you were given adequate time to speak, honorable sir.
Yeah, we were given adequate time, but you're not talking utter
an alternative viewpoint.
Who is Canada to interfere in India's internal affairs?
You will have to give me the opportunity to present my viewpoint. If you don't want to listen, then it is for the anchor to decide, and I can keep quiet.
I don't want to listen to your drivel.
You keep quiet. Better if you keep quiet.
Sovereignty.
You can mute yourself.
There's no question
you can
of it.
Mute yourself.
Sir, the Taliban has a certain point of view. They think in their heads they are justified. How can violence be justified, sir?
Rahul, I did not intervene when everybody else was speaking. You will allow me to have my say. You understand, let India understand that there is a conflict. And the conflict is not that by if India calls people sitting in the US or the Canada to be terrorists. There are peaceful demonstrators. There are people who want to. I am not condoning what they are doing with respect to the diplomats. I'm not condoning that at all. I am only saying that if you brush everybody with the same sweep, then you are creating more problems rather than solving them.
Okay, let Sushant Sareen respond to what you're saying. Don't paint everyone with the same Khalistani brush. There are different shades of grey over here. Some are out and out terrorists. Some may just be peaceful protesters. They are entitled to a different point of view. They're not advocating violence or terrorism against the state. Sushant Sareen first. Let Sushant Sareen respond.
Rahul,
Let Sushant respond.
We haven't painted everyone by the Khalistani brush. It's Justin Trudeau and these Khalistanis who have painted all Sikhs with the Khalistani brush. And they have assumed that all the Sikhs support this losing cause, number one. Number two, for this guy sitting in wherever he's sitting, to say that India and Canada need to sit down together to decide the future of Sikhs. Who the hell is he? He has left this country. He has nothing to do with this country. Who the hell is this fellow to say that India and Canada, what is Canada's local stand-by? Apart from the fact that the Canadians are supporting terrorists and giving them covering fire, what is Canada's local stand-by? Number one. Number two, tomorrow the Pakistanis will tell us that, there are so many people out here, so you sit with us and you talk to them. Are we going to talk to them? Why should we? So this nonsense cannot be accepted. It is simply unacceptable.
Vivek Kaju wants to come in and respond to what we just heard from Jagmohan Singh.
Then action has to be taken.
Mr. Kaju.
Look, I have a simple viewpoint. Whatever may be Canada's political system, in India, we will never compromise with our territorial integrity and sovereignty. And if anyone, in any manner, especially violently, wants to question it, it is unacceptable. Point one. Point two, the nexus of the Khalistanis with the Pakistani agencies and their guidance that they take from Pakistan is well known. The Pakistanis are upping the ante on Khalistan. You know the kind of things that they are promoting with the international Sikhs. They are cutting no ice with Indian Sikhs. Indian Sikhs are a proud national community. They are patriotic. Their record of service to the nation is truly outstanding. There is no Khalistan supporter here in India. These Khalistani supporters are sitting in the comfort of Canada, Australia, and elsewhere. And with the support of anti-India elements, the enemies of India, like Pakistan, are promoting this hatred.
Okay, the recent Khalistani posters threatening Indian diplomats have come up after Jathedar Harjeet Singh Nijjar, the former commander of the Khalistan Tiger Force, was shot dead by identified shooters in the parking lot of a Gurdwara in Surrey in British Columbia. Nijjar is not the first Khalistani supporter to be killed in suspicious circumstances in recent months. The Khalistani supporters believe that there is an Indian hand behind these deaths.
A Kill India poster in Canada. Poster puts out pictures of India's High Commissioner Sanjay Kumar Verma and Consul General Apurva Srivastav. The Khalistan Freedom Rally poster paints a target on top Indian diplomats in Canada, calling them killers of dreaded Khalistan terror backer and wanted terror accused Jathedar Harjeet Singh Nijjar. Jathedar Nijjar was on the National Investigation Agency's wanted list for terror attacks on Hindus in Punjab, carried a reward of rupees 10 lakhs on his head. The Ministry of External Affairs reached out to Canada to ensure safety of Indian diplomats in Canada. Dr. S. Jaishankar, Minister of External Affairs, made it clear that the issue would affect India's relations with Canada.
हमारे जो पार्टनर देश जो हैं जैसे कनाडा है, अमेरिका है, यूके है, ऑस्ट्रेलिया है, जहां कभी-कभी खालिस्तानी एक्टिविटीज़ होती हैं, हमने उनको रिक्वेस्ट की है कि वो उनको खालिस्तानियों को स्पेस न दें, क्योंकि उनकी सोच जो है ये रैडिकल एक्सट्रीमिस्ट विचारधारा जो है वो ना हमारे लिए अच्छा है, ना उनके लिए है, ना हमारे रिश्तों के लिए है.
Jathedar Harjeet Singh Nijjar, the former commander of Khalistan Tiger Force, was shot dead by unidentified shooters in the parking lot of a Gurudwara in Surrey, British Columbia on the 18th of June. The police are on a lookout for the shooters. The poster, viral on social media platforms, talks of a freedom rally to the Indian High Commission in Ottawa to protest the killing. Canada has sadly emerged as a major base for Khalistan supporters, and the government stands accused of inaction against terror supporters. Dr. Jaishankar had recently accused the Justin Trudeau government of vote bank politics, not taking action against Khalistan supporters for votes.
How Canada has dealt with the Khalistani issue has been a long-standing concern, because very frankly, they seem to be driven by vote bank politics. And their responses have all been, to the best of my understanding, actually constrained by what they regard as vote bank compulsions.
Veteran journalist and author Terry Milsky took to social media platform Twitter to hit out at Khalistan supporters for this dangerous poster, saying, "This is extremely dangerous. Khalistanis are whipping up anger, targeting Indian diplomats they call killers of Shaheed Hardeep Nijjar, shot in a mafia-style hit in Surrey, British Columbia on June 18. There is zero evidence of any Indian role. It's grossly irresponsible." Milsky is the author of Blood for Blood, 50 years of the Global Khalistan Project, and has repeatedly hit out at Khalistani supporters in Canada. Nijjar, of course, is not the first Khalistani supporter to be killed under suspicious circumstances in the recent past. Avtar Singh Khanda of the Khalistan Liberation Force died in a hospital in Birmingham on the 15th of June 2023. Paramjit Singh Panjwar of the Khalistan Commando Force was shot dead in Lahore on the 6th of May 2023. Before that, Ripundam Singh Malik, accused in the Air India 1985 bombing, was shot dead in Surrey, Canada on the 15th of July 2022. Harmeet Singh alias Happy PhD, a narco-terror accused, was shot dead at a Gurudwara in Lahore, Pakistan on the 27th of January 2020. India wants partner countries like the US, UK, Canada and Australia to take strong action against Khalistan terror accused and sympathizers, and ensure that these countries are not used by Khalistan terror supporters either to terrorize Indians overseas or carry out terror strikes against India. Bureau Report, India Today.
There have been instances, those instances are unrelated to each other, yet the Khalistani supporters sensing a conspiracy and putting out a target against Indian diplomats. Very shocking this. I think the key thread that emerged is that the government should consider downgrading diplomatic ties with Canada. What that essentially means is that you no longer have an ambassador or a high commissioner there, you have a charge d'affaires. So you degrade the relationship with Canada like we have in the past with a country like Pakistan. Pakistan creates trouble for India, India takes action against Pakistan. They're suggesting similar action on the diplomatic level. So the message goes out that sab changa nahi si, you can't do this. You can't have people putting out hits on our ambassadors and consul generals. This is not acceptable. Some loony could take it seriously and attack one of these foreign services officers. That's a very, very dangerous situation to be in. I'm slipping into a break. We'll keep tracking the story. When we come back, the new speaker in Karnataka suggests a VVIP lane for lawmakers at toll plazas. Triggers massive outrage. Details coming up on the other side.
The WHO has put the spotlight on fake sugars, but artificial sweeteners has only been an ever-growing market in India, and outside increase in cases of diabetes and the growing burden of obesity world over has ensured that people turn to alternatives. The demand for low-calorie food and beverages have contributed to the market's expansion in India. For example, sugar-free Zydus Wellness's artificial sweetener brand witnessed double-digit growth last year in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic as consumers opted for a healthier lifestyle, shows data from 2021. The Indian artificial sweetener market is projected to reach a value of Indian rupee 12.23 billion by 2023, growing at a CAGR of 3.4% during the forecast period. Think about it. Stevia and other sweeteners are found in 1 million products. Colas, juices, chewing gum, chocolates, and everything that is being sold as sugar-free. It clearly has grown way beyond just tabletop sweeteners. In India, the artificial sweetener market has witnessed significant growth over the past decade. On a global scale, the market for artificial sweeteners has also experienced substantial growth. The global artificial sweetener market was valued at approximately $19 billion in 2020 and is expected to reach $28.9 billion by 2028. The Food Safety and Standards Authority of India said it's evaluating the new guideline issued last week by the World Health Organization, but strong advisories against them is unlikely. With Brijesh Vashisht, Bureau Report, India Today.
Bengaluru traffic is now as famous or infamous as its IT hub. And while you and me endure the snags, the Karnataka Speaker and Congress leader UT Khadar has made a VVIP appeal. He wants a separate lane for lawmakers. His idea has come in for massive criticism, with the BJP accusing the Congress of VVIP tantrums.
India's Silicon Valley and Karnataka's capital, Bengaluru, is a crumbling mess. The IT city is plagued by traffic jams, frequent waterlogging, potholed roads. The list of woes is long and has been begging attention for years now. But Karnataka's politicians have bigger concerns to address, like how to get through a highway toll plaza in comfort. Assembly Speaker UT Khadir on Thursday suggested that the National Highways Authority of India should create a VIP lane for MLAs and former MLAs.
Seniors XML told in the NHA guidelines policy, where they have got already emergency and representative lane is there. In that MLAs and other names are specified. XMLAs are not specified. We are also respect and dignified and and aged also. So for us also you should consider the request.
Demand for a VIP lane for MLAs and former MLAs came after Congress MLA PM Narendra Swamy claimed harassment at a toll plaza.
Pass is issued. It is not for everyone. Pass is issued to the elected representatives only. When the treatment of those toll guys are like this, can you ask us to behave gently with them?
The speaker's demand for a separate lane triggered sharp reactions. The BJP pointed out that a VIP lane for lawmakers already exists.
Already there is a VIP lane. Already there is a VIP line. Who should be allowed in that VIP lane is important. Probably in this direction, the ambulance and the VIP line has been already created. So only thing is who has to be included, has to be looked into it. Probably let us see what Honorable Speaker has been suggesting.
BJP MP Tejasvi Surya called the Congress elitist for seeking a VIP lane. Karnataka PWD minister has denied any plan to add more VIP lanes.
ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ನಾವು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪರ್ಟ್ನ ಕೇಳಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ನಾವು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪರ್ಟ್ ನೇಮಿಸ್ತೀವಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಯಾವ್ದು ಸೇರಿಸಬೇಕು ಯಾವುದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪರ್ಟ್ ಕಮಿಟಿ ಮೇಲೆ ನಿರ್ಧಾರ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ನಾವು ಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ.
The Karnataka speaker's demand for separate lane for MLAs at toll plazas has reignited the debate on the VVIP racism that pervades the system. Bureau Report, India Today.
Repeated verdicts since 2014 have carried a stark message for the Congress. UT Khadar seems to have cotton muffs in his ears. He's not listening, which is the only way a politician can demand a VVIP lane in today's day and age. The politics of this country at this moment, the sentiment in the country at this moment, completely anti-VVIP. Somebody please tell the congressman leader that. We're slipping into a break right now. Thank you for tuning in. We have a special investigation we're working on for tomorrow, so I hope you can join me at 8 p.m. tomorrow evening as we bring you that special expose. I won't tell you much about it, but I do hope that you'll join me at 8 p.m. tomorrow as we get that investigation for you. Goodbye. Good night.
This woman from Kazakhstan has made it her life's mission to help underprivileged children. Anna started an NGO during COVID-19 to educate children in Jaipur who can't afford going to school. Anna's NGO called Indian Women Impact has been at it for 3 years now, changing the lives of so many children for the better. Acting as a bridge for children from less privileged families, she offers quality coaching alongside her team of committed teachers.
The children, those who live in Basti, they go to government school and they come here for study. To get extra knowledge, my parents live in a Basti and they cannot afford expensive course and school for me and my brother and sister. So sir, we come here and study all of those subjects.
Recently, some of the NGO students from disadvantaged backgrounds also performed a French play at the famed National School of Drama in Delhi. Anna and her husband, who is a doctor, use all of their earnings to try to maintain the NGO.
It's been 3 years as we have been running this NGO, Indian Women Impact, and the entire concept is to provide the quality, world-class education to the children from underprivileged backgrounds. And the dream we have is to create the school that can accommodate 5,000 students from such backgrounds, where we can compete with a world-class education. That's the dream.
At this Jaipur-based NGO, students from different backgrounds come together to get an opportunity to achieve all these dreams.
At the NGO, Anna and her group of dedicated teachers try to provide wings to dreams of underprivileged students who earlier had little or no avenues to fulfill their aspirations. Once they come over here, they leave their less than perfect backgrounds behind to get submerged into a world of creativity, of learning, and of dreaming big. With camera person Manish Devankur Vadhavan in Jaipur for India Today.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today Newsmo.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 36 and minimum 26 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 28 and minimum 24 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 34 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 25 and minimum 19 degrees. Chennai, maximum 33 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 29 and minimum 23 degrees.
All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political background.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories. From every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Good evening, viewers. Let's take a look at the weather report across the major cities this evening. Thiruvananthapuram is at 30 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 17. Mumbai is at 28 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 35. Panji is at 25 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 26. Ahmedabad is at 30 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 45. Bhopal is at 32 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 25. Jaipur is at 32 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 63. Delhi is at 31 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 116. Srinagar is at 27 degrees Celsius with AQI being 37. Lucknow is at 33 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 61. Patna is at 35 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 53. Kolkata is at 28 degrees with an AQI of 33. Hyderabad is at 30 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 45. Bangalore is at 24 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 31. Chennai is at 32 degrees Celsius with an AQI of 39. This is all we have for you in this segment. Hope wherever you are, you find favorable weather around you. Keep watching India Today for all the weather updates with me, AI Sana, all through the day.
Co-presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist.
Co-presented by JK Tyre Ranger Series, stay wild at heart. Co-presented by Hayfler, let's reimagine. Powered by NECC, Sunday Hoya Monday, Rose Khaw One Day. Co-powered by Watcho OTT Super App.
One hai to done hai.
Co-powered by the new Kia Seltos, the badass reborn.
Good evening, hello and welcome. You're with the news today, your primetime destination. An intriguing question that we're going to raise today. Should politicians in this country have a retirement age? That's right. Ajit Pawar targeting Uncle Sharad Pawar, saying he should retire, he's too old. Is there a retirement age in politics? We'll tell you more on that. But first, as always, it's time for the 9 headlines at night. Fight for the real NCP now escalates. Sharad Pawar expels nephew Ajit and other rebels, declares himself as the real NCP president. Ajit Pawar calls the meeting held in Delhi illegal. Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde refutes the resignation rumor, says all is well in Maharashtra. The BJP says they will go into the next election under Eknath Shinde's leadership. Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan washes the feet of a victim urinated upon by a BJP youth worker. Congress hits out at the Shivraj government, says they can't just wash away sins. The Congress leadership tries to broker a peace between warring Ashok Gehlot and Sachin Pilot ahead of this year's Rajasthan elections. Sources say Pilot will now be accommodated as a Rajasthan state chief or a poll campaign chief. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin reiterates his opposition against a uniform civil code, says it's being brought in as revenge against those opposing the BJP. NDA ally AIADMK also joins the anti-UCC bandwagon. Outrage after Karnataka Speaker demands separate VVIP lane for lawmakers at toll plazas, then is forced to backtrack, now calls it a suggestion by ex-MLAs. Strife-torn Manipur reopens schools after 2 months, but no end to the violence. Woman shot dead by unidentified people outside a school. India's moon mission Chandrayaan-3 to be launched on 14 July. It will attempt a soft landing on the moon by delivering a lander and a rover to the lunar surface. And Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau faces flack for saying strict action taken against Khalistani attacks on Indian consulates. India hits out, says Trudeau is legitimizing terror. But the story that's breaking at the top, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is meeting his number 2 Home Minister Amit Shah at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, a meeting that's coming amidst growing speculation that Mr. Modi will be going in for a reshuffle any day from Sunday until the monsoon session of Parliament in the middle of July. Remember, just a couple of days ago, the BJP undertook an organizational rejig where several ministers are now going to be given important positions at the state level. It's this party revamp that many believe will force a reshuffle now in the run-up to 2024. So with every day passing, apparently more discussions being held as to how that reshuffle has to be worked out. It's likely to happen, we are told, anytime within the next week. Paulomi Saha is tracking it. Paulomi, give us a sense. There have been a number of meetings held over the last week. Is there a genuine belief that we are now reaching the stage finally when Mr. Modi will go in for that much speculated about cabinet reshuffle? And if it does take place, will it be a minor one or a major one?
Well, at the moment, of course, yes, there is a lot of speculation that that rejig is possibly on the cards, and any time now before the monsoon session of the Parliament begins, that rejig will be put in place. Obviously, there was a lot of anticipation before the Council of Ministers just met on July 3rd that whether it's going to happen then, how many of them would still have their ministerial berths after July 3rd. That speculation, of course, has only grown now with that meeting which is taking place at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. All eyes again on that possible rejig. Some are saying that it's not going to be a massive rejig, a major overhaul, but some amount of reshuffle that's going to take place because a lot of ministers are likely to be pulled into organizational roles, as you've already seen with G. Kishan Reddy, who's been appointed BJP State Telangana Chief. So it's likely that he will have to dimit office as Union Minister for Culture because BJP has one post, one individual, that is exact as far as the BJP is concerned. That is the standard that they go with. So in that case, obviously, there will be some amount of reshuffle. There might be some amount of rejig. A lot of ministers have been making the beeline for the BJP headquarters over the last couple of days, including Nirmala Sitharaman, Jyotiraditya Scindia, Prahlad Patel, Kiran Rijiju, Arjun Ram Meghwal, many such ministers, Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, Bhupendra Yadav. These are some of the names. Some of the names, there's a lot of speculation about whether they could be pulled into organizational roles. Bhupendra Yadav has been known to perform very well when given charge of various states in the past, be it Gujarat or Bihar. Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, Rajasthan is up for election, could be given a big role. So there's a lot of speculation, yes, about this possible reshuffle finally happening.
One other question is that many believe that along with the reshuffle which is being necessitated by the BJP's organizational revamp, some allies could be drafted in. I was in Mumbai yesterday. There was talk that someone from the Shiv Sena could be drafted in to placate the restive MPs and MLAs of the Eknath Shinde camp. There's been talk of Chirag Paswan and the LJP being brought in. There's talk of possibly the Akalis coming back. Is there the possibility that ahead of the parliament session you could also have either some of these allies being accommodated in the government or new allies being added on?
Well, there is definitely a lot of back channel conversation that's happening as we speak, Rajdeep. As far as the Akalis in Punjab are concerned, the BJP, of course, a segment of it is of the opinion that if you want to take on the Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party in Punjab, then you have to bring the Akalis back on board. A segment of it doesn't agree with it. And it remains to be seen how, that conversation develops over time now with Sunil Jakhar taking charge as BJP state president of the Punjab unit. But it remains to be seen. Some believe that, the party has built itself up since 2020 and can go it alone in the Lok Sabha elections. But then it all boils down to the seat sharing arrangement in Punjab. For instance, in a 117 assembly where the BJP had 423, they're looking for anything between 40 to 45 right now. And then, of course, when it comes to the Lok Sabha, they fought on 3 seats. They want 5 seats as far as the seat sharing arrangement is concerned. That is concerning Punjab. TDP, I've been speaking to my sources. They're waiting for some sort of a, word from the Bharatiya Janata Party as to exactly how they'd like to proceed. Chirag Paswan has been constantly waiting in the wings to be brought on board as far as the NDA is concerned. And as far as Eknath Shinde faction of the Shiv Sena is concerned, Rajdeep, they've obviously been waiting to be accommodated in the Union Council, and they've definitely been applying more pressure now after the NCP's entry in the state government.
Okay, we'll leave it there. Lots of interesting names doing the rounds. Chirag Paswan, possibility of someone from the Shinde Sena or Shiv Sena also becoming a minister, and a couple of important names who could be on their way out. But as with Narendra Modi and his government, you never know what happens till the last moment. There could be a surprise or two when that reshuffle does indeed take place, we believe, within the next week. Let's turn from there to what's been our top story through much of this week, the political crisis in Maharashtra, or should I say the political war in Maharashtra. Pawar versus Pawar. The war keeps escalating day by day, and I'll tell you why in a moment. Let's tell you and take you through all the top political developments coming in from Maharashtra. A day after both Sharad Pawar and Ajit Pawar held separate shows of strength, Pawar Senior chaired an NCP executive meeting in Delhi. The Sharad Pawar faction there expelled Ajit Pawar and 8 MLAs who've joined the Eknath Shinde government. Sharad Pawar asserted he will now move the election commission against the Ajit Pawar faction. The Ajit Pawar camp, for its part, hit back at Sharad Pawar. The Ajit faction claims that after they removed Sharad Pawar as the NCP chief, he has no locus standi to hold the meeting. Ajit Pawar has called his uncle's meeting totally illegal. Congress leader Rahul Gandhi visited Sharad Pawar at his home, offered his full support. This is the first time any opposition front leader has met Sharad Pawar after the revolt by Ajit Pawar. And amidst all the rumbling, Maharashtra's cabinet expansion now likely to happen this week. As per sources, NCP leader and newly appointed Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Ajit Pawar, is eyeing a plum berth. He wants finance and planning. Meanwhile, Chief Minister Eknath Shinde's Shiv Sena has also got MLAs who want more representation for their leaders. Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde insists all is well in the coalition. While he might have publicly welcomed the NCP rebels, the move has not gone down well with many of his MLAs. And after a late night meeting, some of them have been assuaged and promised that they will be given cabinet berths. Now, amidst all this, Pawar versus Pawar, there was one element of what happened yesterday which is still reverberating today. Remember, Ajit Pawar yesterday took a jibe at his uncle Sharad Pawar's age, saying that Mr. Pawar, who will be 83 this December, should just stop doing politics and retire. But today, Pawar Sr. made it crystal clear to his nephew and other rebels that age is no bar for him. Listen in first to what the two Pawars had to say, and then I'm going to widen this to a question many have asked over the years. Should our politicians have a retirement age? Take a look.
एखादा माणूस नोकरीमध्ये लागला तर महाराष्ट्र सरकारमध्ये 58व्या वर्षी रिटायर होतो. IAS-IPS असेल तर 60व्या वर्षी रिटायर होतात. राजकीय जीवनामध्ये असेल तर भाजपमध्ये 75 वर्षांनंतर रिटायर केलं जातं. आता जर वय जास्त झालं, 82 झालं, 83 झालं, तुम्ही कधी थांबणार आहात का नाही?
Question doesn't arise to stopping. Now I work more effectively. Whether 82 or 92. आपको मुझे एक बात पता है कि राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस पार्टी का मैं प्रेसिडेंट हूँ. दूसरा किसी ने अपने नाम पर स्टेटमेंट दे दिया, कुछ बात कही, वो बात कह सकते हैं. इसमें कोई इम्पोर्टेंस नहीं, कोई सच्चाई नहीं है.
So should politicians have a retirement age? Does a neta's age influence voting preferences? Does the BJP's Margdarshak model that Prime Minister Modi has been pushing really work? Is a younger leadership much more difficult to find in family-run parties? These are some of the questions we'll raise amidst all that's happening in the world of politics. Gaurav Bhatia, the BJP's spokesperson, Mahesh Tapase, NCP spokesperson, Mohan Kumar Mangalam of the Congress, and Rahul Srivastava, our National Affairs Editor, are joining us. Interesting question, which Mahesh Tapase, you can take first because you're from the party NCP, whose leader Sharad Pawar is being told, please retire. You're 83 now. His own nephew is saying, look, government servants retire at 58, 60. Why should politicians carry on till 83? Retire gracefully. How do you see a remark like that?
Well, Rajdeepji, good evening to you and all panelists and all viewers. I think if you recall Pawar Saab's speech a couple of weeks ago, he said that I am not going to contest any election henceforth. As far as politics in this country is concerned, the people know when to retire any politician, how, whether he's young or old does not really matter. But the electorate really knows when to retire a politician, how relevant he is, how irrelevant he is, and based on the work that he has done whilst being in office. So as far as Ajit Dada's remark regarding Pawar Saab is that I think the Maharashtra people have not taken it very sportingly. We really did not like the remark made by Ajit Dada to his patriarch uncle Sharad Pawar ji, telling him to retire. I think no son in this country can ever tell his first generation leader, father, uncle, who's the head of the house, to retire from whatever he's doing. I think this remark is absolutely unacceptable as far as Maharashtra, and I'm very sure that we all come from a very united family culture, and this kind of a statement from Ajit Dada has definitely not gone down well with us.
Okay. Let me get Gaurav Bhatia in, because Gaurav Bhatia, the BJP was the one, when Prime Minister Modi took over, which evolved, it appeared this concept of Margdarshak Mandal. The likes of L.K. Advani, Murli Manohar Joshi, Yashwant Sinha earlier when he was with you, a number of leaders over the age of 75 were effectively retired. Now, that has led to some to believe that's unfair, the manner in which it was done. Others are now saying, look, the BJP can do it. Why can't every party have some kind of a unofficial retirement age? What's the belief? Is there your view that Mr. Sharad Pawar and leaders in their 80s, Mallikarjun Kharge is 80, I'll put out a list of various leaders and their ages. Do you believe they should retire?
Rajdeep, first of all, let us recall what Sharad Pawar ji himself had said. रोटी अगर समय पे ना पलटी जाए तो वो जल जाती है. That means मायने ये नहीं रखता है कि रोटी पलटता कौन है, मायने ये रखता है कि रोटी जलनी नहीं चाहिए. And there can't be a strict age for retirement of politicians because they acquire wisdom, experience, and the spirit to serve people. Maybe there even at a very old age, like we saw Morarji Desai becoming a prime minister of the country at 81. But the point is different. The point is different because the Bharatiya Janata Party is a party where people, they work hard, they attain a position, they serve the organization and the country. And then they know what is the right age to make way for other leaders who also aspire to work for the country. So as the famous saying goes, retire when people ask you why, rather than waiting when people start asking when. So we have seen how, even in the current leadership, Shri Narendra Modi ji, Amit Shah ji, our President JP Nadda ji, they have risen up the ranks through hard work. It's not their last surname that has given them this position. But if we now contrast this with family fiefdoms who are serving their own interest rather than serving the interest of the nation, Congress Party, Jawaharlal Nehru to Indira Gandhi to Rajiv Gandhi, Rajiv Gandhi to Sonia Gandhi to Rahul Gandhi. Now what are the qualifications of these leaders, if I may say so, for Rahul Gandhi? Rahul Gandhi, was he in a position or had he earned his place in the Congress Party to be the vice president and the president of the party? Under his leadership, the Congress lost 39 elections out of 49. So the question remains, the leader might retire, but if the baton is passed to the daughter or the son, the other very meritorious leaders would not get a chance. That system has to be ensured within all political parties. Samajwadi Party, from Mulayam Singh Yadav to Akhilesh Yadav, DMK, Karunanidhi to Stalin, NCP, Sharad Pawar has been the chief since the inception of the party. Why not other leaders should be given chance? Mamta Banerjee, same thing is happening. So I think it is very suffocating for leaders of these political parties that they work hard but they are not able to get the party president position to serve the people.
Are you saying therefore the question is not about age, but it's about merit and the manner in which family-run parties are organized? But before I move on to my other guests, just one question that I asked you. You said the BJP doesn't have, in a sense, a Margdarshak Mandal. People know when to retire. But an LK Advani effectively after the 2014 elections was, even though he wanted, it seems, to be in politics, was effectively eased out. So are you saying to me that the BJP has a concept of easing out their senior leaders naturally, or these leaders on their own know when to go?
I think be it LK Advani ji, Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji or Murli Manohar Joshi ji, they have been the beacon of light for us. They are the guiding factor for the party. And they have ensured that they do not hold any position, but yet they guide the party. And that is what grace and dignity is all about. Rather than sticking to a chair when leaders of your own party start revolting against you. G23 group, Rajdeep, what was it? Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi were presidents of the Congress party for 23 long years without holding an election. Would it not be asked? What about other leaders who have worked equally hard, who also have contributed to the growth of a political party, but they will never get the chance to be the president and make some good decisions for the party and invariably serve democracy and our country?
It's interesting that you seem to suggest that LK Advani on his own sort of one day decided enough is enough. There are varying interpretations of that.
Can you show me one quote?
Okay. Interesting.
No, Rajdeep,
interesting. That's why I said.
You tend to make these statements very irresponsibly.
No.
Can you show me one quote of LK Advani ji? We have seen how the Prime Minister also gives him respect, touches his feet. If you show me one quote of his, that he was pushed out of the party and he was disrespected, then I will have to yield and I'll have to say that yes, you are right and I'm wrong.
Okay. Fair point that you made.
What happened to Sitaram Kesari, PV Narasimha Rao? I don't even want to get into that.
Okay. you believe that we've settled it here. You believe that LK Advani voluntarily opted out in a way out of politics. Others have different views. You're saying, please show me an exact quote of LK Advani. Obviously, Mr. Advani has chosen to maintain his counsel, his silence on that. But Mohan Kumar Mangalam, there are important points that Gaurav Bhatia has made. Gaurav Bhatia has made an important point that in parties where it seems that succession is from one family member to the other, the thought of retirement never comes in because it is all within the family. Then whether it is the NCP at the moment, or whether it is the Congress, or whether it is a number of parties, look at the National Conference, Farooq Abdullah is effectively still in his 80s and virtually still the face of the National Conference in the country. Lalu Prasad Yadav is in his mid-70s. He's the president of the RJD. Is there a sense that family-run parties, no one knows when to retire?
So let me first start by saying that I'm not going to talk about other parties. As far as the Congress party is concerned, we have someone who's not part of the Gandhi family, who's currently the Congress president, who was democratically elected by the All India Congress Committee members, the Pradesh Congress Committee members. I can't remember the last time the BJP had an election for its president. They have a different method of selecting their president that comes out of Nagpur. So they should be the last ones to tell us how to run our party. We have a completely open election with a completely democratic process. And what has resulted in this time is someone who's not from the Gandhi family. Yes, Mrs. Sonia Gandhi.
No, but that happened after 23 years. That happened after 24 years.
Yes, and under Mrs. Sonia Gandhi's leadership, there were 10 years when we were in power. We won 2 back-to-back Lok Sabha elections. And when she did lose elections, in 98 or 99, the party did split. Many people left, including Mr. Sharad Pawar. Now, as far as NCP is concerned, there's this now selective mechanism of saying only the daughter or the son is a dynast and not the nephew. I don't understand how a nephew isn't a dynast if they're trying to oppose dynastic politics. But let me get back to your original question, Rajdeep, because this isn't a question of dynasty. This is a question of whether there should be a retirement age or not. And I think the first thing we need to ask is, what does retirement mean? The Margdarshak Mandal was basically a Modi ji Virodhi Mandal. Whoever was opposing Mr. Modi's elevation was quietly dispatched into this one group that they called the Margdarshak Mandal. The question is that even in corporate India today, or even in companies around the world, CEOs become chairmen, then become non-executive chairmen, and then become independent directors of boards. There isn't really a complete retirement anywhere. And let's understand that politics is very much like entrepreneurship. There are no upper or lower limits that are educational, and there are no upper limits for age. Ray Kroc started McDonald's at 52, Mark Zuckerberg started Facebook at 22. I'm not sure what age Mr. Pawar was when he started NCP.
But Mr. Kumar Mangalam, a political party is not a business house. A political party has lakhs of workers. Many of them work hard for years on end. They expect to be rewarded.
Yes, and so does a business house have lakhs of workers. And like a business house, a political party needs to recognize and promote and demote talent and people who are not talented, so that the party is healthy and they continue to carry forward a mix of sort of youth and experience in order to be able to win elections. Right. Let me stretch that analogy. Just be patient with me for a minute here. The product that one is selling in politics is a mix of the person contesting and the platform or the party they're contesting from. The importance of either component depends on the level of the election. If you're in a local body election, the individual matters a lot more. If you move up to parliament, it's now turned into more and more a presidential contest. Though in assembly also, depending on states, that would wait. Politicians, over a period of time, build social equity. Social equity, like economic equity, takes a significant amount of time to build. Your personal brand, your access to broader networks, your access deeper into the platform that you represent. All of these things take an incredible amount of time to build, just like they take time to build in a company. And as long as your net contribution to the platform is positive, it is very hard for anyone to ask you to retire from that position.
Okay.
Having said that, in the Congress party, in our last Chintan Shivar, we made it very clear that we want to see more and more young people in positions. And we did make declarations that said, and we are continuing to implement those declarations, that half of the people who are going to stand in elections will be under the age of 50. And half of the positions also will be filled by people who are under the age of 50.
Yeah, so but you have, but after that, sir, I take your point, but after that very Chintan Shivir, you elected a 80-year-old veteran leader, 11 times MLA and MP as your president. So I'm just wondering at the end of the day, yes, you're right.
That is an election. That is an election.
No, it may well be an election. So you're saying that he was popularly elected. It doesn't matter then whether he's 80 or 18, as long as the person is seen by the party as the right person. There will be those, of course, who will say that at the end of the day, I maintain family-run parties are seen to be tightly knit when such decisions are taken. But before I come to you, Mahesh Tapse, a quick word from Gaurav Bhatia and then I'll come to Rahul Srivastav. Gaurav Bhatia, you wanted to respond to what you heard. Mr. Kumaramangalam has said, look, the Congress party has decided that half of its members will be under the age of 50. So they are effecting their own generational change. Why should it only be about who your top man is?
You know, he is entitled to his views, and I very respectfully disagree with him, and I'll give you the reasons. You know, Rahul Gandhi, when he was given the ticket for Member of Parliament elections, what were his own credentials? Rajiv Gandhi was made the Prime Minister at 40, Rajdeep. What were his credentials? We all need to ask. Tell me something, Rajdeep. Say if you do not belong to a parivar like the Gandhi parivar or the Yadav parivar, in the case of Lalu Prasad Yadav and Mulayam Singh Yadav, if you fail 39 times, like Rahul Gandhi did, I mentioned that fact, would you be given an opportunity without the surname? The answer is a categorical no. And this is what I'm talking about. Priyanka Vadra Gandhi, she was General Secretary in charge of the state of UP. 2022, UP saw elections. Congress won 2 seats, Rajdeep. She is still the General Secretary. All state presidents were sacked. There were 5 states that had gone for elections. Priyanka Vadra Gandhi was not sacked. Now, coming to the BJP, you know what makes us proud? Why India believes in the leadership of Shri Narendra Modi ji? The top 3 leaders, Narendra Modi ji, he has worked hard to be the Chief Minister of Gujarat and then the Prime Minister, never lost an election. Rahul Gandhi lost his family fiefdom, Amethi, because he does not inspire confidence. JP Nadda ji, again, he does not belong to any political parivar. That is why he's been made the president of the Bharatiya Janata Party. It is because of his own merit.
Yeah, but the analogy could be that JP Nadda lost his home state of Himachal. No. 1 minute. Gaurav Bhatia, you know, somewhere all political parties tend to compromise merit for convenience. All political, JP Nadda is hard-working, but remember he lost his home state of Himachal.
Rajdeep, may I respond, please? Thank you.
Please do.
Under his leadership, we won Uttar Pradesh, we won Goa, we won Uttarakhand, Gujarat historic mandate. Don't you think we lost Himachal? We never blamed the EVM. The point is not that. The point that I'm making is that he became president of the Bharatiya Janata Party because he deserved it through his hard work, great determination, honesty, commitment to people. That
you made your point. You're saying family-based parties do not put merit
because their son and daughters of a particular leader.
Okay, you're saying family-based parties compromise on merit. Rahul Srivastav respond. It's a very interesting. Just a minute, Sana.
Let me just quote.
Yes.
Let me quote one example.
Yes.
Okay. As you wish. But this was a very interesting example.
Please do. Please quote it.
Seconds.
Please quote it.
Okay. Yes. Samajwadi Party, Mulayam Singh Yadav ji was the national president. His son Akhilesh Yadav was the chief minister of the state. Shivpal Yadav was the state president. And with that, Ram Gopal Yadav, leader of the party in the Rajya Sabha, Dharmendra Yadav, and then, you know, many other family members. Where was the place for other, you know, hard-working leaders?
You know, Gaurav Bhatia, I take your point.
Every time a family member comes, a senior leader is asked to make way and make some space for the family member.
Okay. Remember, Gaurav Bhatia at one time was in the Samajwadi Party, so he has experience of that. But Rahul Srivastav, I want you to respond to what you're hearing. You know, Rahul Srivastav, do you believe that as the Sharad Pawar case is suggesting, that when you're the family patriarch in a way, or the party patriarch, therefore you don't resign because the entire party revolves around you? Even yesterday in Mumbai, all the posters were about Sharad Pawar. The slogan was, Sharad Pawar, हमारे पार्टी का एक तरह से बाप है, एक ही बंदा है. It's almost like a one-person show. Is that part of the problem with these political parties that revolve around an individual or a family?
No, Rajdeep, I totally don't agree. As long as there is one voter supporting somebody, a politician remains a politician. And I think no one person can decide for somebody else that there should be this fixed criteria and somebody who is XYZ does not have merit at a certain age. I totally not say it because I know there was this one very bright Indian politician who at the age of 80 something said na tired, na retired and smothered all opposition to him and detractors within his own party. I want to ask a question today that if there is an upper limit question and Ajit Pawar has a problem, if 2 years ago Sharad Pawar had handed over his party to Ajit Pawar, would he have brought in the age factor? The age factor would not have come in. Remember, Mr. Ajit Pawar may be having a lot of grouses, but he is also a quasi-dynast. He had his things slightly easier, maybe not as easy as Supriya Sule, compared to others because his uncle was Sharad Pawar. So this question of age by him. Now, when he was talking, delivering that speech, Rajdeep, he was saying of government official retired at so-and-so, so-and-so. Then why should it be 80 only, Rajdeep? Then why shouldn't politicians retire at 60 like government officials do? Judges is at 65. Mr. Ajit Pawar is 63. Chhagan Bhujbal is 75. Praful Patel is 66. In India today, you have 71-year-old Nitish Kumar Gehlot, nephew Rio. You have 78-year-old Zothama, the Mizo Chief Minister, 75-year-old Naveen Patnaik, 77-year-old Pinarayi Vijayan. Now, you come to the basic fact that, yes, there is no art of retirement in India. If you want something as drastic that only meritorious people should come in and only a certain age should come in, the Americans don't have any age bar, but they have a two-term limit. Limit terms then, perhaps these kind of measures can be taken. Otherwise, how is it possible for some people to decide that X party has the incorrect method? I'll raise another question. The BJP has a 75-year-old formula. Atal Bihari Vajpayee became a member of parliament in 1952. He had to wait for 44 years in politics to become a prime minister. Now, if there was an age bar, BJP would have missed its first prime minister.
It's
will
therefore
it
in a
agree
way
to something like that, Rajdeep?
Yeah, no. It's therefore in a way not about age, but it's also about, of course, wisdom. It's about your ability to hold a party together. But remember, we are a very young country.
Also circumstances,
We are a
Rajdeep.
country, though, Rahul Srivastava, where 60% of the population is under the age of 35. Now, you could argue on the other hand that as Barack Obama became president in his 40s in America, you've got across the world more and more younger prime ministers, Macron, Trudeau. Should we be looking for younger faces? That's, I think, the point. Ajit Pawar has done it for his own self-interest. Let's be clear. You're right that he's never raised Sharad Pawar's age until now. Suddenly, he has remembered that his uncle, is 83 years old. And all the posters of the Ajit Pawar faction also had Sharad Pawar. So the point is, Rahul Srivastava, the question will be asked, and a quick answer to that in a young country, should you have politicians who are younger? The older guard just don't give way. That's the problem.
See, Rajdeep, yes, that's a problem. The Constitution of India does not lay down. We can go by the Constitution of India as a journalist. It does not have any ceiling for politicians. It has for judges, for everybody else. Second issue is that politicians are people's representative, Rajdeep. And it is the people who decide that who should retire, who should be retired, who should be ousted. The moment people start fixing, or the parties decide the age. That's what the question I want to ask, that tomorrow, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is 72 today. The BJP's age limit is 75. In 2025, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be 75. Now, that means if the BJP follows this age limit, a very capable Prime Minister, by the own BJP standard, may have to demit office.
Right,
now, these are questions which needs to be answered. One thing which I like to say before I go, that since we are talking age of politician, today is my friend Mr. Rangarajan Kumar Mangalam's son Mohan's birthday, so we should all wish him luck.
Yeah, Mohan Kumar Mangalam, isn't that true though in some way, that for the young it's become very difficult in politics? Because the old guard doesn't give way. I mean, Ajit Pawar may have done it out of self-interest to raise Sharad Pawar's issue, but the truth is that a number of Congress persons are sending me messages, Rajdeep, that in our own party, for all the talk, the old guard never leaves.
I think Rahul Srivastavaji's message is a good message there when he talked about Mr. Vajpayee's struggle and how many years it took him to reach the top point. Like I said, there isn't like a straight line path here in politics that you go from step 1 to step 2 to step 3 in 1 year or 2 years or 3 years. And so when you reach that, sort of the peak, if you will, of the mountain, it's not easy to step aside and let someone else take over.
No, that's because our party organizations are like that. Why don't we throw up a Barack Obama? Why don't we throw up a 44, 45-year-old who can be the president of the Congress party without a family surname? Without a family surname.
So, again, that goes to the people. It's up to the people to throw up such a leader. Whether the people actually recognize and want someone of that of that age and, without that surname. Yeah, but the
people are the party, right? Your party, okay.
Exactly. So the people's will, you said it yourself, Rajdeep, the people's will is represented in the cadre of the party.
Okay. So you believe the cadre of the party. Okay. Point taken. Final word, I want one from Gaurav Bhatia. Rahul Srivastav said, when Mr. Modi turns 75 in 2025, does he also go to the Margdarshak Mandal?
Rajdeep, it is not for the spokesperson of a party to answer these questions. I know one thing for sure, that a leader like Shri Narendra Modi ji will definitely take a decision which is in the interest of the country, because his heart beats for our nation. He is not a product of dynastic politics. But let me give you a very good example. It's not about retirement age for politicians. It's more about how transfer of power takes place and how merit is recognized in a party. Akhilesh Yadav, when he was sworn in as the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, was only 38 or 39, the youngest CM ever. What happened? He lost power. 2017 routed completely because he had not worked hard to understand the nitty-gritties of politics. It was given to him. Yogi Adityanath ji, on the other hand, was a 6-time MP. He knew pulse of the people. He worked hard. And he won again in 2022. He was also 44 when he was sworn in as the Chief Minister. Why am I citing this example? That yes, if you have merit in yourself, if you are committed to the welfare of the people, if life gives you an opportunity to serve, you have to be prepared in terms of your experience, wisdom and commitment that lacks in leaders who come from
example. Yes, Mohan, you want to respond to Yogi. Yogi is a good example.
Yes, Rajdeep. No,
very
Rajdeep,
quickly.
I want to ask Gaurav Bhatia one question. I want to ask Gaurav Bhatia one question, which is, what made Mr. Modi qualified in 2001 to be sworn in as Chief Minister, given that he had never contested an election?
Gaurav, 30-second answer.
Yeah. He had served the party for more than 1.5 decades. He was General Secretary of the party and he had served in states where the party performed very well.
Okay, that's your answer. Mahesh, sir, I take your point. We started with the NCP, let's end with them. Mahesh Thapar says there will be those who will say that maybe Sharad Pawar's one mistake was he never really prepared a clear line of succession. And that is a mistake sometimes patriarchs make, and then when they perhaps lose some of their political clout, it results in the chaos to some extent that we are seeing in the NCP. Would you agree that maybe Sharad Pawar a few years ago should have decided on Ajit Pawar, who many say is a capable administrator, instead chose his daughter, possibly Putra Moha, and therefore people will ask these questions now?
When Pawar Sahib had put down his papers, Rajdeep ji, if you remember a couple of weeks ago, that time Ajit Dada was definitely asked, would he like to head the party in Delhi? So he categorically denied that I do not want to go to Delhi, I want to remain in Maharashtra. At that time, 2 working presidents were nominated. One is Supriya Sule and the second is Praful Patel. We all know what has happened from 2nd of July and Praful Patel ji siding with Ajit Dada, and now they have backed with joined the BJP and Eknath Shinde government. So all this process was in place. Nobody ever thought. Everybody looked at Ajit Pawar as the political shadow of Sharad Pawar ji, and there was never an iota of doubt in anybody's mind that Ajit Dada will never be his protege or his next in command in Maharashtra politics. So it was always looked at, or Ajit Dada was always looked as Pawar Saab's shadow in the political circle.
So you're saying Mr. Pawar actually had a succession plan in mind, Supriya Sule at the center in a way, and Ajit Pawar in Maharashtra. Either way, I'll tell you what somebody told me today in Mumbai in the morning. They said, whatever else, you don't raise the age of someone in your family and ask him to leave, at least in public life. To that extent, maybe Ajit Pawar needs to rethink some of the things he said about his uncle. You have every right to break away and form your own party, but do you take on someone for their age? Particularly someone who, remember, has been a cancer survivor and has fought his way through politics. At the end of the day, what should matter is merit. If Sharad Pawar lacks the merit, Ajit Pawar has every reason to challenge him. But is age really the factor? That's a question I pose to my young audience also out there. Let's take a break. Let's look at our next story from there. 2 days ago, a horrifying video of a BJP youth worker urinating on a tribal man in Madhya Pradesh surfaced. While the accused in question, Pravesh Shukla, is now in custody and a stringent NSA slapped against him, Chief Minister Shivraj Chauhan, facing an election this year in Madhya Pradesh, today went further, apologized to the victim, even washed his feet. Will that be enough to douse the fire of tribal rage?
Madhya Pradesh CM Shivraj Singh Chauhan trying to douse the fire sparked by urine gate horror. Dashmat, the tribal labourer on whom a BJP youth wing leader urinated on, was called to the CM's house on Thursday. Chauhan squatted on a low stool, made Dashmat sit on the chair, and then proceeded to wash his feet. The CM presented the victim an Angavastra or shawl along with gifts. The damage control exercise was steeped in Hindu customs that show respect, intended to send out a clear message of remorse.
मुझे बहुत दुख हुआ वो घटना देख के, मैं माफी चाहता हूँ। ये क्योंकि मेरी ड्यूटी है, मेरे लिए तो जनता ही भगवान जैसे है। पूरा बन गया कि नहीं बना पूरा?
The CM also shared food and pleasantries with Dashmat.
भाई दशमत के साथ अन्याय हुआ, मेरा मन दर्द, पीड़ा और व्यथा से भर गया, इसलिए मैंने दशमत को यहां बुलाया.
Dashmat had been incommunicado ever since the video of BJYM leader Pravesh Shukla insulting him had gone viral this week. His family, relieved to see Dashmat at the CM's residence, rued missing the chance to meet the CM.
यहाँ लाई गई अपना के पति के वहाँ भोपाल मुख्यमंत्री से मिला हुआ, यहाँ का अपना से कहीं नहीं मिलवाई।
तब ये बतीवत हम लाई गए ऐसा नहीं जैसे वहाँ मिलावे लगे तैसे हमारे लग रही है तो मिलवा रहे थे। हमारा मन रहा हम चले जी तो मंत्री के लगे मिले, हमारे बच्चे चले जाते।
Angry scenes unfolded at Dashmat's house when BJP MLA Kedarnath Shukla, who is allegedly close to the accused Pravesh Shukla, came calling. He was shown slippers by the protesting women.
आपसे इसका कोई संबंध नहीं है। नहीं, संबंध देखिए, मैं उस क्षेत्र का विधायक हूँ जी, उस क्षेत्र के सभी मतदाताओं से मेरा संपर्क है जी, सभी से संबंध है, लेकिन इस तरह की घटना की मैं निंदा करता हूँ। यह घटना शर्मसार करने वाली है, ये घटना गलत है जी।
The Congress dismissed CM Chauhan's attempt at penance as a political stunt.
क्या सत्ता का नशा इस कदर भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेताओं पर चढ़ गया है कि वे इंसान को इंसान नहीं समझ रहे?
Parvez Shukla, who urinated on Dashmat, is currently in jail. The authorities had demolished illegal portions of his residence on Wednesday after the video became public.
The shocking urine gate video surfaced just 4 days after Prime Minister Narendra Modi visited Shahdol, which is not very far off from Sindhi where this incident occurred. The BJP is trying to woo tribal communities ahead of the state elections which are due by the end of this year, and this episode has hugely embarrassed the party. With Vijay Irshad Khan in Bhopal, Hemendra Sharma for India Today.
So how does this play out politically, but more importantly, how do Dalits and Adivasis see such incidents? Ashok Bharti is chairman, National Confederation of Dalits and Adivasi Rights Organizations, NACTOR. He joins us. Appreciate your joining us. Mr. Bharti, how do you see this? The Chief Minister now washing the hands of the washing the feet of the very person who was urinated upon. Does this, in a way, is this a photo op, as some are calling it, event management, or do you believe that this will at least send out the right signals?
Well, I think that as far as the Dalit and Adivasi context is concerned, you know, this feet washing has been done by Mr. Modi also at Prayag, if you remember, in Prayagraj. So Mr. Chauhan is just copying that, believing that it will absolve him of the failure that district administration and the Madhya Pradesh government has failed to the Adivasis. I believe Madhya Pradesh, why Mr. Chauhan has to go such a long distance to cover up this whole inhuman behavior by a political functionary in Sindhi district. The district administration has completely failed. Why district administration could not take action, and why CM has to take action?
No, one minute. Mr. Shukla has now been arrested. Mr. Shukla has been arrested.
Has failed in taming its administration.
No. The fact is, Mr. Shukla has been arrested, albeit after public outrage, I concede.
But the question is, now that's what I'm saying. That why the administration and the CM wait for the public outrage and act? Why it can't be taken in normal course of administrative action? It means that unless Dalit and Adivasi make a hue and cry, no administration will move even an inch to act against the culprits. This is what the sorry state of affair after serving 18 years in Madhya Pradesh.
The question, of course, is the larger question of atrocities against Dalits and tribals in particular. Do you see this instance as a one-off, or are we to put it in the larger context that there are people who believe they can still get away in the 21st century in 2023 with what Mr. Shukla did?
Well, Rajdeep, I believe that this is the true story, that the people heart atrocity on the Dalits, hapless Dalit and Adivasi, and they get away with that. If you look at the role of the administrative officer in Sindhi, Satna, Rewa, Singrauli, Umaria, you will find hardly any Dalit and Adivasi in administration. Most of the positions are captured by or controlled by the few communities only, particularly the Brahmins in that area. That's why it is said, I wouldn't like to say, but it is said that they can light a lamp with the urination of the Brahmins in that region.
No, so are you saying
so
it
this
is
the rig that they publicly, that they say in the public discourse?
No, are you saying therefore that the real problem is that there are people out there, because of the nature of the caste dynamics on the ground in places like Sindhi, who believe they could get away? Because we are seeing in many states now slowly, there have been cases where, when Mayawati was in power in Uttar Pradesh, any instance against a Dalit, she would slap the SC/ST Act very strongly against them. There was even criticism that she'd gone too far. Do you believe the problem lies with law, or is it with the lawmakers, or is it the way societies are structured?
No, I guess there are all issues. the society, because what has happened, the constitution has empowered the Dalits and Adivasi to be equal with the rest of the people. But the upper caste have not accepted the fact that Dalit and Adivasi can become equal to them. Therefore, it's an issue of the mentality. There is an issue because this mentality survives in the administration, so there is hardly any action against the perpetrator of the violence. The same attitude prevails in the judiciary, same attitude prevails at the political executive. So therefore, there is a whole nexus. We have to, as a society, we have to think that where are we going? If we cannot consider human being as equal, then where are ultimately heading to?
Okay. I think those are important points to ponder over. We sort of venerate almost Baba Sahib Ambedkar. There are statues of his all over the country. But have we truly internalized the concept of social justice and social equality in the truest sense? And is it enough then a few days later to garland someone, wash his feet? Is that enough? Or is that, as critics call it, a photo op? Others are saying it's a form of prayashchit. Either way, we leave it to you to decide. This is an election year, remember, in Madhya Pradesh. Thank you very much, Mr. Bharti, for joining me. As I said, I was this morning in Mumbai. I went for a walk on Marine Drive. Lovely weather. It was drizzling. Sadly, in other parts of the country, there's monsoon fury. So I leave you tonight with Kabhi Khushi, Kabhi Gum, images of monsoon fury in some parts of the country like Kerala. In other parts of the country, there's a lovely drizzle in the air. That is the nature of the great Indian monsoon. Thanks for watching. Stay well, stay safe. Good night, Shubhratri. Jai Hind, Namaskar.
So how does one log off? Limit yourself to one screen at a time. Spring clean your social media accounts. Use apps to bolster self-control. Don't charge your phone near your bed. Set time boundaries in usage. Use your gadgets thoughtfully. Think about whether you actually need to use your laptop or whether you need to use your phone. Is there any work really, or just using it mindlessly? Do you really need to watch TV, or you'd rather go for a walk or even take a nap, which is actually more relaxing, more refreshing?
If you ask an average person, they'll say, oh, I'm on social media for about 10-15 minutes or maybe a little bit more in there. I'm not typically there. But if they start actually analyzing their time, and there are apps and features available on these gadgets, they then come to realize that I was putting so many hours more.
Prioritizing offline relationships and getting a glimpse of what real life offers brings real joy. Try it.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 36 and minimum 26 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 28 and minimum 24 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 34 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 25 and minimum 19 degrees. Chennai, maximum 33 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 29 and minimum 23 degrees.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mode.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 36 and minimum 26 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 28 and minimum 24 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 34 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 25 and minimum 19 degrees. Chennai, maximum 33 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 29 and minimum 23 degrees.
Kerala's public health. All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories. From every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Co-powered by the new Kia Seltos, the badass reborn. Extra safe Polycab green wire.
A Khalistan rally tableau depicting the assassination of Indira Gandhi, former Indian Prime Minister. Multiple posters with photographs of Indian diplomats. Khalistan posters scream, "Kill India," paint a target on Indian diplomats. A shocker from Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau.
Canada has always taken extremely seriously violence and threats of violence. We've always taken serious action against terrorism, and we always will.
A shocked India reacts in horror.
The issue is not about freedom of expression, but its misuse for advocating violence, for propagating separatism, and for legitimizing terrorism.
Assassination tableau and terror threat posters, part of free speech for Trudeau. Is Trudeau in Khalistan terror trap? That's our top focus on India First.
Is this tableau, and we'll show you that tableau once again on your television screen. So is this tableau depicting the assassination of late Indira Gandhi, then Indian Prime Minister, freedom of expression? Are these posters, look at those posters very carefully, are those posters that scream "Kill India" with pictures of India's High Commissioner to Canada and India's top diplomats in Canada or in the United States or in the United Kingdom or in Australia? Are all of these part of free speech? Is this free speech for the Canadian Prime Minister, for Justin Trudeau? Is this what Canada calls liberal democracy? Or is there merit in India saying that this is a shameful example of vote bank politics being peddled as free speech in a liberal democracy? Is this not giving cover fire to radical elements who are abusing freedom of expression? I'm Gaurav Sawant. We get you instances of India's request to Canada to take action against terrorists, extremists, and those financing terror, and Canada's inaction. But let's get started with the headlines on India First. Fight for the NCP escalates. Sharad Pawar expels nephew Ajit Pawar and other rebels, declares himself as the real president of the NCP. Ajit Pawar calls the Delhi meeting illegal. Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde refuses and refutes resignation rumors, says all is well in Maharashtra Sarkar, and the union with NCP will only strengthen the Mahayuti. Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan washes the feet of the victim urinated upon by a BJP youth worker. The Congress hits out, says the Shivraj Singh Chauhan government can't wash away its sins. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin reiterates his opposition to the Uniform Civil Code, says it's being brought in as revenge against those opposing the BJP. NDA ally AIA-DMK joins the anti-UCC bandwagon. India's moon mission Chandrayaan-3 to be launched on the 14th of July. It will attempt a soft landing on the moon and deliver a lander and a rover to lunar surface. There is shock and outrage in India over Canada's Prime Minister Justin Trudeau trying to pass off a tableau depicting the assassination of Indira Gandhi, then Indian Prime Minister, as freedom of expression. Or Khalistani posters saying "Kill India" with photographs of top Indian diplomats posted in Canada. Is this acceptable in a so-called liberal democracy? Or is this vote bank politics being given the cover fire of free speech?
Kill India rallies. Bid to set consulates on fire. Threats to diplomats. Unrestricted by any authorities, the Khalistani groups across the United States, Canada and the United Kingdom are having a free run. Just days after an attempt was made to set the Indian consulate in San Francisco ablaze, a new Khalistani rally is being planned in the United Kingdom. A poster promoting a Khalistan Kill India rally outside the Indian High Commission in London on July 8 has surfaced. The poster carries images of Indian High Commissioner to the UK, Vikram Doraiswamy, and the Consul General of India in Birmingham, Dr. Shashank Vikram. Similar posters targeting Indian diplomats were seen outside Indian missions in Canada, US, and Australia. According to intelligence agency sources, Khalistanis like Gurpatwant Singh, Pannu and other K groups are openly getting help from Pakistani spy agency ISI. These acts have lit a major diplomatic and political fire. Notoriously soft on Khalistani terrorists, Canada has failed to take action against Khalistanis. On the contrary, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau has gone on to accuse India of false remarks and asserted that Canada takes every kind of threat very seriously. Trudeau is being accused of pandering to the Khalistani vote bank in that country.
They are wrong. Canada has always taken extremely seriously violence and threats of violence. We've always taken serious action against terrorism, and we always will. We have an extremely diverse country, and freedom of expression is something that we have, but we will always make sure that we are pushing back against violence and extremism in all its forms.
The media reports about comments by Prime Minister Trudeau, but let me make the larger point that the issue is not about freedom of expression, but its misuse for advocating violence, for propagating separatism, and for legitimizing terrorism.
The fine words and sentiments apart, it is a fact that Canada has tolerated Khalistani provocations against India for a long time. The United States, on the other hand, has assured that steps shall be taken to ensure the safety and security of Indian diplomats.
We take very seriously the safety and security of diplomats that are living in the United States. We have been in close contact with Indian authorities, with local law enforcement. We are trying to take the necessary steps to ensure that Indian diplomatic community feels safe and secure here, and we'll continue with that work going forward.
The Indian government is treating attacks on our missions as serious provocations.
हमने उनको रिक्वेस्ट की है कि वो उनको खालिस्तानियों को स्पेस न दें, क्योंकि उनकी सोच जो है ये रैडिकल एक्सट्रीमिस्ट विचारधारा जो है वो ना हमारे लिए अच्छा है, ना उनके लिए है, ना हमारे रिश्तों के लिए है। तो ये जो पोस्टर का विषय जो है ये हम जरूर उन सरकारों से उठाएंगे।
But desperate for attention, Khalistani groups are adamant on pulling every kind of stunt possible. Bureau Report, India Today.
Frankly, for decades, India has been raising the issue of safe havens for Khalistani elements in Canada. In fact, late Indira Gandhi had raised it with Justin Trudeau's father, Pierre Trudeau, when he was Canada's Prime Minister in 1982. Sadly, no action was taken. Indira Gandhi was assassinated in October 1984. Justin Trudeau appears to be trying to palm off a tableau. Watch that tableau again. That's a tableau that depicts Indira Gandhi's assassination. Is Canada trying to palm this off as freedom of expression? This isn't the only instance of Canada's inaction. In 2018, Prime Minister Narendra Modi had strongly taken up the issue of Sikh extremism with Justin Trudeau during the Canadian Prime Minister's visit to India. In February 2018, Captain Amrinder Singh, then Chief Minister of Punjab, had handed over a list of 9 Khalistani extremists and operatives to the Canadian Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau. That was in 2018. This is 2023, July. That list, incidentally, includes the names of Babbar Khalsa International member Lakhbir Singh Sandhu, alias Landa. Landa is originally from Tarantaran in Punjab. The National Investigation Agency, NIA, has announced a reward of 15 lakh rupees on Landa. But it's not just one individual. Arshdeep Singh Gill, alias Arsh Dalla. Again, Arsh Dalla is based in Canada. He's linked to the Khalistan Tiger Force. Dalla incidentally was designated an individual terrorist by the Ministry of Home Affairs in January 2023. Government wants action against him. Will Canada take action? Remains to be seen. Yet another accused wanted by the NIA is Satwinder Jeet Singh alias Goldie Brar, an accused in the killing of Pradeep Kumar, a Dera Sacha Sauda follower. This happened in Faridkot in November 2022. Once again, Canada sadly found wanting, not taking action against terrorists, extremists and terror sympathizers, all in the name of freedom of expression. So is there merit in Justin Trudeau saying India is wrong and that Canada has taken the threat of violence very seriously and has taken strong action against terror? You heard the Canadian Prime Minister. These are his words. The Canadian Prime Minister insists Canada is not soft on terror. External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar has accused Canada of the Canadian leadership of vote bank politics and inaction against terror threats to Indian diplomats. Let's try and make sense of these developments. Joining me on the magnitude of the threat posed by the Khalistani supporters and Canada's meek response are Shashikant. Shashikant is former Director General of the Punjab Police. Also with me is Ambassador Veena Sikri, former top diplomat. And Ambassador Sikri, I want to ask you first, ma'am. Is there merit in Justin Trudeau saying Canada is taking serious action against terrorists and threats of violence and that India is wrong to think Canada is soft on terror?
No, I think that that Prime Minister Justin Trudeau there's a clear gap between what he is saying and his actions on the ground. I think this tableau that you showed, it's clearly glorifying violence. It's glorifying the assassination, the tragic assassination of former Prime Minister Indira Gandhi. And he's saying that we do not allow glorification of violence, we do not allow extremism. And we know that there are posters with threats of calling for the killing of our senior diplomats in Canada. And that's not extremism, that's not violence. I think our External Affairs Minister put it very carefully, very correctly, that we are asking our partners that they must not give space to violence and extremists. And that is very important, and this is for our partners. And Canada is an important strategic partner of India. They must take note of it. And we have to continue with it strong. Our spokesman has said it, our External Affairs Minister have said it, and this the rally which is being called in Canada, I think also on the 8th of July, both in UK and in Canada, and the simultaneous threats to all senior Indian diplomats in UK, in Canada, in Australia, I think these are extremely serious and they really have a serious potential for violence, serious potential for harming bilateral relations, because India will not hesitate.
Our missions have been targeted. You're absolutely right, ma'am. Whether it's San Francisco, where the Indian consulate was targeted twice, vandalism first time, arson second time. Our mission in the United Kingdom, the Indian High Commission was targeted in UK. Our temples have been vandalized in Australia. But let's stick to Canada for a moment. Sir, Mr. Shashikant, I want to come to you now, sir. Will Justin Trudeau's response actually, in your appreciation, embolden the Khalistani elements? Because here, in the name of freedom of expression, they seem to have state support.
Yeah, my first reaction is I don't think Justin Trudeau believes his own words, whatever he's saying. They are hollow words, and I don't think that he himself believes in that, no way. And talking about the involvement or the encouragement of the Canadian government to such elements, there are certain newspapers in Brampton and other places. Out and out Khalistani, they are getting government advertisements, government aid, they are getting finances from the Canadian government. And all these things, it's not only that we are saying, Stephen Harper, when he had come to India recently, he had also asked Trudeau that, hey, look after yourself, look after the interests of the country. What you're talking about, you're giving absolute support to the Khalistani elements. So it is not only we who are shouting and we are saying that, yeah, whatever he's doing, whatever he's saying is absolutely wrong, but even the Canadians themselves, their former prime ministers are saying this thing, that this man, Trudeau, is absolutely going on the wrong way. Thank you.
Can, Ambassador Sikri, can Prime Minister Justin Trudeau dismiss the activities of these Khalistani extremists as freedom of expression? Or is there merit in Dr. Jaishankar actually nailing the Canadian government, saying this is nothing but vote bank politics, and we are playing out how Justin Trudeau is dependent on Jagmeet Singh, and why is that very dangerous, not just for India, but perhaps even for Canada, ma'am?
Yes, certainly. I think that External Affairs Minister has certainly called out what Prime Minister Justin Trudeau is trying to say, trying to justify something which is incorrect, because a threat of violence, as we know, is the next step is the violent act itself. And when you are actually calling for such violent action against diplomats who are supposed to be protected by the government of the day in Canada, when you're calling for that, anybody will take that, saying I was authorized to do it. Anybody will take up those words. We've seen it happen before. We've seen it happen with our diplomat Ravindra Mahatre in Birmingham.
Yes.
We've seen it happen in other places. People have lost their lives because of such calls for action against diplomatic personnel. And we know that India will not hesitate to take action. We know that in the case of the UK High Commissioner, we actually, did withdraw the Tier 2 and Tier 3 security for the UK High Commission, because we will not hesitate. Because our citizens, our diplomats who are protecting the interests of our country in these very difficult missions abroad, they need our protection, they need our help in every way. And we know that by Prime Minister Justin Trudeau saying these, mundane words and these, kind of anodyne words, he is only encouraging people like Mr. Panoon of the Sikhs for Justice group to actually go ahead and live up to his word. And not only is the 8th of July rally one of the first things, then he is calling for action leading up to August 15th. He's saying that from now till Independence Day, August 15th, there must be a series of actions. So the kind of threat that our very senior diplomats are facing is real, is serious, is dangerous, and the government will indeed take every action to protect them. And
a spark neglected burns the house. But here, Canada may call itself a liberal democracy, but in a liberal democracy, and as you very rightly pointed out, ma'am, you mentioned Mr. Mahatre's killing in Birmingham in the 1980s. Again, England calls itself a liberal democracy, but these countries actually end up being safe haven for terrorists of all hues. They suffer themselves. Britain has suffered. God forbid, Canada may suffer. But Mr. Shashikant, a tableau depicting the assassination of Indira Gandhi clearly cannot be seen as freedom of expression. This timid response, this very timid response of the Justin Trudeau government saying it's freedom of expression, or the posters of Indian diplomats. So as a former top police officer, does this not paint a very clear target on our diplomats, whether in the United States or in Canada or in UK or Australia?
Certainly it does. Certainly is. That is certainly not welcome. And now what they're saying about July 8th, they want to see there some killer rally or something they are planning. What's happening? And Canada and freedom of speech, I think they are two different things. And more, I'll say that Trudeau doesn't know what he's dealing with. He's dealing with a loose cannon. Militancy, terrorism, they don't have any defense. Maybe tomorrow they just turn the cannon towards this Canada or towards Trudeau, etc., Anything is possible. And again, I'll come to this thing. Trudeau and company, they say that they believe in freedom of speech. I'll give you one small instance. So in 2013, Punjab and Haryana High Court has been asking for extradition of some top smuggler sitting there who is funding these persons, militants.
Yes.
And they say that we don't know where they are. This is the kind of language they speak. This is their belief in believes in freedom of speech and justice and all those high values they talk about. Thank you.
How should India deal with such a dangerous situation? This is a very lethal situation that under the garb of freedom of expression, under the garb of a liberal democracy, you have terrorism that's actually being encouraged by leaders like Justin Trudeau, either directly or indirectly. This is very dangerous for India. What can India do, Ambassador Sikri?
Well, in the first instance, we have to talk to them very, very frankly, even if it means to, the ultimate step is to recall your ambassador and to say that, there will be a hiatus in the bilateral relationships. We know that this will come, but they seem to be counting on the fact that there's so many Indians are going to Canada to study, and there's so much demand for Indian visas. So they're trying to say that the popular, demand for going to Canada, etc., will override that. But I think they're quite wrong, because national security is paramount. And actually, today they're calling for violence against diplomats. Tomorrow they will actually inflict violence on Indian students, on Indian civilians who are there for legitimate purposes, living and studying. And we've already seen there have been arson attacks on the Indian Consulate General in San Francisco. So obviously there is a very serious response, because the people who are there, who are being funded, the Sikhs for Justice, funded by the ISI and other agencies, they then demand action. When somebody gives you money, then you say, okay, now you've got to take action, you've got to do something, what I'm telling you to do. And so they either go out and do violence, kill somebody, or they do arson and things like that. So the Indian government will not hesitate. We've seen Justin Trudeau himself, when he had the trucker strike, when he was facing the trucker strike, he in a week's time threatened the truckers, I'll shut down your bank accounts, I'll do this, I'll look into all kinds of threats were
absolutely
held up to end the trucker strike. But in this case, he's very blasé. He's just saying, oh no, India is wrong and so on. We have to have serious talks. Already the Canadian envoy has been called in by the Ministry of External Affairs, and it'll be carried to the next level. It'll be escalated, definitely. And I think that even if the two prime ministers have to talk, to actually say that this is not going to be allowed to carry on. And Indian diplomats cannot be placed under this position of threat from a group based right there in Canada. And India has given the names of all the people, and you had it on your screen.
Absolutely.
But no action has been taken against any of them.
No,
Captain
Lakhbir Singh Sandhu,
when he was Chief Minister
NIA has a 15 lakh rupee reward on him. Mr. Shashikant, Lakhbir Singh Sandhu, Arshdeep Singh Gill, alias Arsh Dalla, Satwinder Singh Jeet Singh, alias Goldie Brar. I have that entire list. But my question is, this is not the first time. Let me take you back in history. Canadian journalists have written about this, that Indira Gandhi had raised this with Justin Trudeau's father, Pierre Trudeau, in 1982. Take action against Khalistani supporters. 1982. India has been raising this since then. And sir, no action has been taken. It just shows that over decades, the Khalistanis are so well entrenched that they decide who wins elections, who stays in power. How will action be taken? Prime Minister Narendra Modi has taken it up with Justin Trudeau himself at the level of the Chief Minister, Captain Amrinder Singh, then Chief Minister of Punjab. He took it up, and yet no action. 2018, now it's 2023, sir.
Trudeau is just trying to save his own chair. It is not his government, it's not his party which is ruling there, is the NDP which is ruling. They are dictating the terms to Trudeau, and Trudeau is just succumbing to their pressure and whatever he might say. But the fact remains that, yes, he is just totally subservient to these things. Yes, I believe that our Punjabis have done wonders in Canada, in UK, in US, and Australia, in fact, the entire European Union. But when a government, duly elected government, claim to swear by the constitution, they succumb to certain local interests just to save their own chairs. I think that's very, very strange, and that's very shameful, I'll say. Sorry, I'm using a hard word, but that's what I believe in. Thank you.
In a situation where this is happening in multiple liberal democracies, United States, our mission in San Francisco targeted twice. The consulate was targeted twice. There was arson and vandalism. In Canada, these posters have come up. In the United Kingdom, the Indian High Commission was targeted, our flag was desecrated, and it's been happening for quite some time there. Again, it's happening in Australia. Ambassador Sikri, these are our strategic partners. These are amongst our closest allies, and yet this is happening. So we blame Pakistan, but how is Canada any different?
No, it's not that Canada is any different. Canada is just allowing the ISI to do this, and they're knowingly allowing it. So they are as guilty if you are accusing the ISI of doing something incorrect. And of course, we know where the money and the funding and the financing and the weaponry is coming from. So they are as guilty. But then the Canadian government, by knowingly allowing them to do it, has to be held guilty as well. And I think that this is a part of the calling out of weakness of action against terrorism and extremism and threats of violence. This is the UN's weakness which is being shown up, the weakness of individual countries who not only hide behind the so-called freedom of expression, but then allow the UN to be ruined in terms of expressing its will and taking action against terrorists and violent groups. We have a UN known list of terrorists. India has given all these information to everybody so that everybody knows who these groups are, who the leaders are, who are the ones who are considered terrorists. There's no excuse for lack of action, and we have to now call them out. Yes, you're right. There are partners. External Affairs Minister used the word partners when he spoke about giving space to extremists and terrorists in different countries. In Quad, both Australia and USA are India's partners in Quad. With UK and with Canada, we have strategic partnerships. So how is it that it's happening despite that? And I think that at this time, when UK, Australia, USA and Canada, they're all talking to India about elevating strategic partnerships, about working together in the Indo-Pacific, we have to hold them to account for their actions on this matter, because it concerns...
To very clearly hold Justin Trudeau's feet to fire and ensure action is taken against these elements, because a spark neglected very clearly burns the house. It's not just 7 seas away. Their actions have had consequences in India, and God forbid, in 2024, an election year, the consequences could be huge. We will continue to track developments on the story very closely. Ambassador Veena Sikri and Mr. Shashikant, as always, for joining me here on this India First special. Many thanks. A quick break. Abha Bakaya comes up next with Business Today. Stay with us.
I was just having a conversation with a very old-timer fund manager, mutual fund manager, and he said that the macro story for India is great, but valuations are still not compelling and not challenging, and quite challenging. Would you agree with that, or would you say that it's a good entry point for India now?
Yeah, thank you, Dan. Thanks for having me here. Yeah, you actually are absolutely right. I would kind of echo the sentiments. I do believe that the macro story is looking very compelling for sure. Quite confident about 15% plus earnings growth, which is like one of the highest that we've seen, that we will be seeing in any of the major markets globally. So yeah, all that is looking quite well. But yeah, but valuations is definitely sticking out. When the markets corrected earlier in February or so, when the Nifty was at around 17,000, it was looking pretty interesting, but the markets have moved up pretty quickly, up about 10% or so from there. And yes, many stocks and sectors are looking expensive at this point in time. Yeah.
There is a fear in certain quarters in the market that during the course of this year, we'll get another spike in volatility, and you may even get the market back to the kind of levels which you found interesting. Do you expect something like that? I know it cannot be predicted, events cannot be predicted, but is it a likelihood in your eyes?
I think the event that will probably create volatility in the Indian markets will probably have to be a global event or an international event, I do not foresee too many negative or let's say big negative events for the Indian markets, which will be domestically sort of caused. My sense is that you will probably see, or you could probably see some volatility created by either some unexpected change, say in the Fed policy, or some other kind of dislocation that might happen in the capital markets globally, or something like that. But as far as the developments domestically go, to me it looks unlikely.
Hello and welcome. You're with us here on Business Today. I'm Maha Pawar. Here are the day's top stories. It's a world exclusive. Nothing CEO and OnePlus co-founder Carl Pei, in conversation with Business Today TV, says India is the most important strategic market for handset manufacturing. Nothing reveals he was an Apple fanboy, but they have become lazy of late. Popular people carriers like the Innova, Maruti Ertiga and Kia Carens could get more expensive. GST Council may take up proposal to treat these vehicles like SUVs. If passed, it would mean an additional 22% cess. BGTV, in an exclusive conversation with Vivek Jory, chairman of the CB of Indirect Taxes and Customs, tells us that conditions are conducive to bringing petroleum products and alcohol under GST. Also says we'll consider various steps to rationalize rates. D Street ignores weak global cues in its march to new highs. Sensex and Nifty scaled record highs in trade before withdrawing in the last half hour. Sustained foreign capital inflows keep sentiment bullish. Finance Ministry releases economic review for 22-23, says consumption and investment in the last quarter crossed pre-pandemic levels, adds that this year's economic growth is only restricted by external factors. Huge response to Threads, the new Meta challenge to Twitter. Mark Zuckerberg boasts of 10 million signups in just 7 hours. The new platform allows users to post up to 500 characters. Popular car models like the Toyota Innova, Maruti Ertiga, Echo and Kia Carens could get costlier if a new proposal is accepted by the GST Council. According to reports, the GST Council is set to discuss an additional cess of 22% on all MPVs and crossover models. The cess is currently imposed only on SUVs. The proposed move will impose cess on all UVs with a length of more than 4 meters engine capacity of more than 1500 cc and ground clearance of over 170 millimeters. The cess was first imposed on SUVs at a council meeting held in September 2017. The 22% cess on 28% GST would mean an added cost of 6.2% on the ex-factory price. For more on this, let's go across to Karishma Sudani. Karishma, what are the chances of this proposal being passed, and that too next week?
Well, right, Abha, this has been under deliberation for quite some time. In fact, the council is likely to clarify on the definition of MUVs and XUVs, which is the multi-utility vehicle and the crossover utility vehicle. And the idea has been, of course, to bring them at par with the SUVs, that is the sports utility vehicle. Now, there has been a 22% cess recommendation that will be taken up for deliberation in the upcoming GST Council meeting on 11th of July. And this is going to be over and above the 28% GST tax that is already imposed on these utility vehicles. It was also during the 23rd GST Council meeting that government had decided to impose this cess on SUVs, and now they want to take a further clarification for which they set certain parameters which justify why a utility vehicle should be considered under the cess amplification.
Sure. Karishma, what's the status of GST on online gaming? Is the GST Council expected to take a decision on this?
Yes, top sources are telling us that online gaming is on the agenda, and yet another subject that, as per my top officials, will need clarity and will be taken up. While the issue is going to be tabled, we are not yet sure if there's going to be an outcome or decision on it, because it's going to be in the hands of states. As we know, the GOM on online gaming had submitted in last December a report that talks of a 28% tax, but what is yet to be decided is on the medium of valuation. Is it going to be on the net income, or is it going to be on the gross gaming revenue, which is the GGR, is something that the states will have to decide. And in case that there is strong rebuttal from certain states, then the government may not go ahead with it.
All right, Karishma, thanks so much for joining us with that. The Federation of Auto Dealers Association, or FADA, meanwhile, has sought to rationalize GST on all vehicles. In a conversation with BTTV's Chetan Bhutani, FADA's Manish Raj Singhania said the vehicles were just picking up after 3 years. According to data released by the body, registration of passenger vehicles, three-wheelers and tractors in June was the highest ever recorded for the month.
There are reports that in the upcoming GST Council meeting, the Council is likely to define MUVs and SUVs for a levy of 22% cess over and above the 28% GST rate. So what is your reaction on that?
No, we are already, apart from GST, in any SUV or MUV, we are taxed between 48 to 49%. So that is there. I don't think there is any reduction would be there on that front. We have been asking for GST reduction only on two-wheelers, which command GST of present GST of 28%, which we are asking that it should be reduced to 18%, because that's the only segment which has not yet revived from the pre-COVID level, which is still underperforming compared to pre-COVID level.
When it comes to rural India or the Bharat, the real Bharat, that really doesn't venture into premium motorcycles. They venture into the entry-level motorcycles. But that is also not showing good growth. So why is it that the rural Bharat is not buying a two-wheeler? Because, small states usually rely on two-wheelers. So is there a transition towards EVs, towards scooties, or motorcycles is just not, the plan to buy motorcycles is on hold?
So EV, there is no transition. In fact, last month the FAME subsidies were rolled out, and we could see almost price increment in EV two-wheeler space by almost 15 to 20%. And there was a drop of retail in EV space by almost 56%. So that's a huge drop, and I don't think there's no kind of transition to EV vehicle from ICE vehicle in the rural market. So I think what exactly is the cause is the financial distress.
Well, Maruti is not letting up in its quest to be the country's largest SUV maker. Having launched 4 SUVs and MPVs in the past few months, India's largest automaker is focusing on a market which it had largely stayed away from in the past. In a conversation with BTTV's Chetan Bhutani, Maruti Suzuki's MD and CEO Hisashi Takeuchi, however, made it clear that the company has no intention of returning to diesel.
Already, Maruti Suzuki has now taken a huge leap when it comes to manufacturing premium products, and I'm joined by the Managing Director of Maruti Suzuki. Thank you, San, for joining us. Invicto is here. Maruti has taken a huge leap when it comes to premiumization of luxury vehicles. Nexa channel is now officially has one of the best vehicles that Maruti has ever manufactured. First question to you about the pricing, sir. Do you feel that it could have been priced a little bit lesser in the range of 20 to 21 lakh so that the consumers could have been more attractive vis-a-vis a 25 lakh odd starting car, sir?
Well, this is really the top line of Nexa, and I believe with this price we have already got more than 6,000 bookings. So with this price, I'm sure that the booking will further increase, and I think as a top line, this is appropriate level of the price. And on top of that, I think the Indian market is evolving, and the Indian consumers' purchasing power also increasing, year by year. So I think I believe that the Indian market has the power to absorb this kind of products, and it will, even expand the market size of this type of vehicle.
San, also you mentioned about capturing market share. You are already at 20% from an 8%, market share to 20%. What is the target? What do you plan to end your year with? And will there be sustained launches? Because we have 3-4 launches in the past 3-4 months itself. So do we have more launches lined up to gather that market share further?
The future products, we also, of course, we are planning to introduce even further for Indian market, because the SUV market is expanding so rapidly, and in order to get a good chunk of the SUV market, we also need the decent model lineup. So we have a plan, but we cannot explain the details of our plan today.
Also, sir, I'd like to ask you about the engine one, sir. Such engines are usually very capable and very performing when they come into diesel. So is there a plan for venturing into diesel again, sir, or smart electric hybrid would be the future for Maruti Suzuki?
Of course, our strategy is a multi-pathway. So we will, introduce multiple technologies for our power trains, including this, hybrid products. But as far as the diesel, we have no plan to introduce diesel into Indian market because of the several reasons, especially the, emission regulation for the future, which is only getting tougher and tougher, especially for the diesel engine.
Right. Also, sir, MPV segment is very fast performing. How much more market share are you planning to gather with the year end, sir? You want to beat that number 1 position again as far as the SUV position goes?
In the SUV market, as we explained, that we are targeting to become number 1 position in the SUV market, and the overall target we would like to go back to 50%, but this is a long term. So we cannot, go back to 50%, right away. So we will gradually improve our market share, and also this year we'd like to increase at some, level. But we don't disclose that, quite clearly. But we definitely would like to increase the market share.
Could alcohol and petroleum products be under the ambit of GST soon? In an exclusive conversation with BTTV Managing Editor Siddharth Zarabi, the chairman of the CBIC, Vivek Johri, expressed confidence that it was easier now to forge a consensus between states on this because of an overall rise in GST revenues. He also talked about the planned rationalization in GST rates. Here's an excerpt.
Problem that you've been the entire department has actually been dealing with: fake invoices, input fake claims. How serious is this problem? Because some of these numbers seem to be quite big, and where do we stand on that front to clamp down on wrong practices?
So yes, it has been a concern, that we've had a very large number of cases where bogus firms have been created, either by stealing the identity of other people unwittingly, without their knowing it, or sometimes even with their consent, and these firms are then used to seed bogus input tax credit, which is then circulated in the system. Obviously, this has a revenue implication, because if this fake ITC is used for payment of taxes, to that extent, either the center or the states or both are not collecting, the taxes that ought to have come to them in the normal course. So both the center and the states have been quite active in dealing with this problem. For our part, I can say that CBIC had launched a drive way back in August 20, to deal with fake ITC. And so far, we have come across cases involving bogus ITC claims of roughly about 63,000 crore. So that's a very large number. And we have, in the course of this drive, we have unearthed about 24,000 fake GSTINs.
That have sort of built up over the past several quarters, that there will be some sort of changes as far as the tax slabs are concerned, some rationalization. Could you once again sort of clarify what is the timeline and on that? I know it's a matter for the GST Council, but broadly, anything that you could tell our viewers on that front?
So, the group of ministers which was set up under the convenership of the Honorable Chief Minister of Karnataka at that time, Shri Bommai, was tasked with three things, if you recall. And one of them had to do with the rationalization of the rate structure. The other two terms of reference of that group were about review of exemptions and removal of inverted duty structure. So if you recall, the GOM had given a very detailed report, although an interim one, on the last two aspects that I mentioned. So whether it was removal of exemptions or it was removal of inverted duty structure, the GOM has already pronounced its verdict, and it's made recommendations to rectify a very large number of inversions as well as removal of exemptions. Many of those decisions have already been implemented.
Big ticket items that are still not part of what is called a one tax. Why is that so? And in the seventh year, at the beginning of the seventh year, should we be hopeful that a time will come when all the items that are currently excluded would also get brought under the GST?
You see, the major sector which is out of GST for the time being, and it has been so ever since its inception, is petroleum. And the five petroleum products, namely diesel, petrol, natural gas, and a few others which I mentioned in the Constitution, are the only ones that are outside the GST net. The second item, of course, is alcohol. And as you're aware, there was some reluctance to include these within the GST ambit right from the word go, because of the huge revenue dependence on these commodities by the states as well as by the center. So now that the revenue position from GST is becoming more comfortable, I see that over a period of time, it would be easier to forge a consensus among the states to incorporate these items within the GST ambit as well.
Let's take a very quick break. When we return, an exclusive conversation with the CEO of Nothing, Carl Payne.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 36 and minimum 26 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 28 and minimum 24 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 34 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 25 and minimum 19 degrees. Chennai, maximum 33 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 29 and minimum 23 degrees.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today Newsmo. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Welcome back. It's a young mobile brand which has challenged some of the best in the business. Now in this era of global slowdown, nothing is placing its bets on India. Business Today TV's tech editor Ayush Alwadi caught up with 33-year-old Carl Pei, the Chinese-Swedish entrepreneur who co-founded OnePlus 10 years ago and left it 3 years ago to satisfy his entrepreneurial streak with nothing. Here's an excerpt from the conversation on India, Apple and innovation. You can of course watch the full interview on Tech Today this weekend.
It's interesting, you mentioned two startups which are doing well here in India, and you seem very glued into the India story. And there's a big India element when it comes to the Nothing Phone 2 as well, with the manufacturing happening in the southern parts of India. What are your views on India and how have they evolved, Carl? Because you've been visiting for a while with other brands as well. You built a community for another brand. Now you're building it over here in India. One, in terms of the importance of building a community in a country like India, where people are very price conscious, very discerning. And two, also, how has the Indian consumer really evolved over the past decade, perhaps?
I think first it was more about just tapping into this market and selling products, and then came the local manufacturing part. And I think the next stage will be, how can we make this a hub for the entire world for exporting products? I think that's the transition that our entire industry is going through in India. As for the consumers, I think they've always been very demanding. It's like some of the most vocal consumers online on social media, and I don't think that's changed.
Yeah.
But the competition is a lot higher. So when we launched OnePlus before, we had good value for money, good spec, good price.
Yeah.
It was quite unique back then, but today there's many options if that's all you're looking for. So with Nothing, we're trying to do something a little bit different, trying to have a more clear idea of where we want to take the industry and be more unique in our approach to our products and our software. I think overall I think the India market will be really important because we're seeing right now the macroeconomics are not good globally. Yeah, but still in India we don't feel a recession. The economy is still growing. And the youth, there's a lot of youth population, very tech savvy. So we see it as one of our most important strategic markets. We see Apple also coming in quite aggressively. So we can't be too slow. We got to hurry up our plans here as well. So we have a chance of taking some market share before Apple gets too dominant.
When you're talking about the global map, and then India, like you said, is a key market for you. With the Nothing Phone 1, we obviously had a product made for India. The gap that was left by a lot of legacy brands perhaps could have been filled by the Nothing Phone 1. Now the Phone 2, it's a different approach. It's a little more premium, and the US market opens up as well. 750,000 devices sold for the Nothing Phone 1, something like that, maybe a little more, if you can correct me if I'm wrong. With the US market opening up with Phone 2, with you just globe-trotting and figuring out how exactly you're going to strategize this, how do you see sales for the Nothing Phone 2? I mean, I want to really prod you on for numbers, but what is your target like when you go back home and you head to bed?
I think, so if you look at the economy again, the economy is not very good. So in this environment, it's better to optimize for the bottom line than the top line. So we're still going to grow on the top line, but the profitability becomes a lot more important because if you look at all the tech stocks, they've taken a beating in this environment. So if we can sell similar amount of Phone 2 to the Phone 1, but given that the price has increased, it's a much more premium product, we're going to be happy with that. But it all depends on, when people get the product into their hands, whether they like the product or not. And if they love the product, even if the Phone 2 doesn't do tens of millions, I think it sets our brand up really well for the next one and the next one and the next one.
Right.
Bulls were back in action on Dalal Street after a day's hiatus as benchmark indices settled with big gains during the weekly expiry of derivative contracts. Headline peers kept global weakness aside and continued to scale new highs as the Nifty 50 index topped 19,500 during the day, thanks to buying in select heavyweight stocks. BSE's barometer Sensex gained 340 points today and NSE Nifty added 99 points. 19,497 is where we closed. The BSE market cap reached a new high of 301 lakh crore rupees this morning. Top Nifty gainers M&M, Apollo Hospitals, Power Grid, Tata Motors and Reliance Industries. Top laggards were Eicher Motors, HDFC Life, Maruti, HCL Tech and Bajaj Finance. Shares of Eicher Motors have fallen more than 10% in just 3 trading days. Analysts are blaming the fall on 2 recent big launches, that of the Harley-Davidson X440 in tie-up with Hero MotoCorp and the Triumph 400X, which has been developed with Bajaj Auto. Both bikes are priced in the 2.2 lakh to 2.7 lakh rupee bracket, a segment which was largely serviced by Royal Enfield, an Eicher brand. The aggressive pricing of the new bikes could threaten Enfield's monopoly in the above 250cc segment. The day the Harley X440 was launched, Eicher fell 6.3%, and the next day the Triumph 400X was launched and Eicher fell 2.7%. Today the stock was under pressure again, bringing the total fall in 3 days to 11.1%. That's all we could pack in on the show tonight. Thanks so much for watching.
This woman from Kazakhstan has made it her life's mission to help underprivileged children. Anna started an NGO during COVID-19 to educate children in Jaipur who can't afford going to school. Anna's NGO, called Indian Women Impact, has been at it for 3 years now, changing the lives of so many children for the better. Acting as a bridge for children from less privileged families. She offers quality coaching alongside her team of committed teachers.
The children, those who live in Basti, they go to a government school and they come here for study to get extra knowledge. My parents live in a Basti and they cannot afford expensive course and school for me and my brother and sister. So sir, we come here and study all of those subjects.
Recently, some of the NGO students from disadvantaged backgrounds also performed a French play at the famed National School of Drama in Delhi. Anna and her husband, who is a doctor, use all of their earnings to try to maintain the NGO.
It's been 3 years as we have been running this NGO, Indian Women Impact, and the entire concept is to provide the quality, world-class education to the children from underprivileged backgrounds. And the dream we have is to create the school that can accommodate 5,000 students from such backgrounds, where we can compete with a world-class education. That's the dream.
At this Jaipur-based NGO, students from different backgrounds come together to get an opportunity to achieve all these dreams.
At the NGO, Anna and her group of dedicated teachers try to provide wings to dreams of underprivileged students who earlier had little or no avenues to fulfill their aspirations. Once they come over here, they leave their less than perfect backgrounds behind to get submerged into a world of creativity.
You are watching India Today.
Hello, you're watching India Today and I'm Ishwarya Paliwal. Let's start the show with the headlines. Fight for the real NCP escalates. Sharad Pawar expels nephew Ajit Pawar and the other rebels from the party. He declares himself as the real NCP president. Ajit Pawar calls the meeting in the national capital illegal. Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde refutes resignation rumours. He says all is well in Maharashtra and this union with the NCP will only strengthen the union. Madhya Pradesh Chief washes the feet of the victim who was urinated upon by a BJP youth worker. Congress hits out at Shivraj Singh Chauhan's government and says that they cannot wash away the sins. Chief Minister of the state of Tamil Nadu, M.K. Stalin, reiterates the stand on UCC. He says it's been brought as a revenge against those who are opposing the BJP. In fact, NDA, LI, AIA, DMK also joins the anti-UCC bandwagon. India's moon mission Chandrayaan-3 is all set to be launched on the 14th of July. There will be an attempt for a soft landing on the moon by delivering a lander and also a rover onto the lunar surface. It seems like the debate over the UCC will not be dying anytime very soon. Now, different parties are taking opposing stands. In Tamil Nadu, the AIA-DMK is reiterating that it will oppose the centre's move to implement UCC. The party's chief, E. Palaniswamy, has in fact recalled that his party has taken a very clear stand on the issue in the party's manifesto ahead of the big 2019 Lok Sabha elections. Watch this detailed story to understand where the political parties are standing as far as UCC is concerned.
आजकल हम देख रहे हैं कि यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड के नाम पर ऐसे लोगों को भड़काने का काम हो रहा है। आप मुझे बताइए, एक घर में परिवार के एक सदस्य के लिए एक कानून हो, परिवार के दूसरे सदस्य के लिए दूसरा कानून हो, तो क्या वो घर चल पाएगा क्या? कभी भी चल पाएगा क्या?
Ever since Prime Minister Modi has made his big UCC pitch, politics over it has only snowballed. With opposition already divided over implementation of Uniform Civil Code, latest to dissent is BJP's own ally, AIA-DMK.
ஏற்கனவே 2019 நாடாளுமன்ற தேர்தலில் எங்களுடைய அனைத்து இந்திய அண்ணா திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகத்தினுடைய தேர்தல் அறிக்கையில படிச்சு பாருங்க, அதுல தெளிவா கொடுத்திருக்கிறோம்.
Tamil Nadu CM lashed out at the centre, calling UCC proposal yet another example of his dictator rule.
மதத்தை, சனாதனத்தை இன்றைக்கு மக்களிடத்திலே திணித்து ஒரு சர்வாதிகார ஆட்சியை இன்றைக்கு அவர்கள் நடத்தி கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள். அந்த பொது சிவில் சட்டம் என்பது நாட்டிலே ஏற்கனவே சிவில் சட்டம், கிரிமினல் சட்டம் என்ற சட்டங்கள் இருக்கிறது.
BJP, however, calls Uniform Civil Code Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas.
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने सभी का आह्वान किया है और हम सब भी चाहते हैं लागू हो और सबका साथ सबका विकास सबके विश्वास के साथ लागू हो और इसमें कहीं कोई मानसिक रूप से अपने आप को दिक्कत में न समझे, हम सबको साथ लेकर के चलेंगे.
The All India Muslim Personal Law Board has been relentlessly opposing UCC since the day it gathered steam, claiming that the Muslim personal law was an inalienable part of Muslim identity and Muslims would never lose their identity.
ऑलरेडी कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ने हर हिंदुस्तानी को रिलीजियस फ्रीडम एज अ फंडामेंटल राइट गारंटी किया है, तो वो राइट हर हिंदुस्तानी के पास बरकरार रखना चाहिए, उसको छीनने का किसी को हक और इख्तियार नहीं है.
An unofficial group of senior ministers has been formed that will deliberate upon the various issues related to UCC. This group will be chaired by Union Minister Kiran Rijiju. Battle lines drawn over UCC amid speculations that the Modi government is readying to table the One Nation, One Law bill in the monsoon session. Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, Bangalore's traffic is as famous, or one could say as infamous, as its IT hubs are famous. And while you and I endure hours of irritating traffic, the Karnataka Speaker and Congress leader UT Khadere, in fact, has now made a VVIP appeal. He wants that there should be a separate lane for lawmakers. Now, this idea has come with a massive criticism. The BJP now is accusing the Congress of VVIP tantrums.
India's Silicon Valley and Karnataka's capital, Bengaluru, is a crumbling mess. The IT city is plagued by traffic jams, frequent waterlogging, potholed roads. The list of woes is long and has been begging attention for years now. But Karnataka's politicians have bigger concerns to address, like how to get through a highway toll plaza in comfort. Assembly Speaker U.T. Khadir on Thursday suggested that the National Highways Authority of India should create a VIP lane for MLAs and former MLAs.
Seniors XML are told in the NHA guidelines policy, where they have got already an emergency and representative lane is there. In that MLAs and other names are specified. XMLAs are not specified. We are also respect and dignified and and aged also. So for us also you should consider the request.
Demand for a VIP lane for MLAs and former MLAs came after Congress MLA PM Narendra Swamy claimed harassment at a toll plaza.
Pass is issued. It is not for everyone. Pass is issued to the elected representatives only. When the treatment of those toll guys are like this, can you ask us to behave gently with them?
The speaker's demand for a separate lane triggered sharp reactions. The BJP pointed out that a VIP lane for lawmakers already exists.
Already there is a VIP lane. Already there is a VIP line. Who should be allowed in that VIP lane is important. Probably in this direction, the ambulance and the VIP line has been already created. So only thing is who has to be included, has to be looked into it. Probably let us see what Honorable Speaker has been suggesting.
BJP MP Tejasvi Surya called the Congress elitist for seeking a VIP lane. Karnataka PWD minister has denied any plan to add more VIP lanes.
ನಾವು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪರ್ಟ್ನ ಕೇಳಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ನಾವು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪರ್ಟ್ ನೇಮಿಸ್ತೀವಿ. ಮತ್ತೆ ಯಾವ್ದು ಸೇರಿಸಬೇಕು ಯಾವುದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪರ್ಟ್ ಕಮಿಟಿ ಮೇಲೆ ನಿರ್ಧಾರ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ನಾವು ಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ.
The Karnataka Speaker's demand for separate lane for MLAs at toll plazas has reignited the debate on the VVIP racism that pervades the system. Bureau Report, India Today.
2 days ago, there was a horrifying video of a BJP youth worker urinating on a tribal man in the state of Madhya Pradesh that had surfaced. Now, the accused in question, the man's name is Pravesh Shukla. He is in custody at the moment and the very stringent NSA has been slapped against him. The Chief Minister of the state, Sharad Pawar, today in fact apologized to the victim and even washed his feet. But the question many are asking, is this action enough to douse the fire of rage?
Madhya Pradesh CM Shivraj Singh Chauhan trying to douse the fire sparked by urine gate horror. Dashmat, the tribal labourer on whom a BJP youth wing leader urinated on, was called to the CM's house on Thursday. Chauhan squatted on a low stool, made Dashmat sit on the chair, and then proceeded to wash his feet. The CM presented the victim an Angavastra or shawl along with gifts. The damage control exercise was steeped in Hindu customs that show respect, intended to send out a clear message of remorse.
मुझे बहुत दुख हुआ वो घटना देख के, मैं माफी चाहता हूँ। ये क्योंकि मेरी ड्यूटी है, मेरे लिए तो जनता ही भगवान जैसे है। पूरा बन गया कि नहीं बना?
The CM also shared food and pleasantries with Dashmat.
भाई दशमत के साथ अन्याय हुआ, मेरा मन दर्द, पीड़ा और व्यथा से भर गया। इसलिए मैंने दसमत को यहां बुलाया।
Dashmat had been incommunicado ever since the video of BJYM leader Parvesh Shukla insulting him had gone viral this week. His family relieved to see Dashmat at the CM's residence, rued missing the chance to meet the CM.
यहाँ लाइए अपना के पति के वहाँ भोपाल मुख्यमंत्री से मिला हुआ यहाँ का अपना से कहीं नहीं मिलवाई
तब ये बतीवत हम लाई गए ऐसा नहीं जैसे वहाँ मिला हुआ लेकिन तैसे हमारे लग रही है तो मिलवा रहे थे हमारा मन रहा हम चले जी तो मंत्री की लगे मिले हमारे बच्चे चले जाते।
Angry scenes unfolded at Dashmat's house when BJP MLA Kedarnath Shukla, who is allegedly close to the accused Parvesh Shukla, came calling. He was shown slippers by the protesting women.
आपसे इसका कोई संबंध नहीं है। नहीं संबंध देखिए मैं उस क्षेत्र का विधायक हूँ जी, उस क्षेत्र के सभी मतदाताओं से मेरा संपर्क है जी, सभी से संबंध है, लेकिन इस तरह की घटना की मैं निंदा करता हूँ। यह घटना शर्मसार करने वाली है, ये घटना गलत है जी।
The Congress dismissed CM Chauhan's attempt at penance as a political stunt.
क्या सत्ता का नशा इस कदर भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेताओं पर चढ़ गया है कि वे इंसान को इंसान नहीं समझ रहे।
Parvesh Shukla, who urinated on Dashmat, is currently in jail. The authorities had demolished illegal portions of his residence on Wednesday after the video became public.
The shocking urine gate video surfaced just 4 days after Prime Minister Narendra Modi visited Shahdol, which is not very far off from Sidi where this incident occurred. The BJP is trying to woo tribal communities ahead of the state elections which are due by the end of this year, and this episode has hugely embarrassed the party. With Vijay Irshad Khan in Bhopal, Hemendra Sharma for India Today.
There's utter shock and outrage in India over Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau trying to pass off a tableau depicting the assassination of Indira Gandhi, the then Prime Minister of India, under the garb of freedom of expression. In fact, there have been Khalistani posters which say "Kill India," which have photographs of Indian diplomats that have been posted across Canada. The big question now is this acceptable in a country that calls itself a liberal democracy, or is this just pure vote bank politics which is being given the cover of free speech?
Kill India rallies. Bid to set consulates on fire. Threats to diplomats. Unrestricted by any authorities, the Khalistani groups across the United States, Canada and the United Kingdom are having a free run. Just days after an attempt was made to set the Indian consulate in San Francisco ablaze, a new Khalistani rally is being planned in the United Kingdom. A poster promoting a Khalistan Kill India rally outside the Indian High Commission in London on July 8 has surfaced. The poster carries images of Indian High Commissioner to the UK Vikram Doraiswamy and the Consul General of India in Birmingham Dr. Shashank Vikram. Similar posters targeting Indian diplomats were seen outside Indian missions in Canada, US and Australia. According to intelligence agency sources, Khalistanis like Gurpatwant Singh, Pannu and other K groups are openly getting help from Pakistani spy agency ISI. These acts have lit a major diplomatic and political fire. Notoriously soft on Khalistani terrorists, Canada has failed to take action against Khalistanis. On the contrary, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau has gone on to accuse India of false remarks and asserted that Canada takes every kind of threat very seriously. Trudeau is being accused of pandering to the Khalistani vote bank in that country.
They are wrong. Canada has always taken extremely seriously violence and threats of violence. We've always taken serious action against terrorism, and we always will. We have an extremely diverse country, and freedom of expression is something that we have, but we will always make sure that we are pushing back against violence and extremism in all its forms.
The media reports about comments by Prime Minister Trudeau, but let me make the larger point that the issue is not about freedom of expression, but its misuse for advocating violence, for propagating separatism, and for legitimizing terrorism.
The fine words and sentiments apart, it is a fact that Canada has tolerated Khalistani provocations against India for a long time. The United States, on the other hand, has assured that steps shall be taken to ensure the safety and security of Indian diplomats.
We take very seriously the safety and security of diplomats that are living in the United States. We have been in close contact with Indian authorities, with local law enforcement. We are trying to take the necessary steps to ensure that Indian diplomatic community feels safe and secure here, and we'll continue with that work going forward.
The Indian government is treating attacks on our missions as serious provocations.
हमने उनको रिक्वेस्ट की है कि वो उनको खालिस्तानियों को स्पेस न दें, क्योंकि उनकी सोच जो है ये रेडिकल एक्सट्रीमिस्ट विचारधारा जो है वो ना हमारे लिए अच्छा है, ना उनके लिए है, ना हमारे रिश्तों के लिए है। तो ये जो पोस्टर का विषय जो है ये हम जरूर उन सरकारों से उठाएंगे।
But desperate for attention, Khalistani groups are adamant on pulling every kind of stunt possible. Bureau Report, India Today.
Recently, Khalistani posters threatening Indian diplomats came up just after Jathedar Harjeet Singh, the former commander of the Khalistan Tiger Force, was shot dead by unidentified shooters in the parking lot of a Gurudwara in Scurry in British Columbia. Now, Harjeet Singh, in fact, is not the first Khalistani supporter to be killed in a suspicious manner, and this has taken place over the past many months. The Khalistanis now believe that there is an Indian hand behind all these deaths.
A Kill India poster in Canada. Poster puts out pictures of India's High Commissioner Sanjay Kumar Verma and Consul General Apurva Srivastav. The Khalistan Freedom Rally poster paints a target on top Indian diplomats in Canada, calling them killers of dreaded Khalistan terror backer and wanted terror accused Jathedar Harjeet Singh Nijjar. Jathedar Nijjar was on the National Investigation Agency's wanted list for terror attacks on Hindus in Punjab, carried a reward of rupees 10 lakhs on his head. The Ministry of External Affairs reached out to Canada to ensure safety of Indian diplomats in Canada. Dr. S. Jaishankar, Minister of External Affairs, made it clear that the issue would affect India's relations with Canada.
हमारे जो पार्टनर देश जो हैं, जैसे कनाडा है, अमेरिका है, यूके है, ऑस्ट्रेलिया है, जहां कभी-कभी खालिस्तानी एक्टिविटीज़ होती हैं, हमने उनको रिक्वेस्ट की है कि वो उनको खालिस्तानियों को स्पेस न दें, क्योंकि उनकी सोच जो है ये रेडिकल एक्सट्रीमिस्ट विचारधारा जो है वो ना हमारे लिए अच्छा है, ना उनके लिए है, ना हमारे रिश्तों के लिए है।
Jathedar Harjeet Singh Nijjar, the former commander of Khalistan Tiger Force, was shot dead by unidentified shooters in the parking lot of a Gurudwara in Surrey, British Columbia on the 18th of June. The police are on a lookout for the shooters. The poster, viral on social media platforms, talks of a freedom rally to the Indian High Commission in Ottawa to protest the killing. Canada has sadly emerged as a major base for Khalistan supporters, and the government stands accused of inaction against terror supporters. Dr. Jaishankar had recently accused the Justin Trudeau government of vote bank politics, not taking action against Khalistan supporters for votes.
How Canada has dealt with the Khalistani issue has been a long-standing concern, because very frankly, they seem to be driven by vote bank politics. And their responses have all been, to the best of my understanding, actually constrained by what they regard as vote bank compulsions.
Veteran journalist and author Terry Milsky took to social media platform Twitter to hit out at Khalistan supporters for this dangerous poster, saying, "This is extremely dangerous. Khalistanis are whipping up anger, targeting Indian diplomats they call killers of Shaheed Hardeep Nijjar, shot in a mafia-style hit in Surrey, British Columbia on June 18. There is zero evidence of any Indian role. It's grossly irresponsible." Milsky is the author of Blood for Blood, 50 years of the Global Khalistan Project, and has repeatedly hit out at Khalistani supporters in Canada. Nijjar, of course, is not the first Khalistani supporter to be killed under suspicious circumstances in the recent past. Avtar Singh Khanda of the Khalistan Liberation Force died in a hospital in Birmingham on the 15th of June 2023. Paramjit